and had quietly dispersed or kept under control the small demonstrations that they had called, as they had always done in the past. The demonstration in the center of Berlin, however, appeared to be spontaneous and without leaders. In East Germany, demonstrations were illegal unless they were authorized by the government. However, as previously mentioned, East Germany had laws guaranteeing freedom of expression, Philipson 1993, and there was nothing illegal in a group of people wandering somewhere to express support for their government or their communist allies. Th. Ecker, Schwartz, and Schneider, 1990. Only when some people in a group made anti-government statements or slandered government. 140 Thetriumphevil. Leaders was police action allowed, Rain, 1989. By the time this happened in Berlin, there were already over 10,000 people in the crowd, and they were mixing with another group that was returning from a government fireworks festival. People arrested for making public statements against the government or for leading unauthorized demonstrations were usually released with a warning for first offenses, Ricker, Schwartz, and Schneider, 1990. However, serious and subsequent offenses could be penalized with several years in prison, Furian, 1991. A statement against the government or its laws was considered serious only if the police perceived the action to be threatening to the government and/or to have been initiated by foreigners or others seeking to overthrow the government, Rain, 1989. For instance, jokes about the government were allowed to be told in bars and private gatherings as long as there was no perceived intent to overthrow the system, Schlecht and Schlecht, 1993. Normally, the police, usually the secret police, attempted to persuade any offending individuals from their public anti-government action, Ricker, Schwartz, and Schneider, 1990. In the October 7-8 events in Berlin, however, there were simply too many to persuade, including many who were arrested or injured without having made any anti-government statements and without having been involved in the unauthorized gathering at all, Schnoz, 1990. Although no one died in the actions in Berlin on October 7 and 8, there were quite a few hospitalized, including some police troops. The international press came out strongly for the demonstrators and expressed shock at the police brutality, Schumann, 1990. To provide some perspective here, however, it should be pointed out that the East German laws against publicly slandering the country were similar to some American laws, existing in 48 of the 50 USA states, prohibiting flag burning, Green, 2000. In addition, with respect to laws on demonstrations, it should be mentioned that even in the Free USA, demonstrations are only allowed if permits, which are not always granted, have been obtained from the government, and masses of intimidating police are often present even when a demonstration is permitted, Lack, 1998a. Moreover, it should also be noted that demonstrators in the USA are often chased down and CL'd, arrested, for unlawful assembly and crossing police barricades, and sprayed with harmful chemicals 3141. Just for engaging in peaceful protests against the world poverty caused by capitalist globalization, Associated Press, 2000 g. Government ordinances are also sometimes imposed in the USA to prohibit demonstrators from wearing helmets, gas masks, or other protection from police assaults, Zachesny, 2000 b, thereby ensuring police brutality has the maximum effect. At any rate, since most East Germans watched West German TV, their opinions of the events were strongly influenced by the Eastern anti-communist interpretation of the actions of October 7-8, that naturally emphasized police repression and put East Germany in a negative light. As a result, many East German supporters of the demonstrators attended candle-laying ceremonies to show their solidarity against violent attacks on innocent people, and the movement began to gain momentum, Barman and Links, 1994. The Leipzig Affair. Shortly thereafter, on Monday, October 9, 1989, one of the stranger events of this weird episode occurred. On that day, in a town with over 400,000 residents in the southwestern portion of East Germany, there was a threat of another large demonstration, and the background to and actions of that day remain a mystery to most investigators. Jopka. 1995. Since 1982, small demonstrations had periodically occurred around a church, Nikolaikirche, in the center of Leipzig at approximately 6 p.m. 0 Monday, Scheider, 1990. For many years, young East German dissidents had figured out that the East German government's guarantee of religious freedom allowed them some rights to freedom of assembly and expression there. After a peace prayer was issued at 5 p.m. I myself interviewed some of the participants who indicated that most of the demonstrators had no religious beliefs but merely used the church a protective cover for expressing their discontent. Such demonstrations usually consisted of several dozen dissidents at the most, and the demonstrators were always dispersed shortly after leaving the church. Suspected ringleaders of the demonstrations were usually arrested and made given jail sentences of up to several years for slander or plot against the state. On September 4, 1989, in keeping with this tradition, several youths, 142, began to demonstrate with placards for an open country with free people, as reported by Teitzner, 1990. Their signs were tamed down immediately by secret police but not before Western reporters had taken pictures. On September 1, 1989, this action was followed up with a demonstration of several hundred people, with some demanding the right to leave the country. This demonstration was also quickly dispersed by police, and approximately 100 people were arrested. These incidents were followed by a similar demonstration of over 1,000 people on September 25. As usual, this latter demonstration was also broken up by police, and numerous suspected ringleaders were arrested for taking actions against the state. Schumann, 1990. On Monday, October 2, 1989, another demonstration ensued in the center of Leipzig, as also reported by Teitzner, 1990. This time the demonstrators did not yell anti-government slogans. Instead, they chanted Gorbachev's name to demonstrate their support for their communist ally. They also shouted "We're staying here" to show that they were not people who wanted to illegally emigrate. Such slogans did not give the police adequate cause to make arrests and disperse the demonstrators. The failure of the police to act and the supportive nature of the slogans also gave the demonstrators a sense of legitimacy. As a result, as the demonstrators walked peacefully around the plazas and parks in the center of Leipzig, many other people who were strolling in the area joined the group. The crowd soon grew to approximately 3,000 people. Although police cordoned off some areas and roads to prevent the demonstration from blocking all traffic, no violence or arrests occurred. The slogans remained supportive of communism, as opposed to demanding reforms, with the most militant cries to the police on that day being "Shame on you for not letting us through." Only after most of the demonstrators had gone home did verbal and physical provocation of the police occur, which resulted in a few arrests. On October 7, 1989, normal official festivities were held in Leipzig to celebrate the 40th anniversary of East Germany. Several well-known dissidents used the opportunity to speak to masses of people gathered for the festivities. The East German police were already prepared and quickly dispersed the crowds with water cannons and numerous arrests. Schnoz, 1990. 143. The decisive day. Renewed arrests and violent dispersal of demonstrators in Leipzig on October 7, combined with the news of violence in Dresden on October 4 and in East Berlin on October 7, led many to FEAR the worst for. The Monday, October 9 demonstration in Leipzig, Barim and LKS, 1994. As a precaution, a large number of East German posts, soldiers and tanks had been called into the city, and orders had been issued by the East German leader, Erich Honecker, and by the secret police chief, Erich Mielke, not to allow the demonstration to occur, Kuhn, 1992. There were rumors in Leipzig that a slaughtering of demonstrators might occur, as it had in Communist China in June of 1989, Barman and Links, 1994. People were warned not to go toward the center of the city after 5 p.m., and some schools and businesses in the center of the city were closed early to allow the people to go home before then. Kuhn, 1992. In this situation, there may have been only a very small number of people brave enough to join in the demonstration on that day, and the police might have been able to disperse the courageous demonstrators as usual. However, a series of events then occurred that dramatically changed the course of history but has rarely been reported by anyone except Kuhn, 1992, who interviewed many of the key participants. To begin, early on the morning of October 9, Walter Friedrich, a professor for youth culture at the University of Leipzig, drove to East Berlin to CONFER with his old Freund Egon Krenz, who held an important position in the East German government's policy-making committee called the Politburo. In addition to his position in the Politburo, Egon Krenz was also in charge of security and was the head of the East German youth organization called the Free German Youth. Friedrich convinced Krenz to check to make sure that the police and other troops had been given orders not to shoot. In addition, he pleaded with Krenz to try and have the security forces show restraint, unless the demonstration turned destructive or violent. He also suggested that Krenz replace the old sick leader of East Germany, Erich Honecker, and take charge of the country himself. After Friedrich left, Krenz attempted to contact the East German Lead, but the old man was in meetings all day. Because Krenz was unable to reach Honecker, he called the various ministers of the central government in charge of the various police forces, such as the secret 144 Thetriumphevel police chief Mielke, and convinced them not to employ violence. After talking with Krenz, Friedrich returned to Leipzig and spoke with his Freund Roland Wetzel, who was a Communist Party member with an influential political position in Leipzig. In conjunction with 5 other local dignitaries, Wetzel then recorded an announcement requesting the demonstrators in Leipzig to remain nonviolent and promising to have the government listen to the opinions of the demonstrators. The cassette with the recording was given to various administrators in the center of the city, as well as to the Leipzig radio station, with instructions to play the cassette on the radio in the afternoon and on the city's loudspeakers at the time of the church peace prayer between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. There were several thousand people gathered around the central church for the peace prayer between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Included among them were over 1,000 Communist Party members who had been ordered by the local Communist Party to inhibit a demonstration from occurring afterwards. Because of the large number of people attending the church ceremony, many had to stand outside the church, even though 3 nearby churches had been opened up to handle the overflow. After the church ceremony ended peacefully, around 6 p.m., the church leaders recommended that the people go home in a direction away from the city center in order to avoid a confrontation. However, this recommendation was ignored in the face of the public announcement condoning a demonstration that was being broadcast on local loudspeakers and on the radio. The 1,000 Communist Party members in attendance at the peace prayer also perceived the public announcement played on the loudspeakers to be a rescinding order of the COMMAND to break up any post-ceremony gathering. As a result, after the prayer services were over, many people moved uninhibited through the central plaza toward the main train station in the city center. They were observed there by an estimated 30,000 people, many of whom were merely on their way home from work, school, or shopping. About this time, W.O. Wetzel was busy explaining the unauthorized public announcement to his superior Helmut Hackenberg. Hackenberg was the overall political leader in charge of Leipzig and, as such, was responsible for coordinating the various police and other forces that were available to break up the anticipated demonstration. Faced with a Loka L3145 public announcement condoning the demonstration that conflicted with the order from the Central East German government not to allow the demonstration, Hackenberg called the head of the Central East German Gouvernement, Erich Honecker, for instructions. Because Honecker was in a previously scheduled meeting, Hackenberg was only able to talk with Krenz. Krenz said to wait until he had checked with Honecker, after which he would call back. An hour passed without official orders. In the meantime, the police forces were frozen. The public announcement condoning the demonstration had greatly reduced tensions in Leipzig. Many observers and bystanders joined in the demonstration, and about 70,000 people peacefully demonstrated in Leipzig that day. Subsequent demonstrations. On the following Monday, October 1-6, there were over 100,000 demonstrators in Leipzig, Barmen and Links, 1994. Although demonstrations in the rest of the country had been inhibited by the arrests and violence in the early part of October, they had not been completely stifled, and the prior week's peaceful, semi-authorized demonstration had given the people in Leipzig renewed courage. On October 18, 1989, the previous leader of East Germany, Erich Honecker, was replaced by Egon Krenz, the man who had effectively allowed the crucial October 9 demonstration in Leipzig to occur without arrests. Krenz, 1990. With Leipzig as an example, and with a new leader who had shown a willingness to allow demonstrations to occur, a larger wave of demonstrations broke out across East Germany in both large and small towns, with over 500,000 people participating in 5 different demonstrations across East Germany in the week of October 23 to 30, Hertel, 1996. These as well as the regular Monday demonstrations in Leipzig continued in ever-growing numbers, Barmen and Links. 1994. On November 4, 1989, a demonstration was even formally authorized in East Berlin, and a crowd of over 500,000 people attended. Hertel, 1996, that was broadcast on East German government television, Frankfurter Rundschau, 1999. On November 6, 1989, a peaceful demonstration occurred in Leipzig with over 400,000 people present, Teitzner, 1990, which was approximately the number of residents in That city, although many of the demonstrators came from other East Gerne NCLs to participate. 148. Before work the next day, the guards at one of the Berlin Wall crossings indicated that they could no longer peacefully contain the crowd and obtained telephone permission to open up the border gate completely without any controls. Other uncontrolled border crossings into West Berlin were also subsequently made available prior to midnight, while additional gates into other parts of West Germany opened up somewhat later. By 4 a.m. on November 1, about 70,000 East Germans had crossed over into West Berlin, and 5,000 into other West German cities, but more than half of these had already returned to East Germany by that time. Although there were celebrations on the night of November 9-10, the bigger party occurred on the night of November 1-0-11 when millions of now informed East Germans entered West Berlin and other cities in West Germany on the originally scheduled date, Hertel, 1996. The West German leader, Helmut Kohl, came to make a nationalist propaganda speech to the celebrants, but he was drowned out by hecklers and jeering from the crowd of people who preferred to celebrate. Barmen and Links, 1994. The celebrations continued throughout the month of November and into the early part of December. After an initial massive wave of emigrations in November, the average number of East Germans immigrating daily into West Germany fell in December to about 1,000, which was substantially lower than the rate just before the building of the WALL in August 1, 1961 and was not that much higher than the levels of the 1950s that East Germany had previously survived. Murphy, 1990b. The average annual number of emigrations in the 1950s was 220,311, but there was a high point in 1953 of 33,1390 emigrations, which was approximately the same as the 343,854 East Germans who emigrated legally or illegally in 1989, Hertel, 1996, with many of the 1989 emigrants being people who would have emigrated in prior years but were prevented from doing so by the wall. While the parties continued, the politicians in East and West Germany continued to rant and rave throughout this period about issues of little immediate concern to the celebrating Germans. Many scarcely even noticed in late November when the West German Chancellor Kohl indicated that any increase in aid and economic cooperation was dependent on East Germany initiating capitalist economic reforms and Western 3149 style elections, DPA, 1989. Most were also not concerned when, in early December, the East German Parliament, without consulting the East German Opel, succumbed to the pressure by removing the Article of the East German constitution that guaranteed concentrated power in the hands of the Communist Party and by replacing Krenz with a more pliable economic reformist, Hans Modrow, Biermann and Links, 1994. Although West Germany initially responded somewhat positively by offering some limited financial aid, der Tagespech/1989c, a decision was made before Christmas that would end the celebration and turn the widely welcomed opening of the wall into a catastrophe. The collapse of the Berlin Wall. Even after the November 9 event, the East Germans had always maintained strict control of West German tourist traffic into their country in order to protect their products from being smuggled out at cheap black market prices, Murphy, 1992b. However, after opening up the wall for East Germans, the West German government was putting extreme political pressure on the East German government leaders to reduce controls on West German travel to East Germany. The East German government was also being pressured into allowing West Germans to freely convert their currency into East German money at an incredible exchange rate of 3 East German marks per West German mark. This exchange rate was absurd because the purchasing power of the East German mark was approximately equal to that of the West German mark. In FOCT, FOR many items, like FOOD, books, clothing, rooms, and other consumer staples, the East German mark could actually buy 5 to 10 times more consumer goods in East Germany than the West mark could buy in West Germany, Collier. 1985. The 3:1 exchange rate thereby made it 15 to 30 times cheaper for West Germans to shop in East Germany than in West Germany, and such inexpensive purchases represented a form of legalized shoplifting that effectively reduced the East German standard of living by over 2/3. Although the removal of controls on smuggling and the legalization for ridiculous exchange rate would effectively make it possible for the West Germans to steal from the poorer East Germans, Arnold, 1990, the new, economically naive East German leader, Hans Modrow, succumbed to West German pressure in late December 1989 and agreed to the new policies along with other capitalist demands in return for 150. West German financial aid, der Tagespech/1989c. January 1, 1990 was set as the date on which the new 3:1 exchange rate, der Tagespegel, 1989t, and open borders with no visa fee, no minimum official money exchange, and no security check for visitors to East Germany, Hurdle, 1996, were to go into effect. Prior to that, an unbiased mid-December survey of East Germans had indicated that over 70% were in favor of both socialism and the maintenance of a separate East German state, Barman and Links, 1994. There was one final enormous party on New Year's at the Brandenburg Gate with about 500,000 people enjoying the festivities and fireworks there, Bauer, 1990. After that celebration, the new economic reforms proceeded to destroy the East German morale, economy, and society. Already in early January 1, 1990, the number of East Germans emigrating to West Germany had doubled from a somewhat manageable 1,000 per day, Murphy, 1990b, to over 2,000 per day, DPA, L990A. By February 1, 1990, most East Germans were in favor of unification as a means to avoid a further deterioration of their economy, although the majority still preferred a more left-wing government, der Tagesspiegel, 1990g. However, by promising a 1-1 exchange rate if their East German representatives won an election scheduled for March 1, 1990, the conservative West German coalition parties were able to win the votes of a narrow majority of East German voters and impose their system on the East Germans, der Tagesspiegel, L990. It should be emphasized that the political collapse of East Germany was not inevitable. A more repressive government would have never allowed the demonstrations nor undertaken reforms of the system. In addition, a benevolent but more prudent government would have never have succumbed to Eastern pressure to open up their economy to a ridiculous and destructive exchange rate. Moreover, before adopting any Western-style elections, that enable the rich to buy the polling result, a wise East German leadership would have waited until reparations-induced wealth disparities had been eliminated, as could have been achieved within 2 years using the economic plan described in Chapter 5. The effect: the East German Revolution. The demonstrations and reforms in East Germany that occurred in the 3151 FALL of 1989 spread quickly to the other communist countries of Eastern Europe. As the people in these countries saw that demonstrations could be successfully undertaken even against the most hardline communist government, i.e., the one in East Germany, they followed suit. Weiss, 1990. Except in Romania, the governments of the remaining Eastern European countries gave in to the demands of the demonstrators without firing a shot. Reich, 1991. By the end of 1989, future Eastern-style elections had been declared in all of the previous communist countries of Eastern Europe in alliance with the Soviet Union, including East Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. Weiss, 1990. Shortly thereafter, in early 1990, constitutional reforms were also initiated in the Soviet Union, without the consent of the people, that permitted Western-style elections. Service, 1998. Such reforms opened up their countries to Western media manipulation, Lack, 1998a, and led to the breakup of the Soviet system the following year. Service, 1998, despite the fact that the Soviet people had voted earlier in 1999 to preserve the Soviet Union. Becker, 1999a. East Germany had been the hardest and most crucial piece of armor in the Soviet Union's bloc of nations. Goer Teamaker. 1994. East Germany had the second largest army, the highest standard of living, and the strongest economy in the Soviet bloc. Krenz. 1990. And East Germany was at the forefront in high-technology goods like electronics and computer chips. Mittag, 1991. The Soviet bloc desperately needed such products in order to survive in the Cold War against the capitalist nations which had restricted the export of high-technology goods to the Soviet bloc. Parad. 1985. Without East Germany, Eastern European LERS surrendered to Western pressure and allowed the Soviet bloc to stmply collapse. Frankfurter Rundschau. 1999. The collapse of the Soviet Union resulted in many former republics being transformed into outright capitalist dictatorships. Whalen, 2000. Even Eastern European countries such as Russia that have attempted to set a fight of political freedom have turned the words democracy into a farce by banning opposition parliament, political parties, and Meta, Ignatius and Rosat. 1993, by allowing organized crime to set the ECB on and political power. Writhe. 1994, and why Engam outright H. 1. Pure asses of people's votes elections, Hearst Newspapers, 996. 12. 152. In addition, the transformation of Eastern Europe into capitalist countries did not bring the desired economic prosperity. Instead, the pressure that the capitalist West put on the Eastern European countries to destroy all vestiges of communism merely brought unemployment, inflation, poverty, financial uncertainty, crime, and chaos. Cox News, 1995. And Egon Krenz, the East German leader who had acted so quickly upon the demands of the peaceful demonstrators to open up the WALL and initiate political reforms in East Germany, was convicted and imprisoned in the United Germany for deaths at the wall, Associated Press, 1999d. That conviction occurred despite the fact that Krenz, as an East German government minister merely carrying out the orders of the East German leader Erich Honecker at the time, was far less responsible than the West German government itself for the wall and the tragedies there, Murphy, 1990b. The economic destruction resulting from unification was to create social and economic divisions between East and West Germany that would take decades to mend, Dumas and Dumas, 1996. Although the differences between the two Germanys were not that great at the end of December 1, 1989, the policy of unifying the countries by destroying East Germany greatly magnified those differences, Frank F. Herder Rundschau, 1999, and also contributed significantly to various economic crises of the 1990s, as will be explained later in Chapter 6. Before engaging in a thorough analysis of the aggregate New World Order in the post-Cold War era in Chapters 6 and 7, however, the German case is studied in greater detail in the next two chapters to provide more concrete perspective on communism. In particular, a comparative analysis of the East and West German financial systems prior to the 1989 revolution is conducted in the next chapter. This analysis demonstrates not only the similarities of the two systems and their potential compatibility, implying that the destruction of the East German system was unnecessary, but also shows that the East German financial system is actually superior and more efficient in many respects. One implication of these findings is that it was the capitalist West German system that should have been changed, not communist East German society. At the very least, the advantages of the East German system should have been preserved, as Chapter 5 shows was indeed possible. Ch. Apt Er4. A comparative analysis East and West German financial systems in light the new evidence. The political reforms in the communist world led to a popular demand for the importation of economic and financial system of capitalist West. This political demand for capitalism was stimulated by academic propaganda on the theoretical efficiency of capitalism, example Taga, 1984, and Goldfeld and Quandt. 1988. Unfortunately, such simplistic theories ignore many practical financial issues, and the result of the economic reforms in Eastern Europe since 1989 has been depression instead of the promised prosperity. For example, the IMF 1996 reports that gross domestic product fell by over 40% in Eastern Europe over the interval 1990 to 95. A realistic appraisal of differences between capitalist and communist business financial systems is useful in order to mitigate future economic catastrophes. Historical evolution. The divided German financial systems underscore. As a divided country, East and West Germany prior to unification provide an interesting example or a comparison of East and West business financial decision-making systems. Although Germany was a Cap 1 st country prior to its capitulation in World War II, the eastern portion of the country was put under Soviet occupation after the war, and this sector eloped into Communist East Germany. 154. Despite specifying FOR separate zones of occupation FOR USA, French, British, and Soviet occupation FORs after the war, and FOR separate zones of Berlin which was isolated within the Eastern Zone, the original plan of the victorious Allied countries, stipulated at Yalta in early 1945, was FOR a united Germany to be created out of the defeated Nazi country and FOR that united nation to pay reparations to the USSR FOR war damages, Harmsen, 1951. The exact amount of the reparations was set according to an agreement between the Soviet Union and the Western occupying countries at Potsdam in July 1, 1945, with $1.0 billion contracted to be paid to the USSR as partial compensation for the enormous destruction that Nazi Germany had inflicted on it during World War I, but the USA violated this agreement in May 1946 when it began to prohibit the Soviet Union from taking any reparations from the western sectors of the occupied country. April, 1966. As a result, the Soviet Union had to extract the entire amount from its tiny eastern sector of Germany, and the resulting reparations payments from that area averaged about 25% of its national income each year between 1946 and 1953, Stolper, 1960. Other expropriations of wealth by the Soviet Union, to cover other war-related costs, made the total amount taken from East Germany sum to over 100 billion marks, Merkel and Wall, 1991, which represented many times tiny East Germany's annual output at the time. For instance, most of the capital stock in Eastern GER many had been seized by the Soviet Union by the end of I-946, Harms Sen, 1951, including about 40% being carted off to the USSR, April, 1966, and a further 20% being kept in Eastern Germany but under Soviet ownership, Ritzkel, 1996. By 1948, reparations-induced money printing and inflation in the Soviet sector caused the USA and its allies, Britain and France, to form a separate West German currency for its western zone of Germany and Berlin, Schwarzer, 1999. The Soviet Union reacted with a blockade of Western Berlin which was isolated from the rest of Western Germany, April, 1966. After the USA airlift had succeeded in saving Western Berlin from having to pay its share of the reparations, the USA bade a German government for the western sector of the country, also including the isolated West Berlin, in 1949. This West German Government's constitution mandated the annexation of the Eastern Soviet sector whenever possible, Ritzkel, 1996. In reaction, the Soviet Union for 1955 allowed a separate communist country to form in East Germany later in 1949, Otto Rank Collective, 1966. Meanwhile, the wealth of German war criminals and former Nazis had been expropriated by the government in East Germany over the period 1945–46, Adler, 1980. As a result, much of the private capital there not seized by the Soviet Union had been put under local East German government ownership, including a large amount of industry as a result of a June 1, 1946 referendum in which 72% of the people in the industrial Saxony portion of East Germany voted for nationalization, Ritzkel, 1996. Later in 1946, local elections in all of East Germany resulted in slightly over 50% of the people there voting for the Socialist Unity Party, which represented a merger of the Social Democratic and the Communist parties, Andrew and Gordievsky, 1990. Also in the meantime, large private land holdings had been nationalized, and redistributed to smaller farmers. During this immediate post-war period, Berendt, 1987, although agriculture was not collectivized until the 1958–60 interval, Ritzkel, 1996. Most of the remaining major businesses in East Germany were nationalized by the state in subsequent years, with a large section of privately-owned capital bought out by the government in 1972, the year after Erich Honecker assumed power, at which time state ownership of industry rose from 82% to 99%, Weber. 1988. By the 1980s Vertu ally all land and businesses with more than 10 employees were owned by the state, with most conglomerate into huge state businesses called Kombinate in the 1970s, which thereby directly controlled decision-making, and the state also regulated wages, prices, and many other business decisions in the rest of the economy, Bear. 1985. The OFFI policy with respect to the remaining private enterprises was that THY were allowed only if they served the better community in Arist, Pflmer, 1985b. Other than having one state owner, which theoretically aimed to act in the best interests of all the people in the country, instead of for the good of a rich minority of shareholders, the East German financial system was similar to that of West Germany in many residential pecs, with the stock market in East Germany existing solely in the FO of the government having the right to buy up any private CM&TS that grew to over 10 employees, with the buyout price BIM specified to be a legal formula based on profits. 156. A comparative analysis financial decision-making. To facilitate the comparison of the financial systems, business financial decision-making activities can be divided into several semi-separate functions, including making, funding, and managing investments. A comparison of how each of these functions was practically carried out in East and West Germany prior to unification is conducted separately in different subsections. This analysis is followed by an empirical evaluation of the relative efficiency of the two systems. Financial decision-making in East and West German firms prior to unification was fairly similar in many respects. Differences in investment, funding, and control functions existed largely because of the differences in the financial environment. Making investments. In both East and West Germany, investment decisions were typically centralized for large organizations but decentralized for smaller investments. In East Germany, the final decisions for large investment projects were made by a centralized state plan commission, Staatliche Plankommission. However, the management of the East German economy was divided among a number of different firms that included people's businesses called Volkseigenbetrieb, VEB, and VEB conglomerates, Kombinate, and each of these firms had some degree of independence in investment decision-making. For example, decisions on smaller projects, such as those under S million marks in value and some financed within the individual firm from internally generated profits and cash flow, were made by the firm's management, DIW, 1989. Such a combination of centralized and decentralized investment decision-making was similar to that employed in firms in West Germany. In WESTGER many, lower-level management makes decisions on projects up to a specific maximum value, and top management makes the final decision on larger investments, per Iden and Steiner, 1988, 27. In addition, the criteria used to make investment decisions were similar, with the payback period of the investment and/or the internal rate of return, being widely employed in both countries, Knopf, 1983. The payback period, called the Rückflussdauer der einmaligen Aufwendungen in East Germany, is computed as the time required for the 4157. Expected cash inflows from the investments to pay for the initial outflow. For investments with perpetually constant cash flows, investments with payback periods less than the inverse of the required return on the funds tied up in the investment are considered worthwhile. The called the Grundfondsrentabilität IRI East Germany, is computed as the discount rate that sets the sum of the present value of the cash flows from the investment equal to the initial investment. Projects with greater than the required return are optimally accepted. However, other factors are also considered, such as type and quantity of inputs, type and quantity of outputs, and environmental factors, Knopf, 1983. For both the payback period and the cash flows from the investments have to be recasted. In East Germany, prices for goods and services were centrally controlled and determined, and so cash flows were more easily recast. Thus, there was less chance of error of making an investment that should not have been made, as well as a lower probability of not making an investment that should have been made. In West Germany, where prices are determined by the market and fluctuate greatly, the probability of making an investment that does not subsequently earn the required return, or of not making an investment that would have earned a return over that required, is greater. In addition, the price uncertainty in West Germany requires more FO recasting and analysis, and thus more time spent on making investment decisions. Investments in East Germany were also made with full knowledge of other investment and future resource allocation plans, and so excess investment that might have resulted in redundant capacity or dual research and development programs were minimized. Gorbachev's experiments with a market economy in the Soviet Union in the late L1980s also illustrated the fact that investment decisions tend to be suboptimal when made by the individual businesses without central government planning. Marcy 1990. Moreover, central financial planners were able to avoid the costs and janky problems associated with bankruptcy risk that can cause capitalist borrowers to make excessively risky, imprudent investments and to neglect more profitable, prudent investments. Myers 1977. An example of capitalist incentives to make imprudent investments is the case of a firm gambling its last funds on a project with extremely high risk. 158 EVIL. And very low, or even negative, expected returns, but the remote possibility of a very large return that would save the company from failure. Murphy, 1992c. An example of a capitalist company being unable to make a prudent investment with a high expected return is the case of a company that has no funds left to initiate the investment and has such shaky credit that it can't even win the trust of potential customers, much less suppliers or creditors. Frankfurter Allgemeine, 1998b. While the advantages of central planning supervision of funding and investment for financially troubled firms would be lost if failed firms were allowed to make investments that were economically unviable. Goldfeld and Quant, 1988, heavy interest penalties and stringent administrative interference by the state in cases of insolvency did create incentives and opportunities to minimize wasteful activity, as Granick, 1974, Melzer and Stonk, 1986, and Autorank Collective, 1988. Document. Apart from being more efficient in mitigating agency costs, the communist system also avoids both the legal costs of bankruptcy and the negative domino effects of bankruptcy that lead to layoffs, further bankruptcies, and lower economic growth. Hudson, 1992. One problem often mentioned with investment in centrally planned economies is that decisions were based on centrally planned prices instead of market clearing prices determined by consumer purchases. As a result, prices and cash flows did not efficiently reflect true ratio NAL values. Erdmann, 1983. However, it is not clear that prices are more efficiently and rationally determined by a large mass of uniformed West German consumers who must spend a considerable amount of time price shopping and who can be manipulated at great cost by expensive advertisements and highly paid salespeople motivated to sell any goods at a price as high as possible, as explained in Chapter 2. In East Germany, a small group of well-informed East German central planners, who had access to information on the East German supply and demand situation as well as on West German prices, established different prices for different levels of quality and service. Flexibility in pricing some goods was provided to many East German firms through the issuance of price range guidelines, instead of fixed prices. Adjustments in both fixed prices and price ranges were also permitted at the firm level in order to better balance supply and demand. Steutner et al., 1988. Although East German central planners maintained fairly static CHAPTER 4159 prices, or price ranges, for consumer goods that did not fully reflect the supply-demand situation, a complex system of subsidies and transfer pricing adjustments were made in East German businesses in order to adjust prices toward value for purposes of measuring costs, profits, and fin cash flows. Erdmann, 1983. While the East German transfer pricing system required a significant amount of administrative time, greater effort for accounting, valuation, and transfer pricing is required in West Germany. In West Germany, there are many more firms and product brands, and there are at least 3 separate bookkeeping systems in each firm, 1 FOR financial reporting, 1 FOR internal purposes, and 1 FOR taxes, MATS, 1975. Within the paperwork maze of the cumbersome West German bureaucrat, West Germans expend an extraordinary amount of time to merely try and figure out, as well as avoid, tax liabilities, der Spiegel, 1992a, which were computed more automatically in East Germany. Funding investments fund in GFOR investments came from sources internal and external to the firm in both East and West Germany. In both countries, internally generated FU&DS came from business profits after taxes and after dividends to the owner, s, of the business, where the business owner in East Germany was the government, Schuldner etal. 1988. East German firms were automatically FORCED to pay 50% of net profits as dividends to their central government owner, and the government could also control the investment of the remaining profits as well, Melzer and S. Tonk, 1986. The actual amount of funds retained in East German INSs was set as a function of both the profitability of the firm and TS investment needs, Schuldner etal. 1988. On the other hand, in WEST and Y, amounts retained in businesses could be arbitrarily set by NC owners based on their idiosyncratico consumption and investment duress, with this decision being made FR consumers by professional managers in large West German corporations, per Iden and Steiner, 1988, 302-319. Or decisions on internal financing. One advantage of the East Gen V was that the central planners did not have the same APA1 tie to B. EXS1VE amounts of internally generated funds redeemed the IISINESS to finance suboptimal investments, which Jensen 1986 has 160 Triumph EVIL cited to be a major problem for managers of Western corporations. This problem is present in all capitalist economies because managers are motivated to inefficiently hoard assets to protect their salaries and jobs. The problem is compounded in West Germany because West German banks, as the major stockbrokers who vote most shares owned by retail customers, and as equity investors, Whitney, 1994, tend to control the voting shares of many large industrial firms to which they also make large loans. To protect their loans from default, German bankers have an incentive to FORCE the corporations they control to hold on to FAR more assets than are optimal FOR maximum productivity. If more financing was needed, external funding was available in both East and West Germany. In East Germany, the external funding market consisted of a state bank, Staatsbank, that issued credit, Autorenkolektiv, 1988, and a state planning commission, Staatsliche Plankommission, that provided equity capital, Melzer, 1983. The interest rate charged on credit from the Staatsbank was 5%, for both private and public firms, although a subsidized rate of 1.8% was offered for investments in technology, or other areas deemed to be vital to the economy, and the rate increased 2%, or more, up to a maximum of 1–2%, in any case of late payments, Autorenkolektiv, 1988. The return on the equity capital investments of the Staatliche Plankommission was set as a minimum of 6%, which automatically had to be paid annually to the state owner as a sort of preferred stock dividend that was deducted before computing the state's effective common equity claim or net profit, and was allowed, via the setting of prices controlled by the state, to be as high as 18% for the most efficient firm in an industry, Melzer, 1983. On the other hand, in West Germany, external funding comes from rich individual and institutional investors, to whom firms sold securities, debt and equity, that had to offer the expected returns arbitrarily demanded by those investors, per Iden and Steiner, 1988. In both countries, the pricing of the securities was important for allocating FU&DS at the appropriate cost to the businesses, so that they could make their investment decisions rationally using this cost of FU&DS. Because external FU ending in East German firms came FROM, a central planning body that had access to FULL inside information, the cost of FUNDS could be more precisely priced, and FUNDS could be allocated to the most efficient users of the funds. On the other hand, in the capitalist 4161 Westgerman securities market, prices differ FROM value by a random error 10 that may be known only to insiders, Myers and Majolov, 1984. The size of this error term and the corresponding difference in rational funds allocation to the most efficient users can easily be quite large, Summers, 1986. Causes of discrepancies include excessive SEC price speculation through technical analysis, Beja and Goldman, 1980, price manipulation that Wall Street insiders readily concede, is rampant, Stem and Fritz, 1987, Mafia fraud and extortion in the securities industry, Smith and Schroeder, 2000, large security order imbalances, Bloom, McInlay and Turker, 1989, inadequate fundamental valuation analysis due to investor incompetence, neglect, and/or emotional swings. Oppenheimer, 1984, investor overconfidence and regret, Barber and Odine, 1999, biased reporting on companies because outside, and allegedly independent, security analysts are under constant threat of companies withholding useful information, and even launching libel lawsuits, if negative statements about companies are made. McDonald, 1999b, a short-sighted perspective on the part of investors, Zeroin. 1989. And general institutional psychological factors that cause market prices to deviate from intrinsic value, Haugen, I9. Acco RD to Summers. 1986, corrective arbitrage of such situations might prove unsuccessful even in a well-developed securities ET. As a result of such mispricings, funds are allocated irrationally 10 capitalist economies, instead of to the most efficient users. The situation of reduced rationality of FUNDS allocation in the WESTG and securities market is added the problem of increased resources BMG applied to security analysis, and funds allocation, than were necessary in the centrally planned communist capital market. A centrally planned economy permitted decisions on FUND allocation in East GER many to be made by a small, well-informed group of analysts, who were theoretically well trained in socially useful financial analysis, Otto and Collective. 1988. That compares favorably to the situation in WESTN, where funds are channeled to businesses by a large, less informed group theoretically composed of price speculators and individuals who happen to have large amounts of wealth, through inheritance, crime, sales ability, acting ability, etc., even when professional. Managers are chosen to invest money in capitalist countries, evidence does not indicate more intelligent investment decisions. 162 EVIL. As money managers are generally selected based on sales ability and personal contacts, Obar and Conley, 1992. Such a situation implies even less rational and less efficient investment in West Germany. In addition, in Western capital markets, the costs of trading and analyzing the value of a security often result in investors requiring a premium return over that normally required, Halley and Stahl, 1989. This liquidity premium is larger for smaller firms because of the inability to spread fixed costs of trading and analysis over a large trading volume, Dubosvsky and Groth, 1986. The existence of liquidity premiums in Western capital markets implies a higher cost of capital, especially for smaller firms, Stahl and Whaley, 1983. In an effort to reduce these liquidity premiums, an extensive financial infrastructure can be built up, but the fees and commissions from the banking, brokerage, and insurance components of that infrastructure alone exceed 5% of GOP in some countries, Stopa, 1999, and these deadweight costs don't even include other major costs of liquidity trading, like differences between buying and selling prices, nor do they include all the costs of shopping around for the best deal and analyzing investments, Murphy, 2000. Moreover, because of the existence of central planning in East Germany, greater stability in consumption there might have been expected than in West Germany. As a result, a lower return premium could be required for systematic risk as measured by a consumption beta, AHN, I989, thereby magnifying the discrepancies between the costs of capital in the two countries. It should also be mentioned that required risk premiums on securities fluctuate wildly in Western capital markets, Chen, and C, 1985. The result is uncertainty as to the cost and availability of UNDS, socially unproductive speculation on the future course of the risk premium, and more mispricing and wasted analytical resources, Murphy, 2000. In addition, a further risk premium may be required in Western capital markets for the variation in the risk premium, Chen, and C, 1985. The resulting higher cost of capital results in less investment projects being acceptable and therefore lower economic growth in capitalist countries, although the higher returns required mean faster income growth for the rich. There is also some evidence that rich capitalists and corporate bureaucrats are more difficult to persuade to fund innovative and productive for 163 long-term investments than governments, Ders P. Egel, 1998, as previously discussed in Chapter I. In particular, the desire to protect jobs, salary, and the status quo contributes to the fact that capitalist corporations don't tend to be great foundations of independent thinking in the USA, Obar and Conley, 1992, or in Germany, Rhodes, 1999. Moreover, innovative capitalist heroes, such as Bill Gates, glorified by the Western press often create nothing on their own but instead copy the innovations of others and then monopolize the market through special deals arranged through rich relatives, and social contacts, buyouts, and predatory pricing made possible only because of their riches, Wilson, 1998a. Even true innovators and entrepreneurs are not really made happy by enormous amounts of accumulated personal wealth but are demotivated more by the lure of creating something, having a mission, and connecting with other people. In a team, W. Wall Street J. O. Ernal, 2000a. Further evidence on this issue is provided by the FACTDHA. Despite technology embargoes and despite having less capital, the communist countries were fairly successful in staying fairly close. The technological level of the richest capitalist countries, Smith, 000, often strictly through local development because of Technol 0 and embargoes, Parad. 1985. An example of East German technological advances can even be found in their much maligned auto industry. WHTCH developed a world-class car, the Trabant, in the late 1950s, Schroeder 1995, and which also designed a new car model that was years ahead of West German development in the 1970s. Although East NY did not have the resources to justify further development for TS small market, Bauer 1999. Adler 1980, has cited evidence in Dicat IDG that communist countries were able to motivate more innovation and DPARR I'd pay on, among workers, and he logically drew the conclusion on that THM type of production technology associated with the TECSTLME of production is being engendered in the scientific and zero-ogical revolution. Managing investments. Once an investment decision is made and financed, the project must DG financial management requires monitoring of prob-ron-renac adjustments to the plan because of changes in the NVTIVs and undertaking proper measurement of, and setting in good performance. 164 EVLI. It is often assumed that efficiency in monitoring and changing plans was lower in East Germany. In particular, Because pricing was more static and centralized in East Germany, shortages were more frequent than in West Germany, where firms often have more flexibility to correct problems of being out of stock with marketing manipulation. McCarthy, 1975, and changes to the usual cost-based prices, Erdmann, 1983. Berendt, 1987, has also mentioned the problems in the East German system of fixed prices that did not readily adjust for technological and FATER cost changes. Product black markets, hoarding, speculation, wastage, and production stoppages, caused by machinery breakdowns and a lack of spare parts, thrived in this environment. Subsidies and transfer pricing corrections were often too complicated and inflexible to completely remedy these problems, Melzer, 1983. However, there is little evidence that the supply-demand imbalances in East Germany caused more inefficiency than the potentially more onerous problems in West Germany. As explained in Chapter 2, the more flexible West German pricing system created problems such as product price uncertainty, extra time spent planning FOR and unknown FUTUR, decisions made incorrectly due to lack of knowledge regarding FUTUR prices and the aggregate economic situation, time lost shopping around FOR the best price, inconvenience associated with the financial incentives to wait FOR the next special or coupon, and misleading marketing tactics that create annoying disinformation and discrepancies between price and rational value, Furlow and Streichwerde, 1999. A particularly large amount of time is lost in capitalism while negotiating or bartering over the price that can range widely depending solely on relative negotiating skills. Although some laws restricting the size of discounts in West Germany reduce some of this inefficient use of time for consumers, such time expenditures are still required for the very frequent interbusiness purchases in order to maximize the chance of negotiating the best possible price. In addition, the lack of perfectly competitive markets in capitalist countries results in prices being chronically too high to clear. As a result, waste and inefficiency such as unused industrial capacity, unemployment, apartment vacancies, and unpurchased and spoiled goods are historical norms, Marx and Engels, 1988b. The current existence in the USA of an extraordinary number of homeless not geographically CHAPTER 4165. Pers from a large oversupply of housing is a typically perverse case of capitalism in practice, Johnson, 1990. A similar example of the perversion caused by capitalism is the perceived need to reduce agricultural output, or even destroy FOOD surpluses, so that agricultural prices, and profits, can be increased, with the help of a capitalist government, even when there are domestic citizens suffering from hunger and malnutrition, Hobhouse, 1989. Berliner, 1957, Bass mentioned problems in socialist enterprises harassing from managers having incentives and capacity to conduct unreported transactions and falsify records, MacDonald, 1999a. However, similar problems exist in capitalist corporations and are likewise minimized in socialist enterprises with proper auditing and control through interfirm comparisons, example Steutner et al., 1988. In addition, the organizational and human problems of bureaucracy, waste, and judgmental errors existing in socialist societies, Shmolov and Popov, 1989. Are equally prevalent in capitalist firms, Schwartz, 1990. Moreover, while corruption and bribery may occur in government operations of all Ps, most such bribery is initiated by rich capitalist businesses brib mg poor country officials, Tanzi, 1998. In addition, such activity may actually be much more prevalent in capitalist systems, given that brib between business representatives is rarely prosecuted, is not always illegal, and is just accepted as a normal business activity even in well-developed, and allegedly less corrupt, economies like the USA, Gerlin, 995, and given that flagrant cases of extortion, including death threats for failure to do deals, also exist even among the largest and most prestigious companies, Simpson. 2000. Corruption may be far more widespread in West Germany, where bribery, literally translated from the German word Schmiergeld as lubrication money, is not only legal but also tax deductible. Sellerie 1995. The capitalist reforms of Gorbachev's perestroika in the Soviet Union in the late 1980s indicated the capitalist system of controls tends to be inferior as indicated. A larger number of administrators required, the H1 amount Kroon that results, and the compounding of problems compared to the earlier, more centrally controlled government system, Marcy. In ad. H. E. Leon, in East and West Germany except for small companies, WLCB had a potentially more serious problem of overall management. 164 EVLI. It is often assumed that efficiency in monitoring and changing plans was lower in East Germany. In particular, because pricing was more static and centralized in East Germany, shortages were more frequent than in West Germany, where firms often have more flexibility to correct problems of being out of stock with marketing manipulation. McCarthy, 1975, and changes to the usual cost-based prices. Erdmann, 1983. Berendt, 1987, has also mentioned the problems in the East German system of fixed prices that did not readily adjust for technological and cost changes. Product black markets, hoarding, speculation, wastage, and production stoppages, caused by machinery breakdowns and a lack of spare parts, thrived in this environment. Subsidies and transfer pricing corrections were often too complicated and inflexible to completely remedy these problems. Melzer, 1983. However, there is little evidence that the supply-demand imbalances in East Germany caused more inefficiency than the potentially more onerous problems in West Germany. As explained in Chapter 2, the more flexible West German pricing system created problems such as product price uncertainty, extra time spent planning FOR and unknown future, decisions made incorrectly due to lack of knowledge regarding future prices and the aggregate economic situation, time lost shopping around FOR the best price, inconvenience associated with the financial incentives to wait FOR the next special or coupon, and misleading marketing tactics that create annoying disinformation and discrepancies between price and rational value. Furlow and Streichwerde, 1999. A particularly large amount of time is lost in capitalism while negotiating or bartering over the price that can range widely depending solely on relative negotiating skills. Although some laws restricting the size of discounts in West Germany reduce some of this inefficient use of time for consumers, such time expenditures are still required for the very frequent interbusiness purchases in order to maximize the chance of negotiating the best possible price. In addition, the lack of perfectly competitive markets in capitalist countries results in prices being chronically too high to clear. As a result, waste and inefficiency such as unused industrial capacity, unemployment, apartment vacancies, and unpurchased and spoiled goods are historical norms. Marx and Engels, 1988b. The current existence in the USA of an extraordinary number of homeless not geographically dis. CHAPTER 4165. Pers from a large oversupply of housing is a typically perverse case of capitalism in practice. Johnson, 1990. A similar example of the perversion caused by capitalism is the perceived need to reduce agricultural output, or even destroy FOOD surpluses, so that agricultural prices, and profits, can be increased, with the help of a capitalist government, even when there are domestic citizens suffering from hunger and malnutrition. Hoghaus, 1989. Berliner, 1957. Bass mentioned problems in socialist enterprises harassing from managers having incentives and capacity to conduct unreported transactions and falsify records. MacDonald, 1999a. However, similar problems exist in capitalist corporations and are likewise minimized in socialist enterprises with proper auditing and control through interfirm comparisons. Example Stutner et al., 1988. In addition, the organizational and human problems of bureaucracy, waste, and judgmental errors existing in socialist societies, Shmolov and Popov, 1989. Are equally prevalent in capitalist firms, Schwartz, 1990. Moreover, while corruption and bribery may occur in government operations of all Ps, most such bribery is initiated by rich capitalist businesses. Brib MG Poor Country Officials, Tanzi, 1998. In addition, such activity may actually be much more prevalent in capitalist systems, given that brib between business representatives is rarely prosecuted, is not always illegal, and is just accepted as a normal business activity even in well-developed, and allegedly less corrupt, economies like the USA, Gerlin, 995, and given that flagrant cases of extortion, including death threats for failure to do deals, also exist even among the largest and most litigious companies, Simpson. 2000. Corruption may be far more widespread in West Germany, where bribery, literally translated from the German word Schmiergeld as lubrication money, is not only legal but also tax deductible, Sellerie. 1995. The capitalist reforms of Gorbachev's perestroika in the Soviet Union in the late 1980s indicated the capitalist system of controls tends to be inferior as indicated. A larger number of administrators required, the H1 amount Kroon that results, and the compounding of problems compared to the earlier, more centrally controlled government system, Marcy. In Ad. H. Leon, in East and West Germany except for small companies, WLCB had a potentially more serious problem of overall management. 166 EVLI. Skills. There existed the agency problem of motivating non-owner managers and workers to achieve organizational goals such as improving efficiency, Jensen, 1986. In both East, Stutner et al., 1988, and West, Periden and Steiner, 1988, 344 to 367, Germany, similar variables were used to measure, motivate, and reward good performance. For instance, actual revenue and profitability levels achieved were examined in both countries, and special emphasis was placed in East as well as West Germany on cost reductions, Kostensenkungen, and return on investment, rentability. In addition, in both countries, the performance measures were compared to past performance, to competitors' performance, and to targeted results. Actual performance above expectation was often rewarded with bonuses and recognition, while sub-par performance could result in demotion. In East Germany, the ability to compensate managers for good performance was limited by ideological directives that restricted differences in pay, Hoff, 1983. In addition, job security rules inhibited laying off managers and workers for poor performance, Thwit, 1985. However, similar limitations also existed in most companies in West Germany, where the labor force is heavily unionized, including a large portion of white-collar workers. Where incentive systems do exist in capitalist firms, they are usually of a monetary form that can be manipulated for personal gain to the detriment of business or society, as A.W.H. Schwartz, 1991. For instance, employees often have a greater incentive to play office politics than perform productive work in capitalist systems, Sherman, 1993. In addition, commission salespeople often push overpriced, unnecessary, and poor quality products that frequently have no positive value to the consumer, example Shapiro, 1994. One German high-tech industrialist bluntly summarized the capitalist world with the statement, "Life is selling," Orth, 1998. The often somewhat arbitrary nature of capitalist pay incentive awards can cause wasteful frictions, rivalries, jealousies, frustration, and short-sighted behavior that is counter to both company and societal interests in the long term, Murphy, 1989. Although the existence of stock incentive plans in West Germany can theoretically help to enhance the motivation to work toward a common goal of maximizing the company's stock price, Diamond NVE Regia, 1982, it is not clear at maximization of stock price maximizes company value and efficiency. 4167. For instance, DeFusco, Johnson, and Zorn, 1990, have found evidence that stock option plans only provide an incentive to transfer wealth from bondholders to stockholders and do not result in any increases in firm efficiency. In addition, Larker, 1983, has found empirical evidence that stock incentive plans are no more effective than other long-term incentive plans in increasing stock prices. Moreover, because stock prices are not determined by insiders with full information, stock prices often behave extremely irrationally. Kruger and Kennedy, 1990, may fluctuate around short-term events and ignore long-term prospects. Example DeBond and Thaler, 1985, and Jacobs and Levy, 1988, can deviate greatly from true value for significant periods of time without detection. Summers, 1986, and can therefore provide distort signals for performance purposes. Fruit, Scharfstein, and Stein, 1992. Because such distortions in stock prices exist in Germany, as well as in other countries like the USA, Skierek, DeBond, and Weber, 1999, compensation based on such prices can lead to distorted performance by employees. Even if the common goal of company valuation maximization could be attained, individual company maximization is often inconsistent with value maximization of a larger whole. Itman, Stonehill, and Moffat, 1998, and is frequently at odds with the welfare of society. Marx and Engels, 1988a. For instance, even the capitalist philosopher Adam Smith stated that profit-maximizing business owners are often naturally engaged in a conspiracy against the public, or in some contrivance to raise prices. Strobel and Peterson, 1999. Regardless of whether employees are paid in stock or cash, it should be mentioned that promotions and the highest compensation in capitalist countries are often allocated to those who are best at playing office politics as opposed to those who are the most productive. Schwartz, 990. What club a person belongs to can also factor in as being very anti in determining pay and employment status. Knight, 1983. PLLAHSM. Jobs themselves can take a great deal of time just to find. LFTHEY can be found at all, and are typically allocated based on physical UD, sales skill, self-promotion, and personal contacts instead of on kill and productivity. Los Angeles Times. 1996. 1T isn't what you know, UT who you know, that often counts most in capitalism. Cecit. 1995. Although West German capitalism was somewhat more regulated than 168. In other countries, like the USA, about 40% of all West Germans got their jobs through social connections such as via relatives. Wagener, 1991, with the percentage being significantly higher for private company positions than for government jobs. Knoll, 1985, and with better positions being obtained by those who used their social connections to obtain their jobs. Knoll, 1984. Although about 40% of all East Germans also used social contacts to choose where they were going to work, there was no significantly higher prestige and pay for employment obtained through connections in East Germany. Volker and Flapp, 1999. Since jobs, and regulated wages, commensurate with a person's skill and education were effectively guaranteed by the East German state, so that there were no additional job search costs associated with not having social contacts in the right places, the capitalist concept of social capital and artificial contact networking had far less material employment value in East Germany, as contacts in East Germany were used merely to allow people to work with others they already knew and liked, and not to ration off scarce jobs. perhaps as a result of knowing that they were working for the good of society as a whole, as opposed to slaving to maximize the profits of the rich. Social pressure and awards to work together for a common goal were stronger in East Germany. Hoff, 1983. As a result, an atmosphere existed that permitted greater cooperation among workers than in West Germany, with most East German workers welcoming innovation and new technology, and with 5 times as many East German workers finding their work increasingly interesting as those finding it less so over time. Adler, 1980. Empirical comparison efficiency. The analysis of practical financial decision-making indicates that the East German system may have been superior for purposes of investment decision-making, funds allocation, and financial management efficiency. Some evidence on the overall comparative efficiency of the two systems can be obtained from national economic growth statistics reported in Das Statistische Heerbuch der Deutschen Demokratischen Republik and in the IMF's International Financial Statistics. As explained by Stolper, 1960, the differences in the concept of national income between East and West Germany are surprisingly small. 4169. Comparative aggregate economic performance. In 1989, net national income per capita in West Germany was 3,774 West German marks, while net national income per capita in East Germany was 16712 East German marks. Although the East German mark was inconvertible, research indicates that it had a purchasing power equal to between 75%, for the reasonably affluent, and 150%, for the less affluent, of the West German mark for average consumers in the early 1980s, DIW, 1984. The average higher purchasing power of the East German mark was confirmed when average prices rose by about 13.8%. 8.6% equals 5.2% more in Eastern Germany between 1989 and 1991, when the East German mark was replaced with the West German mark, and prices in Eastern Germany moved close to the market levels in Western Germany, as documented by various West German Professional research estimates. Osmond. 1992. Given the subsequent phasing out of rent controls, and given other factors that caused consumer prices in Eastern Germany to rise another 16% more than in West Germany between 1991 and 1996, Statistisches Bundesamt, 1997, it can be assumed that the average purchasing power of the East German mark was equal to at least 1.15 West German marks in 1989. 2. Deflating the 1989 West German incomes by the average 15% higher prices that existed in West German marks, East German income per capita appeared to be about 40% lower than in West Germany in 1989.1. However, since the East German national income figures do not include some unproductive services that are incorporated into the West German figures, as noted by Stolper, 1960, a more comparable national income for East Germany might be over 10% higher than Rapond, Collier. 1985, making East German income per capita about 213 that of West Germany. On the other hand, given that a larger number of East Germans were in the work force because a larger percentage of the FE males, over 60% of the FE male population, was employed, Schwarzer. 1999, and given that unemployment did not exist in East Germany, the disparity in income per employed worker was probably greater at about 50%. A similar conclusion was reached by a major economic research institute in West Germany, Handelsblatt. 1990. G. Neve E1s, the cause of the disparity between East and West Germanicums was a function of the post-war treatment of the two German-Ts and cannot be traced to different levels of efficiency. ME. 170. Two systems. As previously mentioned, East Germany had to pay over 100 billion marks to the Soviet Union after the war, Merkel and Wall, 1991, while West Germany was receiving substantial foreign aid, Marshall Plan, from the USA that largely offset its minor payments for Nazi Germany's war crimes, April, 1966. Studies have indicated that reparations, such as those paid by France after that country's defeat in an 1871 war that helped finance Germany's industrialization, do lead to a permanent decline in the relative level of economic prosperity of the paying country, as well as typically inhibiting economic growth rates because of lower levels of investment and depressed morale, Gavin, 1992. With income levels in West Germany already substantially higher than in East Germany, approximately 15% of the population of East Germany, or about 3 million people, chose to move from East to West Germany in the 1950s, while only about 500,000 Germans moved from West Germany to East Germany, April, 1966. The emigrants provided further wealth gains in the West and losses in the East, Baer, 1985, with the cost to East German society as a whole of the net emigrations, in terms of lost taxes and investment, i.e., the output that the emigrants otherwise would have created for East German society as a whole net of the emigrants' own expected consumption, being estimated at another 36 billion marks, April, 1966. This figure combined with the reparations losses of 0.00 billion marks represented an enormous value in the 1950s and would have grown to an even larger sum today if invested at normal rates of return. In particular, given an average real growth in net national product of 4.5% on an average aggregate investment equal to 27% of net national product between 1961 and 1988,4 East Germany was able to earn a rate of return on its investments equal to 17%, which is similar to the East German return on investment estimated over different time periods by Müller, Murphy, and Sabov, 1993, Naumann and Trumpler, 1990, and Müller, 1978. Assuming that East Germany had been able to invest the 136 billion marks at that normal 17% rate of return starting as late as 1961, it would have grown to a value of 136, 117, 28 equals 11, 034 billion marks by 1989, or over 1 trillion marks, over $6 trillion. Assuming just the 17% interest rate on this money was finally paid to its people in 1989, net national income per capita in East Germany for 171 would have been higher by 1.034x. L7/.0000016 equals 117,236 marks annually thereafter. As a result, East German incomes would have then been over 4 times the level of West German incomes per capita in 1989, if there had been nominal compensation in 1961 for all the different costs associated with post-war reparation payments, i.e., if West Germany had paid East Germany for the share of the reparations payments that it was really morally obligated to pay. If compensation had only been made for the nominal reparations payments, and not for the emigration-related losses, East German income per capita would have still grown to over 3 times that of West Germany by 1989. Another way to evaluate the effect of reparations is to assume that the average annual 100 billion/9 equals 11 billion marks of East German national income paid in reparations between 1945 and 1953, see Chapter 2, was invested each year at a REA/17% interest rate, which is well below what it probably could have earned given the severe shortage of capital in East Germany at that time caused by the reparations, and then assume a 17% rate of return on this extra wealth accumulated by 1953 was earned and paid out to East German citizens as higher wages that old be consumed and saved in normal proportions thereafter, so that it would also grow after 1953 at the same rate as the rest of East German national income. The result would have been East German national income per capita in 1953 that would have been about 2.5 times as high as otherwise and would have thereby resulted in East German wages being similar to, and perhaps slightly in excess of, those in West GER many at the time. That FACT would have likely resulted in FAR less East GESE migrating to West Germany, thus enabling East German Y to AVU substantial portion, if not all, of the emigration-related loss of 6 Echelon marks. Because real economic growth was historically faster East Germany than in West Germany in the 1950s, even with those SE, East German income per capita would have no doubt been higher. And 10 West Germany in 1961, especially since West Germany's own 10 ME per capita would have been lower as a result of it not having the new LIONS of valuable East German emigrants they were able to exploit. Then faster economic growth in communist East Germany thereafter. MSE of he greater efficiency of the system, as will be documented. To PLR I call YM the section FOR the post-1961 situation that was not distorted by reparations and emigration losses, East German income per 172 capita would have FAR exceeded that in West Germany by 1989, almost double. In that situation of fairness in reparations payments, West GER many might have been motivated to build a wall to keep its own work ERS from emigrating to the higher incomes of East Germany, especially given the higher quality of life in East Germany with respect to non-financial FATers, as documented in Chapter 2. However, East Germany was never compensated for its huge reparations-related losses, and so it constructed the Berlin Wall in 1961 to stem its already considerable economic losses. As a result, the resettlement stopped after 1961, and the different economic systems in the two Germanys were allowed to function semi-isolated from each other. In this separated environment between 1961 and 1989, real East German net national product per capita increased by an average 4.5%, whereas real West German net national product per capita increased by only 2.7% per year. For this comparison, the national income accounts reported in constant prices were used 5 so that the nominal growth figures were effectively deflated by inflation, averaging 0.5% and 4% FOR East and West Germany, respectively, 0.6 backcasting the 1989 estimated value of the East German mark, at 115 West German marks in 1989, by the relative aggregate economic inflation rates reported for the two countries, the 0.5% and 4%, respectively, indicates that the East German mark had aggregate purchasing power equal to 0.44 West German marks in 1961. 7. These results imply per capita East German income was about 2/5 that of West Germany in 1961 compared to almost 2/3 in 1989. The latter two ratios are identical to those reported by the Western researchers Merkel and Wall, 1991, and Gregor Y. and Stewart, 1995, respectively, for the two different time periods. 8. Analysis of variance, ANOVA. Tests revealed that the higher economic growth rates for East Germany between 1961 and 1989 were statistically significant from those of West Germany at the 0.00 I level, with a t-statistic of 4.4. In addition, as previously hypothesized, income and consumption per capita in the planned East German economy had lower annual standard deviations, of 1% versus 2% for income, and 1% versus 2.6% for consumption, with chi-squared statistics of 53.5 and 43.9, respectively, indicating the difference to be statistically significant at the 0.005 and 0.05 levels. Moreover, even in the I0 years before its collapse, East German Eco 4173 nomic growth was faster than in West Germany, at 4% versus 2%, respectively. A listing of economic growth rates in East Germany in its final decade is provided in the following Table 4 along with the comparative numbers for West Germany, Table 4 real economic growth in East and West Germany before the end, 1980 to 89, L.2.L.L.L.2B12M.L2B.1.2.L2B.1.2.128.1.2 East 4.4% 4.8% 2.6% 4.6% 5.5% 5.2% 4.3% 3.3% 2.8% 2. 1% WEST1. 8% 0% -1% 1. 9% 3.3% 2.00/02.5% 1. 5% 3.7% 4% Source, Statistisches Amt, 1990, and Statistisches Bundesamt, 1992. These aggregated results occurred despite higher social spending and lower investment spending in East Germany than existed in Eastern capitalist countries, Schwarzer, 1999. Despite the advantages that West Germany had in superior access to the capital, trade, and technology of the richer Eastern countries, and despite the substantially higher military expenditures that East Germany felt obliged to make, 6 to 8% of national income versus only 3% in West Germany, to defend itself, Merkel. And WAHL, 1991.9 Thus, aggregated statistical evidence indicates that the East German system was more efficient in spurring economic growth. 1.0. Causes of collapse in the East. Like the Berlin Wall, the cause of the collapse of East Germany can be traced to the income disparities in the two countries, Diekmann, 1991. As explained in the previous subsection, the income disparities resulted, OM. The contrasting post-war treatment by the occupying victors, i.e., ESPTE after economic growth, East Germany never caught up. Even and real income disparities existed for skilled positions, and heavy CNO. Filmsens were provided by the much larger and wealthier West Germany to East Germans for migrating to the West, like above-average income, pre-FER housing, and enormous guaranteed loans. This economic situation not only induced massive migrations to the West and Arab Sabata b. 1. Get the East German economy, Murphy, 1990, UTTTA and bled West Germany to market capitalism as the religion of Prostai, just as it continues to do, Christ, 1991. With the use of heavy East German propaganda that portrayed the communist system as INFE. 174. Enough East Germans were convinced to vote in March 1, 1990 for an end to their system. The ruling conservative parties in West Germany also used a combination of promises and threats to ensure electoral success. For instance, 10% annual real economic growth in the first 2 years after unification was recast if the Conservatives won, Berliner Allgemeine, 1990b. In addition, because the permission of the conservative ruling parties in the West German parliament was needed for any unification agreement or aid, Wall Street Journal, 1990, they had a great deal of leverage to offer rewards, like one exchange rate, for a vote favorable to capitalism and free trade, Nelson and Dubois, 1990. 1.1. A final factor influencing the March 1, 1990 election results was a very destructive West German currency strategy. In return for limited economic aid, the West German government persuaded the East German government to change the official exchange rate FROM 1 to 3 East German marks for 1 West German mark in January 1, 1990 and to eliminate strict import and export controls. This action effectively reduced East German wealth and income by February 3, Murphy, 1992a, and totally demoralized the East German population, as Code, 1990, illustrates. Then, in the week before the March election, the ruling West German party promised a return to the 1 exchange rate, if it was elected, Fischer, 1992. Too many left-wing East Germans indicated that they voted for the right-wing political parties merely so that the money would come, Der Tagesspiegel, 1990d. The importance of expensive marketing in defeating communism should not be underestimated. Through effective advertising, distribution, sales manipulation, and economic clout, von Donanyi, 1991. And through gross exaggeration of inequality problems for communist products, Zeitmagazin, 1992, a superior Western image was created, Fox, 1991. As a result, despite the fact that East German products were frequently demonstrated to be superior in unbiased scientific analysis, like taste tests without brand names, more expensive West German products were preferred, Labs, 1991. Also contributing to the rapid increase in West Germany's market share of the East German market shortly after it was opened up in 1990 was the normal practice of capitalist penetration pricing, McCarthy, 1975, whereby West German exports to East Germany were priced low enough to bankrupt their 4175. East German competition, Der Spiegel, 1993a. Once the East German Finns, which, in addition to suffering image problems, also had inadequate liquidity, experience, and preparation for the capitalist competition, were bankrupted, prices were raised to West German levels, in order to maximize West German corporate revenues and profits. Some evidence of this phenomenon can be found in the fact that prices rose less rapidly in Eastern Germany than in Western Germany in 1990, whereas inflation in Eastern Germany was over 13% in 1991 compared to just 4% in Western Germany after the widespread bankruptcy of East German firms, which was reflected in the 40% decline in economic output in Eastern Germany in 1990 and 1991, Statistisches Bundesamt, 1992. Evidence on the economic inefficiency of capitalism in the East. Despite their current popularity, past capitalist reforms in poorer countries have never produced any evidence of a material increase in efficiency, Sieb and Murray, 1991, neither for Eastern Europe, Guy and Casey, 1989, nor for other areas of the world like Latin Amer Ica Prebis. 1982. The indications from the most recent capitalist reforms in Eastern Europe have demonstrated even more negative indications. In particular, as previously documented, GOP fell by over 40% over the interval 1990 to 95 in the former communist countries of Eastern Europe and the USSR. In turn, Germany, the capitalist reforms also led to a catastrophe despite hundreds of billions of marks in aid from Western Germany. FORMST's output was estimated to have fallen by about 10% turn GER many in 1990, Kemp, 199 LA, and substantially more in 1, Epel and Roth, 1991, although transfer payments, like unemployment checks, from the Western German government amounting to 0010 of the output of Eastern Germany, Kemp, 1991b, increased their income substantially above the level under communism, and thereby kept content enough not to rebel. Production fell by more than 60% 10 the 1990 to 91 interval, Kemp 1991b, GNP fell by over 40% OVTH. AR at short time period, Osmond. 1992, and unemployment turn Germany reached 40% if the mass of part-time workers were TED as unemployed. In addition, despite sizable unemployment CKS and higher wages FO. Are those able to find work, early surveys Indi. 172. Capita would have FAR exceeded that in West Germany by 1989, almost double. In that situation of earnest in reparations payments, WESTGER many might have been motivated to build a wall to keep its own work ERSFROM emigrating to the higher incomes of East Germany, especially given the higher quality of life in East Germany with respect to non-financial factors, as documented in Chapter 2. However, East Germany was never compensated for its huge reparations-related losses, and so it constructed the Berlin Wall in 1961 to stem its already considerable economic losses. As a result, the resettlement stopped after 1961, and the different economic systems in the two Germanies were allowed to function semi-isolated from each other. In this separated environment between 1961 and 1989, real East German net national product per capita increased by an average 4.5%, whereas real West German net national product per capita increased by only 2.7% per year. For this comparison, the national income accounts reported in constant prices were used, 5 so that the nominal growth figures were effectively deflated by inflation, averaging 0.5% and 4.00 for East and West Germany, respectively, 0.6 backcasting the 1989 st_mated value of the East German mark, at 115 West German marks 10/1989, by the relative aggregate economic inflation rates reported for the two countries, the 0.5% and 4%, respectively, indicates that the East German mark had aggregate purchasing power equal to 0.44 West German marks in 1961. 7. These results imply per capita East German income was about 2/5 that of West Germany in 1961 compared to almost 2/3 in 1989. The latter two ratios are identical to those reported by the Western researchers Merkel and Wall, 1991, and Gregory and Stewart, 1995, respectively, for the two different time periods. 8 Analysis of variance, ANOVA, tests revealed that the higher economic growth rates for East Germany between 1961 and 1989 were statistically significant from those of West Germany at the 0.00L_ level, with a t-statistic of 4.4. In addition, as previously hypothesized, income and consumption per capita in the planned East German economy had low, annual standard deviations, of 1% versus 2% for income, and 2.I versus 2.6% for consumption, with chi-squared statistics of 53.5 and 43.9, respectively, indicating the difference to be statistically significant at the 0.005 and 0.05 levels. Moreover, even in the 10 years before its collapse, East German ch. Chapter 4. Nomic growth was faster than in West Germany, at 4% versus 2%, respectively. A listing of economic growth rates in East Germany in its final decade is provided in the following table 4 along with the comparative numbers for West Germany, table 4 real economic growth in East and West Germany before the end, 1980-89, ilqj.ru, il. 12 mili.128 1281.1.212.8 East 4.4% 4.8% 2.6% 4.6% 5.5% 5.2% 4.3% 3.3% 2.8% 2.1% West 1.8% 0% -1% 1.9% 3.3% 2.00/0.5% 1.5% 3.7% 4.00/0 Source, Statistisches Amt, 1990, and Statistisches Bundesamt, 1992. These aggregated results occurred despite higher social spending and lower investment spending in East Germany than existed in Eastern capitalist countries, Schwarzer, 1999. Despite the advantages that West Germany had in superior access to the capital, trade, and technology of the richer Western countries, and despite the substantially higher military expenditures that East Germany felt obliged to make, 6 to 8% of national income versus only 3% in West Germany, to defend itself, Merkel. And WAHL, 1991. 9 Thus, aggregated statistical evidence indicates that the East German system was more efficient in spurring economic growth. 10. Causes of collapse in the East. Like the Berlin Wall, the cause of the collapse of East Germany can be traced to the income disparities in the two countries, Diekmann, 1991. As explained in the previous subsection, The income disparities resulted from the contrasting post-war treatment by the occupying victors, te, despite faster economic growth, East Germany never caught up. Even greater income disparities existed for skilled positions, and HVY economic incentives were provided by the much larger and wheelthater West. ENNE to East Germans for migrating to the West, like above Avera income, preferential housing, and enormous guaranteed loans. That's economic situation not only induced massive migrations to the West and the REB sabotaged the East German economy, Murphy, 9. 0b, but TT also enabled West Germany to market capitalism as the recton of prosperity, just as it continues to do, Christ, 1991. With the use of HAV West German propaganda that portrayed the communist system as MFE. 176. Kate only a third of the population in Eastern Germany felt better OFF economically than before, Jung WELT, 1991. 13 Even after Western GER many had poured over $1.00 billion annually into Eastern Germany from 1990 to 96, equal to about half East Germany's pre-1989 gross national product, the economy of Eastern Germany remains a disaster zone that requires similar continued high welfare payments from the West just to maintain a minimum standard of living, Rawetter, 1996. Despite the ending of the large special subsidies paid to Eastern GER mans for fleeing to Western Germany and despite the heavy economic aid now being given to Eastern Germany, the number of Germans fleeing from the eastern part to the western part continued to run over 10,000 per month into the early 1990s, which matches pre-1960 levels, and this figure did not include the nearly 1 million Eastern Germans who commuted to jobs in Western Germany daily in the early 1990s, W. Oken Post. 1992b. However, non-economic factors as well as the dismal economic conditions contributed to the dissatisfaction and desire to leave the eastern part of Germany. For instance, Gerritsen, 1991, compared the situation in eastern Germany in the early 1990s to the southern United States after the American Civil War. The area was flooded with opportunistic West German carpetbaggers, like consultant and financial swindlers, seeking shameless exploitation of the Eastern Germans, who had limited knowledge of the new order and who were persecuted for any part they may have played in the old system. 14 Non-financial considerations. The analysis in this chapter so far has focused totally on financial efficiency. However, a complete comparison of two systems and living standards should include not only monetary and consumption figures but also qualitative factors like political freedom, environment, and other factors not incorporated into economic output, Lip and Hees, 1983. For instance, the higher level of pollution in East Germany, Buck, 1996, should be accounted for. One possible methodology is to take into consideration the fact that West Germany typically spent about 1% more of national income on the environment than East Germany, Welfens, 1992, assume this 1% differential could be eliminated by reducing productive East German investment by that 1%, and then reduce real East German economic growth by the 1% times the typical 17% return on East German investment. The implication is that real East German growth may have been overstated by about 1% x 17, sad face, 17% per year, although it would remain almost 2% higher than in West Germany. The social disutility of consumption good shortages and black markets in East Germany should also be considered. Although some of this disutility could be avoided through the use of exquisite shops where high-quality goods in short supply were sold for high prices denominated in East German marks, der SP Egel, 1962, 1987, some negative utility may have remained as a result of deviations between price and value, FAWL, 1980. However, as explained in Chapter 2, these qualitative disadvantages of communism were probably more than offset by various odious capitalist factors such as general consumption uncertainty related to marketing manipulation. For instance, price bickering, price shopping and waiting for the next special or coupon may create the same, or even a higher, level of disutility as product shortages in East Germany. Although there was less time wasted on price negotiation in East Germany than in other countries like the USA for big-ticket items he car sales, Sedgwick. 1993, capitalist marketing still created significant annoyances to consumers. In particular, the negative utility of misleading marketing tactics that can create undesirable disinformation, uncertainty, and discrepancies between price and value in capitalism, FLOGH and Sterkwerde. 1999, is so great that many people expend a significant amount of effort and money to avoid it, Kaufman, 2000. Hoog some West Germans may enjoy price shopping and adver HSMG, it is also true that some East Germans enjoyed searching for, and finding, scarce items, playing the black markets, and innovating in case of shortages. Fr unel lot arli, the Fr edom from high rates of crime and drug usage, the Om from unemployment anxiety, and the freedom from live esus. MMG money anxieties through low stable prices for essentials, free. Be yield HCR, and a secure social security system, in East Germany should 1. Measured against the limited political freedom there, Berendt, 1987. January 1990, I conducted a limited survey of emigrants from East THOS Germany in an attempt to compute values for the sum of E⁴1/2 factors. However, harassment and threats from the West German secret police hindered efforts sufficiently to prevent procurement of a large enough sample to conduct statistical analysis. Only 5 surveys were completed before I was blatantly told that there would be no further cooperation, and that I was endangering myself and anyone involved in the survey. The limited sample collected did indicate emigrants would on average be willing to pay 3.13%, 6.15%, 6.82%, 1.89%, and 3.05%, cumulating to 1.04%, of their annual West German income to eliminate unemployment, drugs, crime, uncertain prices, and life-sustaining money anxieties, like for FOOD and shelter, in WESTGER many, respectively. 15 The emigrants were FOUND on average to have been willing to have paid 306% of their East German income in return for FREE elections in East Germany according to Western standards. Separately, the emigrants also were FOUND to have been willing to pay an average 3.63% of their East German income to eliminate the East German secret police. This number may be much higher than FOR most East Germans, most of whom were not harassed by the Stasi FOR wanting to leave the country, Heinke and Engelmann, 1995. In addition, a similar question on the West German secret police was unfortunately not included in the survey. My own neglect in this respect resulted from me still being partially under the incredibly strong influence of Western propaganda about the kindness of the West. From my personal experiences in East Germany prior to and during the revolution, FROM stories, FROM individuals, and FROM anti-communist books on the subject, such as B.Y. Gauck, 1991, and Furian, 1991, The East German secret police appears to be less heinous than the West German secret police, whose organization, leaders, agents, and laws were inherited from Hitler's fascist Germany, Schulz, 1982. Although both secret police forces tend to come into play only when one bases the wrong political opinion, the West German secret police probably operates more negatively, as explained in Chapter 3. For instance, the West German secret police may be much more active in opening mail without justification, Berliner ALLGE Main, 1998, than their EAST German counterparts ever were, Diedrich, Ellert, and Wensk, 1998. In addition, the total extent of their other illegal activities like engaging in arms smuggling activities, W. Okenpost, 1991, and harassing peaceful environmentalists and leftists in West Germany, including tailing, infiltrating organizations with spies, and spreading information to damage. CHAPTER 4179. The careers and personal lives of people with the wrong political opinion is unknown. Der Spiegel, L992b, L993b, but the number of victims of West German secret police harassment is definitely in the millions. Schultz, 1982. It is possible that domestic spying, harassment, and assassinations by the secret police in free countries like West Germany may exceed that of the former Eastern Bloc countries, just as it may in the USA itself. Coburn, 1993. A 1993 survey is consistent with the latter hypothesis, as it indicated that more East Germans felt suffer from encroachments by the state in their lives in 1988 under East German government rule than they did under United West German government rule in the 1990s, Nordhoff, 1995. Moreover, the socially undesirable predominance in pure capitalism of naked self-interest and monetarization of personal worth, family, human relationships, and life itself should also be factored into the analysis. Marx and Engels, L988a. Besides contributing to huge black markets for sex, Falk, 1998, narcotics, Dietz, 1983, weapons, Schmidt-Einbohm, 1995, and tax evasion, McGee. 1999, in West Germany, these factors also contribute to a much higher level of social dissatisfaction, sexual misuse of children and women, and violence in capitalist countries, Norddeutsche Just Nachrichten. 1992. Although some of these capitalist variables might have positive utility to some people, SCHS to perverts and criminals, and although monetary considerations also existed to a lesser degree in East German life, the relative desirability of such variables might significantly affect conclusions on relative quality of life and living standards. In addition, a non-financial analysis of relative living standards should also incorporate an evaluation of the FACT that the communist East German system created a Nauer Elham cultural life about which Olshausen, 1996, states, those who have one do miss it. The superiority of the communist system with respect to non-financial considerations is further verified in a 1999 survey of East Germans which indicated that, despite a significantly higher standard of living after the merger with the richer West Germany, and despite greater travel freedom, over 40% of East Germans were happier under the old Korn Onels system, CNN. 1999a. The superiority of communism on non-financial issues would have reinforced its FINA and CTA Supen and TT Germany had not had such adverse post-war treatment. Outlook FOR reform. An alternative to the capitalist solution FOR Eastern Europe might be a politically reformed socialist system. Political reforms relating to press and election freedoms actually might further enhance the efficiency of a centralized system. Such reforms might stimulate the flow of innovative ideas and reduce the possibility of an inept and/or corrupt central planning commission from becoming entrenched and/or working for personal gain as opposed to societal goals. Gubby and Casey, 1989.1. 6. Such political reforms would, however, also necessitate some economic reforms. For instance, the opening of the borders in East Germany in 1989 created a very real danger that the country would be cheaply sold to West Germany through the migration of well-trained and well-educated East Germans to the higher-paying jobs in the West and through the sale of subsidized East German goods and wealth via a ridiculously cheap exchange rate. As a result, a wage and price reform of the East German system was unavoidable. The lifting of some restrictions on wage differentials might have also enhanced incentive systems, and a more flexible pricing system might have also created the groundwork for a more efficient flow of goods and services. The possibility of expanded trade, capital, aid, and technology from the West because of such reforms might have provided a further impetus to growth. Der Tagesspiegel, 1990a. However, the FACT that reforms cause uncertainty and thereby inhibit the inflow of beneficial foreign capital should also have been considered. Reuter, 1989. An effective framework for reform that would have preserved stability, and the advantages of communism, has been described by Murphy, 1992a, and details for the German case are provided in the next chapter. Although the West German government originally recast economic prosperity for all, including equal wages and very low unemployment, a result of winning the vote for the annexation of East Germany. On 1ts own tens in 1990, Ostsitzung. 1990a, the Ökonomieverkehrsnof Germany in 1990 actually led to a large drop in Ekonomik by over 400/0 in the eastern part of the country, Kemp, 1991b. In addition, despite wealth transfers from the western part of Germany that have accumulated to almost 1 trillion marks, over $500 billion, the problems continue, with nearly half of Eastern German income still representing transfer payments from Western Germany in 1996, Rohededer, 1996. While real output per capita in East Germany BEF or Unification was 2/3 of that for West Germany, Gregory and Stewart. 1999. And may even have been over 80% of West German output per capita according to some estimates, Summers and Heston. 1988, output per capita in the eastern part of Germany is now only about 1/2 THA of WT Germany, and many believe that such large differences WTLTRSLST into the low ng term future and may even be magnified significantly if the transfer payments are reduced, der SP Egel. 1997b. WHITE many now claim that there was no way to avoid the enormous economic difficulties of unification, Ritzkel. 1996, there was MFA-CTA. 182. Realistic economic plan available at the time that could not only have avoided the catastrophe, Murphy, 1990a, but that could have actually led to the prosperity which many, including the West German leader Helmut Kohl, were recasting in 1990, Ritzkel, 1996. As the designer of the idea, I gave copies of the plan to various media and government officials in December 1, 1989, although the plan was not published until 1990, Murphy, 1990a, and did not appear in an academic journal until 1992, Murphy, 1992a. The plan essentially focused on a transition from a state-controlled protected economy to a competitive market-oriented economy and from an inconvertible currency, the East German mark symbolized by M, to a convertible one, the West German mark symbolized by OM. As stated by Gij, 1989, and many others, both previously and subsequently, alternative plans to integrate a protected economy into the world market have generally been counterproductive. This chapter simulates the economic events that would have transpired if the Murphy Plan had indeed been used. The results of the investigation are important for demonstrating how useful the plan can be to ease a country's transition to economic competitiveness and how unnecessary economic catastrophes like the one that occurred in Eastern Germany in the 1990s really are. The plan for transition to economic competitiveness. According to the plan, the subsidized prices of East German goods could be kept in a market economy by giving each resident a limited amount of a special currency every month, perhaps called the Karl Mark and symbolized by KM, that would effectively allow them to pay for things like rent, FOOD, monthly mass transportation tickets, some cultural events, such as theater, sports and vacation trips, childcare, and children's clothing at very low prices. Sellers of necessities produced in East Germany would be able to price their goods in M at higher market clearing prices, but they would be required to accept KMFOR up to 90% of the price from East Germans who purchased such goods produced in East Germany, and the selling state businesses would then be able to exchange their KM so received for an equal amount of MFROM the East German Central Bank. This system is similar to giving all residents coupons or FOOD stamps, except that these coupons could 5183 be used to pay FOR any necessities. The KM could also be made more like FOOD stamps by allowing 100% of the price to be paid in KM. In addition, the plan called FOR the state to agree to exchange MFORDM at a set exchange rate like the 1:1 ratio estimated to be appropriate given the relative purchasing power of the two currencies, COL Lire, 1985.2. However, a shortage of capital in East Germany, stemming from the enormous reparations payments it had to make, as previously explained in chapters 2 to 4, made its industry too uncompetitive relative to other countries like West Germany to earn enough DM to be able to afford an unlimited amount of exchanges at that rate. As a result, the plan mandated restricting the exchanges only to cases where an individual or business agreed to invest a fixed number of M into savings accounts in state banks, such as M5 saved per ml exchanged into DM. Withdrawals from the savings accounts might be restricted FORA fixed number of years, which was set as 5L0 years in the original plan, although the number of years could be varied between 2 and 10 years, depending on the amount of foreign capital and financial assistance that could be obtained. Given limited wealth and income in East Germany, the amount that could be exchanged would be severely restricted by such a rule. The money FROM the special long-term savings accounts could then used by East Germany to invest into modem capital, either through Trek Gov earnment investment or indirectly through the Government team vesting into private businesses just as Japan has successfully done. 10. The past, BLEJER and Chisti. 1986. Such investment would allow German industry to become more competitive. The rate of return PAT on the savings accounts could be contracted at 3%, which was 0.25% less than the rate available on East German checking accounts, and which would represent very cheap financing or the capital. The ratio of exchanged M to mandatory saved M could be reduced in subsequent years depending on the success of the plan in promoting domestic product IVTTY and production. This currency exchange system would encourage the purchase of East German goods, since necessities produced in East Germany old BCE ply priced in KM. In addition, excessive spending on imported DS would require prohibitively high levels of savings that would give East Germans an incentive to buy East German as opposed to 184 West German goods, which were more prestigious and better marketed but not necessarily better, as documented by Von Donanyi, 1991, Fox, 1991, Zeit Magazine, 1992, and others. The restricted demand FOR impo-ed goods would require foreign firms to produce in East GER many if they wanted to generate significant profits from that potentially lucrative market. The plan would thereby prevent the large decline in East German output and employment that resulted from the actual economic unification. Moreover, the FR easing of prices FOR necessities using KM old reduce inflationary pressures, while still permitting market clearances FOR foreigners and excess domestic demand so that there old be less waste. The overall system would also promote confidence in the East German economy and thereby enhance morale, which was important not only FOR productivity but also to motivate workers to stay in East Germany, as opposed to emigrate to West Germany, where they were freely welcome as citizens. In addition, the Murphy Plan also called FOR putting East Germany's state businesses into a mutual fund owned by all citizens of the country. The citizens could vote FOR management of the mutual fund but shares MTH mutual fund could be sold only after 210 years, and perhaps only incrementally and/or with a sales FEE, in order to prevent a CHIAP sellout of the nation's wealth. Murphy, 1992a. The book value of East German capital was over M100,000 per capita, Statistisches Amt. 990, and so the market value of each share would clearly be non-trivial a healthy local economy, and might be FAR in excess of book value, especially if the shares paid an annual growing dividend. The possibility of accessing cash in the future from such shares might provide FURTER encouragement for East Germans to stay in their country, since leaving would result in forfeiture of shares. Once domestic and foreign investment had generated sufficient economic growth and competitiveness, unrestricted sale of securities and currencies could be allowed to occur, at future market prices that would obviously give East Germans communal motivation to work productively. The East German people could then vote independently on whether they wanted to preserve some or all the advantages of their socialist society without economic pressure/blackmail. 5185. The economic model for examining the 1989 East German situation. To evaluate what would have happened if the Murphy Plan had indeed been used, a basic economic model is employed by applying well-accepted theory, Burns and Stone, 1995, to the situation in East Germany at the end of 1989. In particular, national income is set equal to gross East German disposable income, that equaled ML68 billion in 1989, plus government revenue from taxes and profits to East German government-owned firms, that equaled ML07 billion in 1989, which summed to M275 billion in 1989. National income, plus any change in credit issued to East German entities or any net withdrawal from East German savings, which consisted of M160 in money market checking accounts in 1989, is spent as consumption, or both domestically produced goods and for net imports, and investment. Government spending is incorporated in the FORM of consumption or investment here. National income in the FOLLOing period equals consumption plus net sports, i.e., exports minus imports, plus investment plus the return on investment. The general FRM work of this simple economic model and its parameters/functions are described in this section, while the exact mathematics will be delineated in the relevant subsequent empirical sections FOREs of understanding the discussion as it goes. Inflation equals last year's price increase plus any growth in national income that is not earned by return on investment or by an increase in number of workers employed. Because East German firms are run by the state, there can also be a trade-off between profits to East German firms and inflation. Since there was actually deflation of 1% in East GY in 1989, as computed from the FACT, that real and nominal eco NLC growth are 2% and 1.0%, respectively, in 199, and since state can simply avoid further deflation by not having its owned pennies lower prices, inflation at the beginning of the simulation, at end of 1989, can be assumed to be 0%. WAGES are determined by the number of workers and the annual wage per worker. The annual wage per worker can be increased with economic growth. In addition, wage increases above the economic growth can be offered in order to keep labor in East Germany and possibly motivate workers to greater productivity improvements, albeit at 186. The cost of lower investment. On the other hand, lower wage increases might not only increase the chance of labor strife and strikes but would also motivate more workers to leave East Germany. Because there was no net population growth in East Germany, where the birth rate approximated the death rate, the number of workers are a function of the ability of the East German economy to keep its current labor force. The number of workers are therefore affected by real income levels in East Germany relative to West Germany, as well as by future expected income and wealth, which in turn are affected by any subsidization of East German consumption goods. Consumption is a function of East German wages, the historic savings rate from East German wages, and the real interest rate, i.e., the yield above inflation rates, paid on savings. However, consumption is also a function of the amount of goods imported from West Germany, with higher imports forcing increased savings under the Murphy 1990a, Plan. Imports are a function of relative prices in East and West GER many, given any subsidization of East German products, at the given exchange rate. Investment in East Germany equals savings FROM wages plus profits to East German firms plus net foreign investment. Non-foreign investment can be made into low-technology capital using East German production or high-tech capital imported from Western industrialized countries. The amount of foreign capital coming into East Germany is set as a function of the profit that can be earned there relative to what can be earned by exporting to East Germany. Example: if exports to East GER many are restricted by government policy, there will be increased capital investment into East Germany. The amount of high-tech capital that East German firms can import equals the GER of zero or exports plus foreign loans and transfer payments minus consumption imports. Exchange rates are determined by the supply and demand foreign currency. The supply of foreign currency is initially given as the amount of East German exports, but this amount can be increased with higher capital investments, loans, and transfer payments from other countries such as West Germany. The demand foreign currency is set at the point where it is cheaper or more desirable to purchase foreign goods the margin, but relative cheapness must also incorporate government restrictions on foreign currency purchases, which can actually be used 5187. To fix the exchange rate and restrict imports as in the proposed plan. Parameters and functions for the model can be estimated using actual historical information, with much of the raw empirical data on East German national accounts being obtainable from various years of the annual Das Statistische Jahrbuch der Deutschen Demokratischen Republik. Use of parameter estimates based on the actual economic events that did occur should ensure that the simulation results are consistent with reality and should avoid the problems associated with other simulations of Eastern European economies that employed unrealistic assumptions about parameter values and that were therefore far too optimistic in predicting capitalist reform would result in high positive growth in post-revolutionary Eastern Europe. Cohen, 1991. For purposes of estimating profits to East Germany, the historic average return of 18% earned by East Germany is assumed on old capital investments, while the average return of 21% earned by West Germany is used on new capital imported by East German firms from Eastern industrialized countries. Naumann and Trumpler, 1990. These rates of return figures are probably fairly reliable, given similar numbers reported over different time intervals by Mueller, 1978, and Mueller, Murphy, and Sabov, 1993, and given a similar estimate for East GER many derived FROM dividing that country's real economic growth by its average GROSS investment, as explained in Chapter 4. Although foreign capital investment into East Germany is assumed to earn the rate of LE1D West Germany, 1%, the return will be split among the foreign investors and East Germany according to rules that must be relatively attractive to the foreign investors. Net exports equal exports minus imports of both consumption goods and capital. East German exports can continue to be encouraged through ONUNT subsidization of export industries, Cush ETAL, 1991. CH on average needed M4.4 to generate DM1 of exports in 1989 dre MA words KFI. 1990. This expenditure of M4.4 to earn DM1 can be reduced through capital investments in export industries that equal normal 1/8% rates of return on East German investments. So MEOF the other parameter values or ranges can be estimated from results of the actual unification plan that was used. The implemented HECO-NO-MIC policy immediately replaced the M with the DM and EXC and BO EXTSTMGM at a 1:1 exchange rate, although amounts of EE 188THETRIUMPH M6000, M4000, and M2000 per person had TOB exchanged ATM to DM for East Germans aged over 60 years old, 15-59, and under 15, respectively. While domestic wages and investment followed normal patterns of increase, relative to aggregate income, After unification, there was a drastic change in net exports, which turned into a huge negative as East Germans used over half their OM to import previously forbidden goods from the Western industrialized countries, mostly from West Germany. For instance, in 1991, the first full year after unification, imports from Western Germany amounted to DM 207 billion, which was only minorly offset by OM 38 billion in Eastern German exports to Western Germany, Osmond, 1992. Thus, it can be assumed that East Germans will spend over half of their money on imports if their currency is made convertible. The result of the use-oft actual disastrous unification plan was over a 40% drop in national income in the annexed provinces of Eastern Germany in 1990-91 as there was little demand for East German goods, and employment fell over 50%. Although output in Eastern Germany did eventually increase from this low level in subsequent years, as West capital finally spurred some production, the country has still not fully recovered from the economic shock of 1990 that the head of the West German Central Bank indicated was entirely predictable given the catastrophic plan that was employed, Osmond, 1992. A decade later, Eastern Germany's output still remains below that of 1989, despite the FACT that the United German Federal Government provided OM 191 billion in infrastructure investments, including OM 146 billion for roads and railways, and OM 45 billion for the telephone system, to Eastern Germany over the first 6 years after unification, and despite the FACT that it provided OM billion in investment assistance which attracted DM 500 billion in private investment into Eastern Germany, in addition to DM 200 billion invested there without state assistance, der SP Egel 1997b.5 as a result of the economic collapse in East Germany, another DM 899 billion from the unified German government was spent, net of taxes collected from Eastern Germany, as social transfer payments to the unemployed, early retirees, and similar distressed people in Eastern Germany, Frank Fu Reuter Allgemein, 1998a.6 because of these historical FACTs. It is assumed that private foreign investment equals DM 700 billion in the first 6 years, just as it actually 5189 was, as long as there are incentives to invest. As found empirically by Wheeler and Modi, 1992, direct government incentives provided to encourage investment provide much less motivation to private investors than a growing market that can only be accessed by investing there. Thus, the plan's indirect incentives to foreign investment, by restricting access to the market except for those producing in East Germany, are likely to draw at least as much foreign private capital as the German government subsidies were able to solicit in the actual depression scenario that unfolded with the disastrous unification policies. In order to illustrate that the plan is not dependent on foreign government assistance of any type, no foreign government infrastructure investments, foreign aid, or additional foreign loans are assumed initially. Except for the initial shock year when restrictions on imports of Westm consumption goods are removed, and income spent, and/or saved, for imports is assumed to rise to over 50% of national income. International trade will have stable relationships to the prior year. In addition, it 18 assumed that, barring external influences or specific policy variables, EAS, German consumption, wages, profits, and investment all rise with national income growth, and that all other domestic parameters values will be the same as in 1989. The results based on these assumptions are reported in the next SEC. The EFFX of alternative possibilities, and other parameter values and functions, are explored, and analyzed, in the subsequent section. The model's forecasted results. As mentioned in the prior section, the empirical finding from the actual unification plan implies that East Germans prefer to spend at least half their money on Western goods and services at a 1:1 exchange rate. With East Jenin national income at M275 billion in 1989, it can be estimated thal dm 138 billion is spent on imports in 1990. However, USTNG the Murphy plan the need to save ms FO R every ml that ts exchan ed LFGM to DMI to purchase imported goods would result MA tota O only M138 billion / 1 plus 5 equals M23 billion available to M23 M115. B li actua UY exchange MTOD MWTTH the other M138, 1 on HA. VMG to be put into the special savings accounts. SLLLCE. TTTOKM 4.4 to earn AOM of exports in 1989, East Jenin. 190THETRIUMPHOFFIL would have to spend DM23, M4.4/DM, equals MI01 billion to generate such exports. Of that amount, M23 billion was expended by the importers themselves at the 1:1 exchange rate, leaving M10I, M23 equals M78 billion of the exports to be subsidized, so that M115 M78 equals M37 billion oft M115 billion in savings would be available for investment. Given East Germany's average 18% rate of return on invested capital, it would take about 9 years to earn the necessary amount to pay back the savings accounts in full, with M37, J. I8, 9, M115, 103, 9 equals ML4 billion being left over for additional wage or profit increases at that time. GOSS investment in East Germany normally averaged about 27% of national income, or M74 billion, in 1989. If this amount were funneled in the future entirely into export-oriented industries, the savings on exported goods would be M74, 18, equals MI3 billion. Assuming that IMPOS and this type of investment both grew with the economy after 199. T would take about 6 years to permit a termination of the export substance. These savings could be passed on to those who imported West German goods in the FORM of lower required amounts that had to be put into _M savings accounts after the FIRST year, so that there might be no SAVMS requirements FOR money exchanged after 6 years. In the meantime, given the foregoing investment policies of concentrating and making the export industries competitive enough to enable an unrestricted 1:1 exchange rate in 6 years, East German national income Avitla IEFR equal distribution to workers would only grow to the extent of a reinvestment. In addition, the change in wages would actually be somewhat less in the first year because the difference between the assumed 27% gross investment figure and the actual 22% net investment undertaken by East Germany in 1989, net of depreciation or the replacement of depreciated fixed assets, would reduce real wages by 0.05 x M275 equals M14 billion that year, 1990. This reduction would be at least partially implemented by the increase in prices for all purchases beyond those paid for with KM, with such EFFX only being FELT by FO etners and excess consumers of essentials, so that most domestic residents would not be materially affected. However, if additional amounts are needed, a special tax, such as an additional payroll or consumption tax, or SM special social security withholding designed to enable GRIA pension gum at retirement, could also be levied to transfer a portion of national income from consumption to investment, perhaps 5191. Explained to the public as a tax to pay for the prior year's deflation as well as to enable the investment needed for international competitiveness and future rapid growth in wage and pension incomes. While a reduction in real wages in the first year of the plan is not required for its success, it could help enable movement to an unrestricted 1:1 exchange rate in a faster time period, 6 years. This possibility might offset the disutility of the real wage decline sufficiently to inhibit emigrations. Alternatively, Any such amount taken out of wages could be set up as a FORM of FORCED savings that could go into private investment or into a public mutual fund. Regardless, emigrations would still be inhibited by the FACT that emigrants would automatically forfeit their right to sell, or receive dividends from, their mutual fund shares in existing East German industry. Although wages could only grow to the extent of foreign investment in the first 6 years, it is likely this growth would actually be very high, including in the first year. In particular, if the assumed 1% return on foreign capital were taxed at a 50% tax rate, competitive with the 56% corporate tax rate in West Germany, half of this amount would accrue to East Germany in the FORM of higher taxes, which could be passed on to East German workers in general in the form of higher wages and salaries. 7. It seems reasonable to assume that at least DM 700 billion in private capital would be invested in the first 6 years, as happened in actual fact under much more adverse economic circumstances relative to those that would exist under the Murphy Plan. There are far greater incentives to invest just to access the and East German market. This amount of about DM 117 billion per year would permit an annual increase in distributable national income of DM 117 x.21 x.50 equals DM 12 billion, which represents an annual 121275 equals 4% growth in income at a 1:1 exchange rate. Given that such M_vestments would create products that could either be exported or substitute for imported Western goods, they would permit East Germany to VEVEN more on export subsidies, as much as DM 12 M4.4/DM equals M53 LHN, which represents 190/0 of national income. Such savings would allow OUTFOR domestic consumption and real national income to and grow at high double-digit rates, as that M53 billion not expended are sport subsidies could be consumed domestica LLY, although consump BF grow at a lower rate, at about 13%. The first year cause 0 the assumed increase in the net domestic investment rate. 192. The extremely high economic growth would slow as the number of required to generate a DM of exports FELL. In particular, after the most modem and valuable Western capital was imported, that had a value equal to at least 4.4 times that of domestic East German capital, the marginal value of the Western capital, relative to East German capital, would decline. Given that there were an annual M78 billion in export subsidies needed without foreign investment, the annual M53 billion in savings related to exports created by foreign investment replacing domestic exports would disappear in about 1.5 years. At that point, every DM1 of Western capital would have the same value as M1 of East German domestic capital, and the multiplicative effect would dissipate, although the slight 1% 18% equals 3% difference in rate of return might persist. In any event, modem Western capital could have easily been used to replace the expensive East German investment required to make East Germany's export industry competitive at a far lower cost, thereby allowing the country's normal domestic investment to alone keep the East German economy growing at its past average rate of 2% higher than in West Germany, plus possibly an extra 1% more because of the higher domestic investment rate assumed, 27% versus 22%. At the same time, the enormous Western investment, whether invested for export-related production or for domestic consumption, would increase this growth rate by at least 4%, as previously explained. The resulting real East German economic growth rate would be a minimum of 2% plus 4% plus 1% equals 7% higher than existed in West Germany. Given that East German per capita national income was already 2/3 that of West Germany's in 1989, even the lower 7% higher real economic growth rate would allow East German income per capita to catch up to the level in West Germany in about 6 years. However, this computation does not consider the very powerful effect of the potential savings in export subsidies, from the DM 117 billion in Foreign Capital, possibly producing export goods or import substituting goods that would replace imports. LF The East German economy grew 19% faster for 1.5 years, as is more likely given the aforementioned savings in export subsidies, and then 7% faster for the next 1.5 years, it would catch up in just 3 years. Since all these calculations are based on a potentile underestimate of the true amount of Western investment, OM 1175193 billion annually, it is possible that the East German economy would catch up faster than in 3 to 6 years. Under these circumstances, the high unemployment rate, the inequality in incomes, and the enormous West German transfer payments, that have averaged DM 150 per year through 1996 with no end in sight, never would have been necessary. In present value, the plan could have easily saved Germany over $1 trillion. Risks deviations from model EXPECFATIONS. The FOREGOing results assume specific values for various parameters. While the estimated parameter values are based on historical data, and are therefore probably consistent with reality, the implementation of NEW economic policy can change parameter values, and such deviations from assumed parameter estimates can cause different economic results. However, as the subsequent analysis shows, the initial assumptions employed are reasonable even within the context of a changed economic policy, and many possible deviations from assumptions may truly have a positive effect on the FOREGOing results reported. In addition, any negative effects can possibly be offset by other policy variables to keep the economic results at least as favorable as FOUND in the previous section. Risk of a different level of Western imports. Under the plan, the FOREGOing results were based on an assumption that the East GER will spend slightly over half their income on Eastern goods and ICEs under the plan. Although this assumption may be conservative, each OM1 of imports essentially mandated M6. In reduced Dipti Ulfon, mandatory savings accounts could certainly lead to errort spending decisions. If a greater amount were spent on Western imports, East Germany WTI, we'd have to transfer even more resources from production for domestic consumption Wunderland PT onto reduction for export. However, as shown here 1 EO obligatory ad one savings conditional on such Eastern RTS. G East Germany to subsidize production of Suffolk 1 and add 1 T10 NALFORW Eastern export to cover the cost of the higher imports. It is real more probable that the import of Western goods would be 194 lower than originally assumed. For instance, 39% of national income was directly controlled by the East German state through government and government-owned business SJ ending, F or public consumption and investment, and the portion of that income which was used to purchase DM could be simply directed to be below 50%, if desired. Only if it was more efficient in the aggregate sense to import for public consumption and investment purposes would this income be directed at all to imports. Moreover, it is very improbable that the East German people would spend more than 50% of their income on the purchase of DM. Instead, it is likely that the typical East German would only purchase the most wanted Western imports of luxury goods, or services such as tourism, that were either extremely expensive or unavailable in East Germany. In particular, if it were assumed that East Germans would spend about half their disposable income of ML67 billion on imports, that would leave about M83 billion for consumption, plus the M84/M6/DM equals DM14 billion in luxury goods/services that would be imported. With 16.4 million people in East Germany, that would come to scarcely M5,000, and less than DMLOOO, in spending per person, which represented about $3,000. Although the prices of essentials such as FOOD and rents were low enough in East Germany for retirees to live comfortably on the minimum annual pension of M4,800, it would be difficult for the average East German to live on much less, and so most would probably choose to spend more than half their disposable income on East German goods and services to maintain a reasonable standard of living. As a result, it is probable that East Germany would have had to transfer less resources into expensive production for export than originally assumed. Moreover, although East German consumption in total marks would still be less to the extent that there were some of the one exchanges that mandate increased savings, total consumption utility would undoubtedly increase. In particular, each East German would only voluntarily conduct the one exchanges if the satisfaction from purchased imports more than offset the lost utility resulting from HAVG to replace some current domestic consumption with future consumption, because of the mandatory savings required for each one exchange. CHAPTER 5195. Risk of different savings rates. One risk is that the M160 billion of savings accounts existing in East Germany in 1989 could be drawn down, such as for consumption or to invest into the new savings accounts to access more East German savings accounts consisted solely of their money market checking accounts that allowed unlimited withdrawals and paid 3.25% interest annually. There were no other checking or savings vehicles in East Germany. If all M160 billion in savings were used to purchase imports, East Germany would need M160/5 plus 1 equals DM27 billion in external funding. A portion of the needed amount could come from Eastern industrialized countries, especially West Germany and the European Community, seeking to support the political and economic reforms in East Germany and the opening of the Berlin Wall. Der Tag ESSP Egel, 1989 c. L990a. The rest could be financed by the sale of assets in East Germany, such as real estate, which would reduce the claim of East Germans on their own country's capital, thereby possibly having a collective impact on inhibiting excessive savings withdrawals. For instance, existing apartments could be sold to Western investors or countries who might be enticed by a stable revenue stream derived from low rents that were strongly supplemented by guarantees of continuing East German government subsidies. Alternatively, part of the amount could be paid for by the previously mentioned private capital inflows of OM 117 TL Lion a year, although this amount is uncertain, and any use of a portion zero such flows to pay for consumption imports would reduce the otherwise extremely high real growth rate that would arise from TT. It is actually unlikely that much of the M160 billion in savings would be drawn down, since everyone needs some liquidity. The ratio FE East German checking/savings accounts combined with M17 BTL Lion currency in circulation totaled only M177/M275 equals 64 yo of East German national income in 1989. This ratio is lower than the level of liquidity available even in Western industrialized countries that have a more developed financial system with far easier access to L&D8 security sales, which can substitute for some of needed cash BQLT. For instance, the ratio of checking and short-term savings accounts. National income was 65% in West Germany in 1989 according to data reported in the IMF's International Financial Statistics. 196 Triumph. The hypothesis that withdrawals from East German savings accounts would be limited is buttressed by the behavior of East German accounts in 1989-90. For instance, although the opening of the borders in November 1989 allowed unlimited East German purchases of West German goods for the first time in decades, albeit at high black market exchange rates, there was only a $2.5 billion increase in withdrawals from East German savings accounts in November 1, 1989 compared to November 1, 1988, and only a $1 billion increase in withdrawals compared to October 1, 1989, and the amount of currency in circulation actually fell billion from the prior month. In December 1, 1989, there was only a $0.8 billion increase in withdrawals compared to the prior December, and the amount held in savings accounts actually increased net of these withdrawals, as a result of a higher level of money deposited into savings. Even the complete replacement of the M with the DM in July 1, 990 resulted in East Germans withdrawing only DM 4.5 billion in the first week of the event, Ostsitzung, 1990b, and, overall, did not lead to an enormous spending spree or a sizable decline in savings balances in East Germany, Osmond, 1992. However, if there was perceived to be a need to bolster savings, perhaps because too much was withdrawn in the early months of the plan implementation, it would be possible to offer new and more attractive savings accounts. Murphy, 1992a, 0.81 Such account could be set up to pay 3.25% plus 0.5% times the number of years the account was to be FROZN, example 7.75% FOR a 9-year savings account. In addition, to attract speculative money, a special 10-year account could offer to pay 3.25% plus 75% of real national income growth. This additional interest cost would essentially transfer a portion of national income from profits and wages to savings account holders, who at the maturity of their savings accounts might consume the amount and lower future investment. Nonetheless, in the meantime, their balances and interest would be invested, and, even at maturity, they might be more likely to reinvest their money than to spend it, especially if they are richer individuals. Besides increasing the savings of East Germans, the existence of SUK new savings accounts that pay higher interest rates in M than exist on DM accounts in West Germany might attract a significant amount of money from West Germans, who might be willing to exchange the RDM FORM to get the higher interest rate if they perceived the like A5197 hood of an eventual 1 convertibility of the M to be fairly high. Since each DM so exchanged would save the M 4.4 that is nominally required FOR each DM in export revenue, at least initially until East Germany could earn DM at more competitive M costs, such deposits would be especially useful to East Germany's economy. As a result, even if such accounts were not needed to prevent a decline in East German savings, they could be offered to West Germans and other foreigners, who might be enticed not only by the speculative value but also by feeling a social obligation to invest in and help out a reformed East Germany. An alternative risk with respect to East German domestic savings accounts would be that too much money would be saved. However, such a scenario would permit greater investment and therefore foster economic growth and wage increases, although there might be some short-term costs associated with the transfer of resources from domestic consumption good industries to other industries. Risks of currency black markets. Some East Germans might prefer to exchange their M on the black markets FORDM with West Germans and other foreigners, as opposed to lock up so much money FOR so long. However, such exchanges would merely substitute for the East German government's requirement to pay FORDM1 of imports with M4.4 of East German production expenditures. If a black market exchange rate of less than M4.4/D exists, there would be a lower cost of financing DM imports in this fashion than with normal East German export production. In addition, if some of the M obtained by foreigners on the black market were instead held by foreigners as an investment or FOR future possible purchases, the amount so held would be like an interest-free loan that would allow Germany to invest the money as opposed to create goods FOR foreign consumption. Given that East Germans could legally purchase DM1 with M6, black market exchange rate could never be worse than M6/DM, and it would legally be far less than that amount since M5 of the M6 would be returned plus 3% annual interest in 9 years if legally exchanged. Then for an East German who could otherwise invest his/her net cash save GS for a 1. Trunant, HKEM usm the black markets in some real commercium vs an ice cream stand, at the same 1/8% rate as the East German govern. 1/9/8. Meant, which strictly controlled prices, wages, and therefore return on investment, the maximum black market exchange rate X would have to satisfy the constraint, 6X, L1892, 5, 1.03, or XM 4.5/dm. B1, if the exchange rate were in excess of M 4.5/dm, the cash savings of M6 MXFROM using the black market, invested at 18% FOR 9 years, would not grow to an amount in excess of what could be earned from the alternative strategy of exchanging at the official I exchange rate and putting the mandatory M5 in the 3% savings account. Thus, the black market exchange rate would be close to or less than the all-important cost of earning a OM in exports. This hypothesis is supported by Murphy's 1992b empirical finding that, even without the unrestricted opportunity to exchange money legally, the black market exchange rate was strongly affected by the cost of earning a OM export. In addition, while Murphy 1992b also found evidence that the black market value of the East German mark was negatively influenced by higher prices in West Germany, implying a high degree of inelasticity of demand for West German goods relative to price due to the existence in East Germany of a shortage of modem Western goods. Such an effect might be alleviated under the current plan that allowed greater imports of Eastern goods, as the same Murphy study found that the demand inelasticity problem had been alleviated in the past by enhanced political recognition for East Germany, which opened up the opportunity for greater importation of high-tech Western goods, and by increasing the amount of legal imports from West Germany in general. It is quite possible that the black market exchange rate in equation, B1, greatly overestimates the number of East German marks that would be needed to buy OM. In particular, a high tax rate was levied on profits in East Germany, whereas interest on savings accounts was not subject to tax, der Tagesspiegel /1989e, and so the return on a commercial investment would have to be put on a comparable after-tax basis. For instance, with a tax rate of 50% levied on profits in excess FM 25,000 in East Germany, Bureau de Minister rates, 1966, the maximum exchange rate from the adjusted FO inequality would be x6, 5, 1 plus 03, slash, 1 plus 18x.5, equals m3.0 slash dmi. B2, 5199. Even the m3.0 slash 0m exchange rate might overestimate the true black market rate that would exist. In particular, the tax rate on domestic company profits was as high as 90% on profits in excess of M250,000, which might be relevant to the richest East Germans who might be the ones most likely capable of investing their money commercially. 9 East Germans FA said with that marginal tax rate would optimally invest any money saved from using the black market into the traditional tax-free money market checking accounts earning 3.25%. Since the after-tax yield on commercial investments would be only 1/8%. 1 to 0.90 equals 1.8%, which is lower than 3.25%. As a result, the boundary exchange rate might be as low as x6, 5, 1 plus 0.03, 9 slash, 1 plus 0.0325, 9 equals ml. L slash dm. B3. Thus, black market exchanges might be very close to the 1 official exchange rate. In addition, because most East Germans did not have the opportunity, know-how, or desire to conduct lucrative investments on their own, and because black market exchanges would be illegal, creating risk of imprisonment and or fines, as well as possibly resulting in a negat4e criminal status and psychological worries, there might be very little black market activity at all. West Germans and other FORANERSMIGHT their FORE encounter some difficulty in finding East Germans fro whom they could buy M, and so they, being also subject to similar NSKS, might decide instead to exchange their money legally with an East German bank at 1 when making purchases inside East Germany. These extra OM so obtained would reduce the amount needed to subsidize East German imports and therefore increase the amount available for East German investment. Risk of different costs of earning DM export revenue. An in-depth time series study by Murphy. 19. 92b, indicated that the cost of EARN 0. RT. TNGAMM exports was unaffected by increases M Expo S or Teamfon S Phi URDBF or A Romnest Germany, as well as unaffected Y increases M. To be GN trad E in the aggregate. As a result, the constant M4.4 ASMD the extended to generate each additional OM1. 0 in export revenue MHIGTNAL model seems reasonable. However, it is possible that a very the 10 CJE in FOR trade, possibly mandated by excess demand at D1 exchange rate, might result in additional costs, such as increased distribution D1111 and resource reallocation expenses, at least TMHAYUC 200 EVLI. A situation would slow the ability of the East German government to phase out the mandatory savings associated with OM exchanges. For instance, if the amount needed to earn a OM of exports rose to M5, there would be required Expo 11 costs of OM23 M5/0 M equals MLL5 BIL Lion in the first year to pay FOR the originally assumed DM23 billion in imports. With the East German government receiving M6 FOREVE re OMI in imports, only ML38 MIL5 equals M23 billion could be invested in the first year to reduce the cost of FUTUR export revenue generation. If the higher cost to generate a OM of export revenue were not a one-time expense and instead continued, it would take 1-2 years of normal East German investment to enable the government to remove the plan's mandatory savings requirement associated with East German imports. On the other hand, it is also possible that the enhanced capacity to import goods from West Germany would raise productivity and actually decrease the amount needed by East Germany to earn a DMI of export revenue. In particular, East German firms would have greater flexibility to buy capital equipment from West Germany that co-LD modernize East German industry and greatly cut the costs of EMG export revenue. The probable elimination of the Western embargo on high-tech exports to East Germany, as a result of the opening of the wall and the reduction in political tensions, might be especially important here, Parrot, 1985. For instance, despite investing over MLOBTL Lion in prior years into microelectronics, East Germany had in 1989 a cost of producing 256K semiconductors of M534 compared to the OM's cost for such chips available on the free world market to West M countries, Hurdle, 1996. If East Germany's political and economy reforms were rewarded with the removal of the embargo on computer the chips, East Germany would be able to replace the M534 cost WTT cost of DM5X M4.4/DM equals M22 needed to generate the exports to pay for the import of such high technology goods and thereby save over 95% on the production costs of that important component of the modern economy, thus freeing up substantial sums of money, which could use to cover additional export costs associated with the plan, as we TRECTS to increase investment or wages. Apart from any post-V resulting FROM greater productive imports, the increased imports of UNF-Sumer goods FROM West Germany might also enhance the morale 0 East German workers and spur productivity improvements. Such PRO 5201 productivity increases would lower costs further. In addition, the opening up of the East German economy and political system would probably reduce many of the government trade barriers set up against East German goods and thereby further facilitate an expansion of exports at a lower cost, especially to the European Community, EC, which included the richest countries of Eastern Europe. In particular, although East German exports to all ECMEM bears except West Germany had previously said significant tariff barriers, and although West Germany itself had employed significant quota barriers that effectively prohibited East Germany from obtaining more than 5% of the market in any industry, Melzer and Stank, 1986, EC membership was offered to East Germany shortly after the opening of the Berlin WALL, der TA Gespräch / 1990. Such membership would greatly reduce tariffs and thereby facilitate East German export sales at a lower cost to a larger market and enable East Germany to concentrate its exports in areas where it had a competitive advantage, such as in heavy machinery, auto parts, porcelain, salt mining, and FOOD production where the cost of earning OML was less than M3.0, Müller, 1989. East Germany might also be able to realize further economy of scale cost reductions as a result of such increased production in specific industries, especially if it were able to expand exports of the various goods for which it already had production costs less than ML. For every DMI. Earned, Schwarzer. 1999. Also within this environment, Western distribution barriers and consumer biases against East German goods might evaporate, especially in West Germany where the government trade quotas might even be eliminated too. The resulting increased exports might lead to further economies of scale in both general distribution and manufacturing, especially as East Germany became more integrated with the entire world economy. Besides a reduced cost of earning export revenue, an increase in tourist traffic, which would likely result from a reduction in Cold War tension and FEAR as well as FROM a heightened curiosity and desire to assist, brought on by East Germany's reforms, might also facilitate the ng of hard currency revenue. For instance, without the plan, FORNERS spent billions of DM in East Germany in the first 2 months of 1990 alone. Although a lack of controls against black market exchanges are resulted in W of these OM being exchanged officially with the Gov. 202 THETREMPH. Kronment, der THSBGL, 1990I. In addition, without the plan, the cost of earning a DM equaled the exchange rate, which was 3. 1 FOROFFI Chale exchanges and 7. 1 FOR black market exchanges, der THSBG/ 1990D, times the unsubsidized price divided by the subsidized price, which often implied a high double-digit M cost for earning a single DM. Given the plan to raise prices to market clearing levels FOR for einers, and given the greater likelihood of official 1I exchanges and very low black market exchange rates, as explained earlier in the subsection Risks of Currency Black Markets, the cost of earning the BIL lions in DM sales to tourists would be greatly reduced. It is also very probable that far more in hard currency tourist revenue would be earned by East Germany since goods and services would no longer be effectively given away FOR almost FRE at the subsidized prices and exchange rates, i.e., at such low prices, demand would likely be extremely inelastic with respect to price. As a result, it seems probable that the plan overall would decrease the cost of earning hard currency revenues as opposed to increase it. 13. Risk of different amounts of Western investment. It is possible that if there were not political support from West GER many or another Western country, the amount of West-M investment might not even be as high as under the catastrophic economic scenario that actually developed. In that case, the great rise in output caused by such investment would not happen. However, if the Western capital that flowed into East Germany was only a third as much as the investment that indeed occurred, that should be enough to generate double-digit growth rates FOR years. In addition, even if East Germany had chosen a path politically independent of West Germany, its economic and political reforms would probably have been sufficient to attract a substantial amount of Western investment, as long as the economy were just reasonably healthy. The EC had indeed promised both political and economic support following the opening of the Berlin WALL in 1989, der THSBGL, 1990A, and the USA had expressed its readiness to make substantial investments, der TAGSBGL, 19901. It is therefore probable that, with strong international political support, with the strong incentives incorporated into the proposed economic plan for foreigners to produce in the country instead of just export to it, and with a healthy economy, East GER. CHAPTER 5203. Man Y would have attracted FAR more Western capital than it actually did. With the depression scenario and limited incentives for productive foreign investment that unfold without using the Murphy Plan. Just to provide an example of the importance of a healthy economy and incentives for local production, Communist China has attracted more direct foreign investment than any other country in the world, except the very rich USA, over the last FEW years, weight at 1999, despite having far less international political support than East Germany in late 1989 and despite having a closed communist economic system for most of the country. Greater foreign investment would only add to the incredibly high double-digit growth rates projected in the original model, just as it added to Communist China's very high real growth rate. The risk of economic depression in Eastern Europe. Perhaps the greatest risk to the plan came externally from Eastern EPE, with which East Germany conducted much of its trade, M60 billion in exports and M57 billion in imports in 1989. If this area of the world suffered the over 40% decline in real GNP over the early 1990s that indeed did happen, IMF 1996, there would likely be a commensurate decline in trade with this area. The actual 60% decline in East Genin exports to Eastern Europe that occurred in the early 1990s, Osmond 1992, would represent a M36 billion drop in demand for EAST German goods, representing over 10% of East German national income, that would require East Germany to replace this loss of pro-on and goods with other markets. However, the plan's 1:1 exchange rate with the DM would actually require a changeover to greater production to meet the demands of EATER trade with the Western Europeans. The decreased demand for THPONS to the Eastern European market would free up resources for just 18%, while the domestic East German demand for imported goods from Eastern Europe would be replaced by increased saving and IDG on imports from Western Europe. Although this shift in pro-BH would entail significant restructuring expenses, the costs might underscore because of the centralized control and planning that exist in the 4GPRN.NLUJ Socha First system. In addition would is also possible that a robust East German economy have helped prevent the huge economic catastrophe from occur. 204 The triumph of ring in Eastern Europe, both by providing greater demand than actually occurred for Eastern European products, from higher East Genin income, and by serving as an example to the other countries of East Europe on how a successful transformation of their economies can occur. For instance, it might have been possible to avoid the disastrous policy of changing Eastern European trade from a system of multilateral barter on December 3, 1990 to a system where all trade was paid for strictly in hard currencies like the SABOV, 1991. Besides thereby avoiding the resulting huge decrease in trade between Eastern European countries, the catastrophic policy of depreciating the Russian ruble enormously in 1991 to make it convertible, as will be discussed in Chapter 6, might also have been avoided. Hayes, 1991. Restructuring costs. The analysis so far has not explicitly considered any special frictions or restructuring costs, including retraining expenses, associated with shifting investments and resources from one sector to another. Instead, any such costs have been assumed to have been incorporated into the rate of return on investment, which are measured net of such costs. However, in the case of massive investments in some sector or industries, such as the export sector, restructuring costs might be higher than normal. Such additional costs would reduce the return on investment. East Germany would incur such costs for its own investments, while, for foreign investments, East Germany would have to decide whether to bear the costs in order not to discourage foreign capital or suffer a low WER level of foreign investment as a result of the lower level of profitability available to foreign investors. Because there was no unemployment in East Germany, and workers were in FACT guaranteed the right to a job for life, the costs of restructuring might be highest in terms of labor due to the lack of slack in that resource input. To attract workers into growing industries such as the export sector, it might be useful to have most of the wage increases concentrated in those industries, and especially for needed skilled workers to keep them from emigrating. In addition, a special payroll tax might be levied on all workers that could be used to further increase wages in critical industries with labor shortages and to pay for any need the additional training. This reallocation of wages might reduce the costs of restructuring borne by the entire economy. 5205. It should also be emphasized that incorporated into the historical 18% return on investment are the costs of restructuring normally incurred by East German investments in the past. These restructuring costs included those associated with about 2% of the population moving annually between the 15 different sectors or states of East Germany, Statistisches Amt, 1990. In addition, Eastern European socialist countries typically were involved in retraining over 5% of the workforce each year in normal times, Marcy, 1990. In any event, the costs of restructuring would only penalize the return on investment in the initial year and therefore would not materially affect long-term growth or long-term investment decisions. Even if the amount of such costs were as high as 30% of the first year's profit from each investment, that would only reduce national income growth by about 2%, which is fairly minor compared to the double-digit national income growth that would be expected to be caused by the massive investments. In addition, it is likely that East Germany's greater openness to trade might actually increase the return on investment more than enough to offset any restructuring cost problems. In particular, expanded international trade allows a country to specialize in producing the goods and services that it produces most effectively and thereby permits concentrated investment in the sectors where it can earn the highest returns, Eternan, Stonehill, and Moffat. 1998. For instance, the return on East German investment in the textile consumer good and electrical industries exceeded 40%, compared to under 100/0 in energy and construction. Müller, 1978. Concentrated investment can also enhance economies of scale and scope, thereby lower costs, and further enhance returns. The risk of inflation, emigration, and productivity problems as previously mentioned to inhibit foreigners from being able to purchase East German products at subsidized prices. The prices of all and OODs and services in East Germany would be allowed to rise to Markus ta CEANNG levels that cover costs. However, to avoid inflation, maintain consumer confidence in the economy, and thereby increase morale, as 0 to experiencing the productivity decline and emigration that actually occurred in early 1990 without the plan, avoid poverty, and 206 THETREMPHOF. Encourage the consumption of East German products by East Germans. Each East German citizen would be paid a fixed amount each month into special KM checking accounts. These checks could be written to cover 90% of the price of specified subsistence goods such as food, children's clothing, daycare, monthly mass transportation tickets, cultural events, and housing. The annual amount paid into each person's KM account would be set to equal the per capita amount of subsidies paid out by the East German government in 1989, which approximated the M70 billion/16.4 million people equals M4268 in per capita subsidies reported to be paid in 1988. The M70 billion in subsidies would UE to be financed by higher prices for non-essential goods and services that are essentially taxed more heavily by the government. Although the existence of the additional .km currency/account/pricing would create some administrative costs and bureaucratic difficulties, such problems would probably be far less than those imposed by commercial coupons, of which there are so many different types in capitalist societies, and likely even less than with buyers' clubs or cooperatives, which also give a select group of people special discounted prices, Verlag and Streikwarte, 1999. Because the KM coupons could only be used by East German citizens, the subsidies would not be available to foreigner tourists, whose cheap purchases of goods and services in East Germany in 1987 were effectively subsidized by an estimated M1. 3 Bil Lee, Schwarzer, 1999, and who were in the process of stealing many trillions more in the first 2 months of 1990 alone after the removal of effective border controls, der THSpeech / 1990I. Thus, the plan allows the M price of essentials to rise to market clearing levels while still permitting limited subsidized purchases for domestic residents to shield East German citizens from the effect of the one-time inflation. 14 By thereby maintaining such advantages of living in East Germany, i.e., a very low and stable cost of living, this policy should keep the morale of the East German workers high. As a result, there should be no decline in productivity, and the incentive to emigrate to higher-paying jobs in West Germany should be reduced. The vast majority of East Germans were very content with their socialist system, and, only once it became clear that the January 1, 1990 opening to West German exploitation would destroy the system economically, did the East Germans decide to vote with their FEET and ballots for West German capitalism. 5. 207. To provide an example of the important interaction of these F8ers, it can be observed that East German real economic output actually rose 2% in 1989 despite the emigration of 343,854 East Germans, over 2% of the population, during that time period as travel restrictions were eliminated, Verdi, 1996. The productivity of the remaining East Germans was so boosted by the positive morale effects of the opening of the Berlin Wall that the disruptive influence of the movement of so many East German workers was partially offset. In addition, by December 1989, as the initial flood of emigrations had subsided, daily East German emigrations had fallen drastically to a much more manageable level of 1,000 per day, which was significantly less than the rate just before the building of the Berlin Wall in 1961 and was similar to that experienced by East Germany in the 1950s, Hurdle. 1996, when annual real growth in national income averaged over 10%, Statistisches Amt, 1990. East German production first declined significantly in 1990 when travel restrictions and border checks of West Germans were eliminated, an official M3D-M1 exchange rate was established, and West Germans thereby not only received the same opportunities for bargain purchases with M as East Germans but effectively only had to pay one-third of their own DM. Within this environment, daily emigrations doubled, to an annual rate of over 500,000, in early 1990 despite continuing political reforms and promises of a unified economy, Murphy. 1990b. Without the proposed plan to maintain East German morale, it is quite likely that productivity would drop and some disrupt VFFX of AHNPWTHI level of emigrations would occur, possibly reducing GGROBJGBTLY as much as several percent. While such problems would only S1Y reduce the very high growth rates possible under the narrower aspects of TH. Red FORE plan, lower growth rates would increase the T1 MEREQUJ. East German incomes to reach West German levels, thereby prolonging the negative effects. On the other hand, by combining the advantages of East GEN communism with TH, right to a 1 exchange rate and all the positive aspects of a very rapid economic growth rate, which includes good M1, JKL1, that POIMent opportunities and an optimistic outlook, TTTS1. The number of net emigrations would have tapered off considerably, especially as time, confidence foreign investment, and incomes EU. Also co-tri B. LDBTH allowance M the N to lower M Grahans E. 208. Plan for direct ownership of shares in East German state enterprises that would be lost upon moving to the West. Emigrations would be especially inhibited if West Germany discontinued its program of offering IN loans totaling over DM 160,000 to each immigrating worker, as it indeed finally did early in 1990, der TAGG speech /1990t. This situation would compare very positively to the very large number of East Germans, an average of over 200,000 annually, who, in the depression scenario that actually unfolded, continued to move to Western Germany long after the actual unification of the two Germanys in 1990, Statistisches Bundesamt, 1996. The maintenance of prices in East Germany, along with expanded employment opportunities and other advantages associated with the broad plan, might not only stem the outflow of East German emigrants but actually entice many West Germans into moving to East Germany. As infrastructure and incomes became more equal, there might have been a net inflow of people into East Germany. Different spending on infrastructure and the environment. Although the results discussed so far have assumed ordinary infrastructure investments by East Germany into industries such as communications and transportation, it is possible that Western European, or USA, telephone companies, railroads, and other infrastructure organizations might have been attracted enough by the profit potential in a more open and vibrant East Germany to undertake important investments. Such capital could have modernized the East German telephone, rail, and road system within a few years, as the West German infrastructure investments actually did, and could have further increased the productivity and growth of the East German economy. In addition, increasing productivity, the return on investment, and therefore national income growth, even more so than estimated originally, such investments would improve the quality of life for the average East German, and thereby lower emigrations and even increase immigrations. The East German government had estimated that its telephone system could be expanded and brought up to a standard comparable to that of West Germany for M12 billion, der Tagesspiegel, 1989b, which would also meet the backlog demand for about 1 million new telephones, Schwarzer, 1999. However, East Germany had recast that it did not. CHAPTER 5. 209. Have enough construction capacity to completely satisfy all demand for phones at least until 1995, der Tagesspiegel, 1989b. As a result, a deal with a Verein Telecommunications Fin might be useful in order to be able to import some additional Verein materials, machinery, and services needed to modernize the phone network more quickly, with the Verein firm being offered future telephone revenues in return. Since the cost of DM 45 billion that was actually incurred to total rebuild the East German telecommunications system was unnecessary, it might have been possible to have the Verein telephone firms paid with higher telephone charges on new installations. Assuming 10 billion in FOREIGN investment needed to meet all backlog demand immediately, and assuming a 1% required return on that investment, there would have to be an annual DM 2.1 billion increase in telephone rates to satisfy all current demand. With the backlog demand for 1 million new phones in East Germany, the annual telephone FEES would have to be about 2,000 marks, or just under DM 200 per month. Because the FEE was only about M200 per year for those who waited for East German telephone construction, Schwarzer. 1999, it is likely that most would choose to continue to wait, and only the most urgent demand for telephones would be met with Verein investment. Alternatively, the East German government could subsidize telephone usage in order to improve the quality of life there, with the cost being DM21 annually, which would replace other productive investment and thereby decrease economic growth by 0.6% initially and 0.1% thereafter as the shortage of OM was alleviated. Similarly, as reported in der Tagesspiegel 1990h, AWESTGEN op POSJaten Party, The SPD estimated that it would cost DM 2 billion annually to upgrade the East German transportation system to a reason level of quality. Since it was not necessary to spend THDML 46 Lhan actually incurred to overhaul the whole system, it might have been possible to obtain attractive financing, using gasoline and railway as collateral. FROM Western infrastructure firm seeking the DM2 Beiben in annual business, but only to the extent that the return on such transportation system investments, or the quality of life improvement, W as expected to be high enough. In addition, it is possible that East Germany would choose to spend more on the environment to improve the quality of life there. In 1989, 210. East Germany spent only 0.5% of national income on environmental Architekten, compared to 1.6% for West Germany. Increasing the spending on the environment to the same level as in West Germany would have cost East Germany. OLLX M275 equals M3 billion. Investing M3 billion more MTO the environment would have reduced productivity invest ETS and therefore real economic growth by L8x M3 billion, M275 billion equals 0.2%. Although this EFFECT on growth would be fairly small, the East German government estimated a need to spend as much as MI00 billion long term, half for air and about half for water pollution cleanup, because of past neglect, der Tagesspiegel /1990k. However, if the extra M00 billion in pollution control spending were spread over 0 years, the impact would remain fairly limited, with a further reduction annual economic growth of less than 0.3%. 16. Foreign aid and loan factors. The original modeling results assumed no net external financial aid, and deviations from assumptions for this final factor could only have contributed to the success of the plan. Some amount of aid was just to encourage the political and economic reforms in East Germany. Indeed, shortly after major political reforms were announced in Eastern Europe, the EC proposed a 5-year program of giving annual aid of DM 39 billion to East Germany and 5 other Eastern European countries der Tagesspiegel /1990, which comes to about DM 6 bil ton per year to East Germany if split evenly. Such a grant would have saved East Germany over M20 billion initially in export subsidies, or over 5% of national income. With respect to loans, East Germany already had hard currency debt of about DM 20 billion that cost it under DM 2 billion in interest payments annually, der Tagesspiegel /L990b. 17 The modeling results have assumed net foreign loan payments, but this assumption seems raisonnable even that Western commercial banks had rated East Germany as BIM good enough credit standing to merit additional credit, der Tagesspiegel /1990j, and would have been willing to loan it the annual interest due, if not far more. The World Bank also indicated its willingness to loan Eastern Europe billions of DM, which East Germany could tap _it along with International Monetary Fund, IMF, loans as soon as that organization, der Tagesspiegel /1990c. In addition, RTLY after the opening of the Berlin Wall, West Germany offered East 5. 211. Germany DM 12 billion in additional credits on favorable terms, der Tagesspiegel, 1989c, which could have been drawn down if there were any short-term problems with the plan. Additional net loans, especially ones at subsidized rates, might have helped significantly if used to import Western capital, thereby supplement private Western investment in East Germany, and thus further increase East German economic growth rates. In addition, hard currency loans would have permitted a more gradual orientation of production toward export industries and thereby reduce some of the costs associated with the rapid restructuring. For instance, the DM 12 billion in loans from West Germany would have enabled East Germany to avoid having to reallocate DM 12x M4.4/DM equals M53 BIL Lion to earn the export revenue otherwise necessary to pay for much of the imports that would occur under the 1-1 exchange rate plan. The loans could then be paid back after East Germany had time to gradually restructure and invest enough into the export industries to drive down the cost of earning hard currency exports. Far larger and longer aid programs were very possible, given that Western Germany in FACT has already given about DM 1 trillion to Eastern Germany, and continues to give about DM 150 billion per year. Even without West Germany's support, many of the other Western European countries themselves were delighted enough with the ending of the Cold War, which the opening of the Berlin Wall symbolized, and are full enough of a reunited Germany that they appeared ready to provide extensive financial help, which they could justify financially insofar as they felt the need for less military spending in a more friendly external world. Combined with the plan, a significant amount of aid and loans would have easily helped East Germany grow fast enough to catch up WJWS Germany within a matter of 2 years, instead of the original estimate of 3-6 years, depending on the productivity and amount of PRIVAT foreign investment. In FACT, the initial 1989 Murphy Plan called for a total of DM 40 billion in aid or loans, to expand the telephone network, import up to 1 million inexpensive used cars, improve pollution control, purchase technology, and buy foreign machinery to enhance export and import substituting production. When combined with the aspects of the plan described in this chapter, DM 40 billion could have, potentially accomplished in 24 months WHT it might, at current rates. 216. Same time that free market charges are levied on healthcare, education, and other essentials that make it impossible for the poor to meet their most basic needs, Chasudovsky, 1997. While some of these changes have promoted greater economic efficiency short 10, and while the privatization of many government-owned firms has indeed tended to make the privatized companies themselves more profitable, D'Souza and Meganson, 1999, the gains have generally accrued to the richer elements of the world and been at the expense of the poor, especially in less developed countries, Chasudovsky, 1997.1. Even within the victorious USA itself, the gulf between the rich and the poor has widened significantly, as most if not all of the spoils of the USA's Cold War victory have accrued to the rich, Tepin, 1999, and even the USA middle class has experienced a large reduction in their share of the loot, Strobel and Peterson, 1999. In addition, the effects of global capitalism on macroeconomic growth or efficiency have often been quite negative, Friedland, 1999, as the case of Russia so clearly shows, where aggregate productivity and output have dropped about 500/0 since the introduction of a free market system in the early 1990s, Whalen, 1999. Potentially one of the most explosive effects of the trend toward freer markets has been related to the removal of government restrictions on international trade and currency markets, Spasudovsky, 1997. Although the elimination of such restrictions can cause an expansion in trade and capital investment, which in turn can promote greater worldwide efficiency and output, Sodersten and Reed, 1994, it can also lead to currency crises and large pockets of economic chaos and destruction, as the 1990s clearly demonstrate. While there are other attributes of capitalist globalization, such as the spreading of megamergers and stock option plans, as well as a reverse Robin Hood society, Com and Witzthum, 2000, currency crises have been especially notable for the widespread suffering that they have imposed on the world. The various currency crises of the 1990s, especially those in Southeast Asia in 1997, Lim, 1997, have brought these issues to the front of relevance, Gibson, 1999. Attempts have been made to explain at least some of the events that represent catalysts for, or symptoms of, International Currency Crises, Miller, 1998, but existing theans have not been very successful in explaining even more stable situations. MacDonald, 1990, much less the root structural causes of the current volatility of the 1990s, Berg and Patillo, 1999. Because these crises cause so much economic suffering, especially for the less fortunate, and because they are not well explained or understood by capitalist economists, they merit detailed study here. A general evaluation of currency crises, and solutions thereto, is provided in this chapter. Currency crises are caused by balance of payments problems that are generally related to trade and current account imbalances. Such crises have occurred frequently since the USA won the Cold War, as more countries have been persuaded to follow the free market model recommended by the victors and have found themselves with severe balance of payments, BOP, problems. Such problems, and especially imbalances in the international current account, which include the net balance on trade, services, investment income, and transfer payments, represent a serious situation that must eventually be addressed. Root, 1990. One classical solution to a current account deficit is to allow the domestic currency to fall in value and thereby discourage imports and encourage exports to eliminate the imbalance. A.F. Isoglu and Dutosky, 1997. Unfortunately, this solution ignores two problems, elasticity of demand, Hofbauer and Schott. 1992, and inflation induced by currency depreciation, Abouaf and Jorian. 1990. Various alternative solutions designed to avoid these problems exist, but some merely postpone and magnify the negative effects of current account deficits, while others may not be feasible in the New World Order. Currency cruises after the Cold War. The 1990s have been marred by one currency crisis after the other. Although the RE were international economic crises prior to the 1990s, H as the tin-American debt crisis of the 1980s, whicher, 1909, was nothing hke the frequency and severity of the currencies. FTB 1990s, largely because of the existence of government regulations. J.JONV mid-tonal trade capital movements and currency exchanges UCIOTH REN, Sodersten and Reed. 1994. However, as governments world began to reduce or eliminate their regulation of the tonal markets after the USA's Cold War victory, trade and cap allows as well as exchange rates were allowed to fluctuate more freely. 218. And often completely, at the whims of the marketplace, and the 1990s have demonstrated that FRE markets can cause large fluctuations in currency values which can have very serious effects on the international balance of payments, inflation, and economic output. A good example is provided by Y. Yeltsin's capitalist Russia, which, at the suggestion of its primary USA economic advisor, Harvard University Society Professor Jeffrey Sachs, made its currency, the ruble, RB, FREely convertible in December of 1991, Hayes, 1991. Although the average purchasing power of the ruble in terms of what it could buy in real goods and services was approximately the same as the dollar BEF or 1991, and therefore approximated the official government exchange rate between dollars and rubles that was about 1 at that time, Russia did not have the products, reputation, and distribution system to be competitive in international markets. Williamson, 1991. In addition, there was enormous pent-up Russian demand for foreign products, including not only for electronics goods that had long been in short supply in Russia under communism but also for foreign brand name versions of what was much more cheaply available in Russia such as blue jeans, cigarettes, and cola. This situation represented one of extreme inelasticity of demand relative to price for Russian imports and exports. Caves, Frankel, and Jones, 1996. In particular, Russians were willing to pay almost any price for foreign goods in 199 won, and the demand for, or addiction to, foreign goods continues strong even many years later, Associated Press, 1998. On the other hand, foreign countries were unwilling to pay any price for Russian goods, which had not yet been adapted to sell in foreign markets, which had a poor reputation, from Cold War propaganda, if they were known about at all, and which were not even being internationally distributed yet on any large scale, with the marketing necessary to sell and distribute products in capitalism being a very costly and time-consuming process. As a result, when the ruble went from being almost fully inconvertible, in terms of severe restrictions on any currency trading, to suddenly being fully convertible in December of 1991, there was an enormous demand for foreign currencies like dollars and almost no demand for rubles. Not surprisingly, the currency immediately fell from about RBL/dollar to about RB100/dollar. CHAPTER 6219. Such an enormous devaluation had an effect similar to making the currency worthless, which would reduce hard currency exports to $0 if prices in the domestic currency remain the same. For instance, a vodka exporter selling bottles at RB5/bottle would have the amount of dollars earned per bottle fall from $5 to $0.05 when the exchange rate changed from RBL/dollar to RBLOO/dollar. At the same time, the dollar retail price in an export market like the US might only fall by about a third because transportation costs, tariffs, LI.Q or taxes, and distribution costs such as dealer markups typically make up more than two-thirds of the final retail price, and these costs may be largely independent of exchange rates as is also typical for many other products, such as textiles, produced in less developed countries, where even non-transportation distribution costs, i.e., rent, and capital costs incorporated into wholesale and retail markups, easily make up over two-thirds of the retail value. Chasiudovsky, 1997. Even, if the 33% drop in the retail price could lead to a doubling of sales to 2 million bottles from 1 million, the amount of export revenue would fall from $5 million to $2,000,000 x $0.05 equals $100,000. In the meantime, needed technology and W.E. Stern brand name imports ought only be have despite 9,900% higher RB costs, caused by the 99% devaluation, resulting in a 4,900% increase in RB imports that cannot be paid for with a 1,0% increase in RB exports. In this situation, there was virtually no exchange rate that would balance the payments for trade, or the international current account. Only investors seeking to buy up Russian real estate and fixed assets at some extremely low prices, like 11,100 of the prior cost, could bring the supply and demand for rubles into the equilibrium at 100 rubles per dollar. However, such a situation could not and did not last long. Exporters prefer not to maximize revenue in a worthless currency, and so they naturally increase their domestic currency prices in such a predicament MPS using collusion, unless there is both per-ECT competition and CJENT capacity to meet the higher unit demand. With importers also VMG to raise ruble prices to pay the same dollar price but with FAR or bless, and with those competing with importers doing likewise, TTRNM immediate hyperinflation in Russia was the natural result, with, on rising from 5.4% in 1990 to about 1000/0 by the end of 1991, and 1 UT 13% in 1992, IMF, 1993. At the time of the devaluation in Th of the Russian Central Bank, who disagreed strongly. 220. With Yeltsin and the imposed policy, predicted the effect would be something much more destructive than an atomic bomb, Hayes, 1991. In FACT, the resulting chaos permitted organized crime to seize a vast portion of the economy in Russia, as such rich criminals were among the FEW willing to take the risk and enter into the uncertain Russian market to seize many assets whose prices were close to zero at the-going exchange rates FOR those with foreign currency, Ryth, 1994. Organized crime in the FORM of drug trafficking and black market activities, including in previously illegal foreign currency transactions, had already begun to see significant economic power in the Soviet Union under Gorbachev's market reforms in the late 1980s, Marcy, 1990, with a claim on annual revenue in excess of $1.00 billion by 1990, Dertaj Spgel, 1990p. However, Russian mafia groups were able to utilize the chaotic economic environment of the 1990s to greatly expand their activities and wealth. For instance, after the convertibility of the currency in late 1991, they increased their smuggling activities on a potentially far grander scale than was possible under communism, the profitable purpose now being the avoidance of government tariffs, Davis, Cloud, and Becker, 2000, as opposed to the avoidance of currency controls under communism. In addition, organized criminal groups in Russia have begun to extort most businesses in that country, including foreign ones, to pay them 15–30% of their revenues as protection against violent attacks and murder, Roth, 1996. As a result of this huge increase in income, the Russian State Prosecutor's Office estimates that mafia wealth has grown to the point where about half of the entire Russian economy is now under mafia control, Damun, 1999. Besides causing hyperinflation and laying the groundwork for mafia seizure of economic power, the removal of currency controls also created the opportunity for imports from Western countries to win a very large share of the Russian domestic market. While the Western goods were very expensive at the ridiculously low market exchange rate, the pent-up demand for such goods, along with their quality IMAE and superior technology, motivated significant purchases. Much of this demand for foreign imports came from the growing Russian mafia, whose criminal activities gave them an ever-increasing share of disposable income in Russia, and whose riches enabled them to pay almost 620-1. Any price for foreign luxury goods. The increased demand for foreign luxury imports reduced real demand for domestically produced goods, thereby forcing many Russian companies to cut back domestic production and employment, thus creating unemployment in Russia. With gross revenues for Russian companies reduced by failing demand for their production and with their net revenue further reduced by the mafia extortion payments, the amount of money left to pay wages and government taxes was greatly reduced. The result was lower real wages and even a suspension of wage payments altogether at many Russian companies, Economist, 1998, while the drop in tax revenues reduced the financial power of the government to provide economic aid to the increasingly large number of poor Russians at the same time that it reduced the ability of the government to fight the mafia which was causing many of the problems. In ACT-FACT, the growing economic power of the mafia increased its political influence to the point where it virtually controls an increasingly corrupt Russian government, Roth, 1996. The government therefore can no longer even make a meaningful attempt to terminate the criminal cycle of reduced domestic demand causing reduced domestic income causing reduced domestic demand. It would have theoretically been possible to stop such a vicious circle, even without government intervention, if sufficient private investments had been made into new Russian production facilities that would have domestically met the demand for luxury goods in the new capitalist order, i.e., if new factories had been created to produce for those with a significant amount of spendable income and wealth, which is concentrated in the hands of rich Eastern countries and the mafia. However, the economic chaos, crime, and corruption in Russia scared off most investors, including not only Western companies but also to some extent the Russian mafia itself, which invested an estimated $500 billion of its loot outside of Russia in the 1990s, Baron S. 19. 99. The economic chaos, crime, and related cycle of ever-falling real and FORD domestic goods certainly contributed greatly to the product LTVTTYNO output decline in Russia that approached 500/0 in the 1990s, MERP HY, 1998. More specifically, relatively greater income in the hands of the mafia reduced the demand for, and output of, Russian industries producing non-luxury goods for the masses, and thus impoverished. 222 The triumph. Most Russians, whose own limited purchases of imported goods also contributed to the decline in domestic demand, output, and income. This uncertain and depression-like environment greatly decreased domestic investment into new productive capital assets, thereby resulting in a reduction in demand for, and output of, Russian heavy industries that not only caused a further reduction in demand but also led to a significant decline in productivity and competitiveness. There was also a serious worker morale problem, which caused a further deterioration in productivity. The morale problem was associated not only with an inability of firms to pay wages but also by a worker realization that wealth was obtained via crime and not by productive activities. As one of the largest Russian businessmen, Boris Berezovsky, stated, "There is no doubt that any person who did business in Russia over the last 10 years broke the law." Kulisin, 2000 The chaotic mafia-controlled economy also made possible, and encouraged, a fraudulent decline in tax payments, Himes, 1999. The resulting decrease in government tax revenues, combined with outside pressure from the IMF and others to reduce government budget deficits, reduced the ability of the Russian government to create much real domestic demand via transfer payments or spending on the Russian defense/aerospace industries, the latter of which also reduced Russia's ability to resist foreign pressures for further destructive reforms. The large real income declines in Russia were also partially caused by the Russian central bank's successful attempts to eventually bring the devaluation-induced inflation under control with monetary tightening, dropping it from 1353% in 1992 to under 15% by 1997 IMF, 1999. In particular, monetary tightening increased interest rates, thereby reduced borrowing for purchases, and therefore further decreased domestic demand for real output that in turn reduced real incomes and increased unemployment, at the same time that it successfully contributed to the central bank's goal of lowering inflation via reduced upward pressure on the prices of real goods and services. Besides being used to help stop the inflation caused by the currency depreciation, the very large real income decline in Russia also solved the balance of trade problem. In particular, it reduced the demand for foreign products, as people had less income with which to import goods, and made Russian exports more competitive, as unemployment drove. 223. Down real wage demands. This pattern of reducing real income in order to solve inflation and balance of payments problems, which themselves were caused by opening up the domestic market to foreign imports, had also been followed in other formerly communist countries of Eastern Europe, such as Poland and Hungary, that had been transforming themselves into capitalist societies, albeit generally in a less rapid fashion and therefore also on a less extreme scale. Williamson, 1991. In addition, because the Eastern European countries had previously, under communism, conducted most of their international trade, via a type of multilateral barter, with each other, Gwiazda, 1986, the decline in real income in each country contributed to a decline in demand for imports from the other Eastern European countries and further magnified the depth of the economic depression throughout the area. The process of opening up their economies to Western imports, thereby causing declining economic output and declining trade with each other, which caused further declines in economic output, had actually begun in 1990 in the other Eastern European countries with the election of capitalist governments there in that year, but the Soviet Union had also already contributed to furthering this reduction in trade and real income in early 1991, even before it made its currency fully convertible in December 991, when it switched from a system of multilateral barter trade with its Eastern European neighbors to a system of requiring hard currency payments, which FEW there could afford to make. Williamson, 199-1. The mafia seizure of economic power in most of the other Eastern European countries was a natural occurrence in this environment, just as in Russia, Ryth. 1994. The result has been a long-lasting decline in real annual economic output and income in this area of the world of almost 50%, as previously mentioned in this book. Although some modest economic growth has been recorded in some Eastern European countries in the late 1990s, such as in Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, which have successfully attracted significant amounts of real foreign investment, the Legion 8 real output remains very far below that of the level of 1989. OMF, 1998, 171. Economic crisis in Eastern Europe in the 1990s is actually very large to that in other countries around the world, both before and 1990, with crime and poverty increasing significantly after an ENI 224 the triumph. Tile opening of the domestic market to imports forced a large currency devaluation. Chasudovsky, 1997. The major reason for the growing frequency and intensity of the currency crises of the 1990s is the fact that the Cold War winners, the USA and its allies, now have relatively greater political, propaganda, and military power to put more pressure on countries with protected markets to open up their markets faster. In addition, the sheer magnitude of the Eastern European catastrophe itself contributed in part to the currency crises in the rest of the world in the 1990s. For instance, while the opening up of the Eastern European markets to foreign imports initially increased demand for production outside that area, the subsequent drop in real income in Eastern Europe eventually resulted in a decrease in demand that contributed to a worldwide economic slowdown in the early 1990s that was most deeply felt in Western Europe and that eventually spread. In addition, the reduction in real wages in Eastern Europe made exports from that region more competitive in comparison to the production of less developed countries whose real wages and income also had to fall to remain competitive in a cycle that spread the crisis and income decline far beyond the initial time and place. Chasudovsky, 1997. The special effects the disastrous German unification policies. Perhaps the economic catastrophe in Eastern Europe that had the greatest negative effect worldwide was that in East Germany. In particular, a significant contributor to the various economic crises of the 1990s was Germany's disastrous unification policy, which resulted in the destruction of the East German economy. Under the terms of the 1990 Unification Treaty, the United Germany effectively had to pay for any resulting unemployment and social costs resulting from the capitalist unification policies. Those policies indeed caused unemployment in East Germany to effectively rise from 00/0 to about 40%, share ref. 1996, and Germany was thereby sacked with an enormous debt load to pay the welfare benefits of over $1.00 billion per year. Allund, 1999. To maintain a stable currency value for the German mark in this situation, the German central bank had to raise real interest rates to their highest levels since the country's founding in 1949. 6225. Increased rates in Germany pressured interest rates higher throughout the rest of Europe. As a European currency treaty, the European Monetary Union obliged other Western European countries to maintain exchange rates within a fixed 2.25% band against the German mark at that time. Itman, Stonehill, and Mofett, 1998. These higher interest rates slowed economic growth in Western Europe so much that speculation arose about the ability of some of the countries to maintain such high real interest rates and keep their currencies within the contractual 2.25% band. This speculation was concentrated on countries whose current account deficits had to be financed with the capital inflows of international investors. As currency investors and speculators demanded to be compensated for the increasing risk of the currency values falling below their lower bound in the European Monetary Union, interest rates rose even higher in such countries. With interest rates being forced ever higher in the countries with the weak currencies, the perceived likelihood of them being able to maintain the high interest rates, which were deepening an economic slowdown, was reduced further still. As the probability of devaluation rose, so did interest rates and vice versa in a never-ending spiral, until, despite single-digit inflation, interest rates reached 100% and higher in some countries in the face of enormous speculative attacks. Finally, in this European currency crisis of 1992, a number of countries, example Britain and Italy, dropped out of the Keren-Y agreement, while the other countries were forced to widen their exchange rate band to 15%. Although European interest rates subsequently fell, rates had been high enough for long enough to force interest rates higher in Japan, to p excessive capital outflows there, and to cause a general recession or OPE in the early 1990s. The higher Japanese interest rates, combined later with the recession in Europe which reduced the demand or Japanese exports, caused a recession in Japan that burst its speculative stock market and real estate bubble. Peterson, 1990. Despite much Japanese interest rates subsequently, falling even to 0% in the EL99 Japan has been remained mired in a serious economic slow. The WNTHROUG out the 1990s as a result. At least part of the reason for the prolonged nature of the economic slowdown in Japan has to do with the fact that Japanese bank lenders have been unable to reclose on many of the recession-related bad real estate assets because 226 THETREMPH. About 40% are controlled by Japanese organized crime, which purchased them on credit in the 1980 speculative bubble, Kaplan, 1998, and which has gained enormous power through violence and threats, including extorting major Japanese companies for over $1 billion a year in return for just not disrupting their annual meetings. Becker, 1997b. Without being able to obtain a liquid recovery of their enormous bad debts, whose book value is estimated to be about $1 trillion, Desmond, 1996, the banks have been reluctant to lend money to productive entities, and so the economy has stagnated without the domestic investment of an adequate amount of capital. 3 In TUM, the economic slowdown in Japan negatively affected exports from Southeast Asia, both through reduced Japanese imports from Southeast Asia and through greater competition from Japanese firms seeking to export their excess production to the rest of the world, and therefore contributed to the balance of trade problems there that led to the Asian currency crisis of 1997, Henderson, 1998. The Asian currency crisis in TUM led to the Russian currency crisis of 1998 and the Brazilian currency crisis of 1999 by slowing world economic growth and by making the production of countries like Russia and Brazil relatively less competitive, i.e., countries like Russia and Brazil were pushed over the brink, as they already were only marginally competitive internationally before the crisis, and the devaluation of the Asian currencies made their products even less competitive. Even the currency crisis in Mexico in 1994 could be partially blamed on this chain of events, as the economic slowdown in Europe and Japan, as well as lower-priced competition from Eastern Europe, had a negative impact on that country's international current account, which in TUM led to the collapse of the Mexican peso in 1994. The spreading currency crises in and apart from the fact that the major currency crises later in the 1990s at least partially spread from the initial Eastern European crisis of the early 1990s, these later crises also had other similarities in terms of being fundamentally caused by the same economic forces, which in turn related to the imposition or existence of global free markets or capitalism. In particular, in all the crisis countries but Russia in 1998, the current account deficits had for years been very large as a percentage of GOP, 8% in Mexico and Thailand, 5% in South Korea and Malaysia, 227, 3% in Indonesia, and 4% in Brazil, while the current account deficit in Russia had just turned negative before its newest currency crisis in 1998, to an annualized amount equal to 4% of its GOP in the second quarter of 1998. In all but Malaysia, the current account had deteriorated in the year before the crisis, at least in some cases because of an earlier reduction in relative protectionism in the crisis countries, just as in Eastern Europe in the early 1990s. For instance, Mexico had long had a relatively higher level of protectionism compared to its major North American trading partners, and it had been reducing this level gradually, and significantly, in the years prior to 1994 and then proceeded to do so more quickly with the imposition of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, in 1994, Murphy, 1995. In addition, the increase in the current account deficits in Asian countries prior to their crisis in 1997 was at least partially caused by increases in protectionism, especially by the developed countries, against their imports. Chandrasekhar and Ghosh, 1998, at the same time that a prior World Trade Agreement, under GATT, along with a local trade agreement, ASEAN, had forced them to open up their own markets more. Vadakshides, 1995. A large decline in the currency value or real income was therefore necessary to bring the account back into balance. In each situation, high real interest rates, over 5% above the domestic inflation rates, had been postponing a needed devaluation until there occurred some event or catalyst, which significantly raised investors' subjective estimate of the probability that a currency devaluation would be used to solve the BOP problem. The interest rates required by investors to compensate them. The higher risk of the expected devaluation-related losses therefore rose, and the crisis countries were forced to devalue because they could not maintain such prohibitively high interest rates. While the fundamental economic situation prior to each crisis was the catalyst that triggered the crisis was different in each case, i.e., the event that motivated investors to greatly raise the interest rate to finance the current account deficit varied. In Mexico, a lead politician's statement in late 1994 indicating an intention of the Mexican government to crack down on organized crime resulted in a very heavy outflow of mafia capital from Mexico. Murphy, 1995, that Let me ICO's foreign exchange reserves, hitch air XD to keep the capital outflow from causing a large one meditate devaluation. 228 The triumph. And caused investors to question whether Mexico could continue to be able to afford to postpone a devaluation solution to its enormous current account deficit. Agener and Masson, 1999.5 In Southeast Asia, it was 1997 revelations of excessive bad loans at many local banks, which had increased with the rising current account deficits, that caused investors to question whether the high real interest rates needed to postpone an immediate devaluation could be maintained in an environment where cleaning up the large banking problem might result in substantially reduced lending and economic growth. Miller, 1998. In Russia, it was widespread production stoppages and political unrest in 1998, caused by an inability to pay current or past wages for a large number of workers. Economist, 1998, that reduced investor confidence in Russia's ability to solve its growing BOP problem without a devaluation. In Brazil, although real interest rates in excess of 30% and sizable IMF financing had protected the currency from a devaluation for some time despite a severe BOP problem, Bennett, L. 999a, a January 1, 999 default of a local Brazilian government on its debts to the national government virtually eliminated any investor confidence in the country's ability to avoid an immediate devaluation solution to its current account deficit. Goldstem, 1999. Once the catalyst created the first signs of capital flight, as evidenced by declining foreign exchange reserves for the country with the op problem, for instance, herding behavior amongst investors had the effect, as a belief spread that the initial capital flight was being undertaken by knowledgeable investors, Calvo and Mendoza, 1994. As some investors increased their estimate of the probability of a devaluation, downward pressure on exchange rates occurred that could only be stopped with higher interest rates and/or expenditure of further FORTGN exchange reserves to prop up the currency value. These events prompted a signal to other investors to raise their own estimates of the probability of devaluation, further raising investor expectations of a devaluation being used to solve the BOP crisis, which in turn put further pressure on exchange rates in a rapid cycle. Once the perceived probability of an immediate large devaluation increased toward 100%, the interest cost of FU ending the current account deficit became prohibitively large from a domestic economic and political perspective, and the countries allowed their currencies to fall substantially. Thus, investor expectations of an 229 incro chance of devaluation essentially resulted in a self-fulfilling prophecy. In addition, devaluation in one or more countries increased the likelihood that competitor countries would also have to devalue just to prevent their own current accounts from deteriorating, and so the crises spread. For instance, the 1997 Asian crisis actually began in Thailand and then spread to other competing Asian countries. Moreover, the crisis in Russia in 1998 and in Brazil in 1999 were partially caused by the 1997 Asian currency crisis, as the devaluation of the Asian competitors led to larger current account deficits for Russia and Brazil. In case where competitor countries did devalue, the size of the devaluation needed to solve the BOP problem in the original crisis country or countries increased, and this cross-contagion effect also contributed to the large size of the currency declines, which equaled over 500/0 in Mexico, over 70% in Indonesia, over 40% in South Korea, over 30% in Thailand and Malaysia, over 70% in Russia, and over 40% in Brazil. In the act of the devaluing countries, interest rates had to be raised significantly after the currency depreciation to prevent hyperinflation and further currency declines, and, as a result, a significant real income decline occurred, which reduced the need for further currency devaluation. For instance, the monetary tightening caused real GDP to fall by 6% in Mexico in 1995, while real GDP also fell by over 5% in Thailand, South Korea and Indonesia in 1998. The currency crises, and subsequent economic decline, caused in bankruptcies and loan defaults that exasperated any existing bank problems in the countries, which in turn magnified the extent of the economic downturn as banks saddled with bad debts were not good. EMS posted to lend and support economic growth. Banking probia were further magnified in this environment if the banks had been VTLY financed with foreign currency debt that rose in value in DOM's currency terms as the domestic currency depreciated. Henderson, and LN cases where the banking system had been relatively healthy to cope of foreign currency debts to begin with, the real income crises were not as severe. For instance, BEF or the 1997 currency the PHP ES had a large current account deficit of 4.8% but of GSTER and WT HFEWER bad loans and foreign currency debts Tianistan countries, Tanzer 1999. While it suffered a devaluation 230 THETRIUMPH. of over 35% during the 1997 currency crisis, its real GOP FELLBY only 0.5% thereafter. The developments in the Philippines provide particularly strong evidence that the banking problems were not the cause of the Asian crisis but merely a catalyst, and were perhaps also a symptom that magnified the negative effect on real GOP, which was naturally reduced as the currency crisis intensified the lending problems of the banks with foreign currency debts. Moreover, although the bank and debt problems of many of the devaluing Asian countries have still not been solved, and in some cases have intensified, or, 1999, the currencies have stabilized, and even reversed their declines, as the very large devaluations have enabled the current account deficits to disappear, or even turn into surpluses. The Asian crisis also affected countries without extremely large current account deficits but proportionally less. For instance, even India with a minor current account deficit of only 1.5% suffered a mild currency devaluation of about 1.5%. Although capital controls in India may have aided that country in avoiding an artificial currency decline related to speculative capital flows, the fairly small current account deficit did require some exchange rate adjustment. On the other hand, an Asian competitor like Communist China with a current account surplus did not suffer any devaluation at all, even though it had very serious bank problems and even though the widely touted currency controls in Chin were not strict enough to prevent a capital outflow of over $10 billion there. Lachika, 2000. In some of the crisis countries, such as in Asia in 1997, the currency depreciated more than enough to balance the current account while these countries also raised interest rates significantly and thereby caused a deep economic downturn in their countries. The governments of these nations did not feel it politically feasible to raise interest rate to the level needed to maintain an exchange rate that would just balance the current account. In particular, capital outflows and the probability of the initial devaluation causing a very rapid increase in domestic inflation, and forcing further devaluations, rose so much after the devaluation that the interest rate required to maintain an exchange rate big enough to just balance the current account became prohibitively big. For instance, in Indonesia, a political crisis, caused by the IOFTOO and real income losses that were brought on by the devaluation itself, 623-1, made it socially impossible to raise interest rates sufficiently to stop the devaluation-devaluation spiral, as the political crisis itself lowered investor expectations that the cycle could be avoided, although the cycle was eventually stopped, and hyperinflation avoided, by a democratic solution to the political crisis and a credible moneta tightening. The currency crisis in Malaysia deviated slightly from the rest because of a particular policy option it selected. In particular, Malaysia imposed capital controls after the onset of its currency crisis in 1997 that allowed interest rates to fall more rapidly than otherwise, at the same time that the currency depreciation was minimized to the approximate point necessary to just eliminate the current account deficit, and the country there minimized the short-term negative effect of the crisis on real income. Phillips, 1999. The Russian crisis of 1998 developed characteristics similar to those of both Indonesia and Malaysia. The 1998 Russian crisis was partially related to the earlier devaluation/hyperinflation crisis there that occurred when the capitalist Yeltsin government transformed the inconvertible Russian ruble into a convertible currency in 1999-1. Although inflation and current stability were eventually contained by Russia's tight monetary policy in the mid-1990s, the current account went into deficit in 1998 after the Asian current crisis, and devaluations slowed world economy grow and demand, and made Russian product less common. Because of the prior hyperinflation and because the continuation in Russia had caused a very serious political tns James Vesto Pers the probability of an immediate devaluation low resolved the BOP problem in Russia to be so high that the count was tillable to stave the situation, even with real interest rate over 1000/EF with subsidial funding from institutions like the IMF. In PAR, the prior problems in Russia had made Investo SB signs or fears of valuation and inflation, OLO, 1998. Ad artigo. The C ontenuing econ depression and social chaos made. Esto incremjai skepl of the ability of the country to pay its. The enormu of overdue unpsa wages and there the risk of the government using current depression to solve problems and pring mon to pay the back wages due, FAMO ILT, 1998. Continue inelasticity of DEMA relative to exchange rate. 232 OF. Changes, Associated Press, 1998, and Capital Flight, Economist, 1998, made the needed currency decline especially large. Following the 70% devaluation in 1991, Russia has used capital controls to stabilize the situation, Economist, 1999b, insofar as excessive currency depreciation was avoided. 6. As a result, while GDP in Russia fell initially after its crisis in 1998, Barclay's Economic Review, 1999, it has since recovered strongly for the first significant upturn since the 1980s. Although Brazil was widely expected to fall into the same pattern as the other crisis countries, with a decline in its GDP initially expected to be over 5% in 1999 shortly after its currency devaluation, Bennett, 1999b, 7. It undertook an alternative strategy that led to significantly different results. In Brazil, the replacement of the central banker with someone with close connections to large foreign investors resulted in such enhanced investor confidence that the country was able to avoid having to raise interest rates as much as otherwise, Katz and Cohn, 1999, at least not to the level needed to cause a deep recession and real GDP decline of sufficient size to eliminate the current account deficit. As a result, Brazil was the only country in the group of examples whose current account deficit continued as a significant percent of GOP, Wall Street Journal, 2000b, as opposed to turning into a balanced or surplus current account in the case of the other crisis countries. Note, however, that Brazil BAS merely succeeded in postponing a solution to the current account problem into the future, and, in the meantime, the real interest rates charged to consumers are over 100%, Fritsch, 2000. The real effects of currency crises current account deficits are endemic to global capitalism FORREANS related to heterogeneous preferences FOR the timing of consumption, Obstfeld and Rogov, 1995, changes in the terms of trade, SS, 1988, temporary productivity and government spending shocks, GHCK and Rogov, 1995, and optimization of investment outlays, Glas and Gallor, 1992. Regardless of the cause, current account deficits must be reversed so that the financing FOR the deficits can be repaid, Obstfeld and Rogov, 1995, and chronic current account deficits represent an especially serious situation that has to be addressed, Yusuf, 1997. The classical capitalist solution to a current account deficit can only lead to a devaluation-inflation-devaluation cycle that must eventually be stopped with a real income decline in the country with the BOP problem. 6233. The decline in real income necessary to balance the international trade and current accounts in FREE market capitalism is invariably concentrated in the lower income groups, Catalinato, 1998d. For instance, in Eastern Europe, unemployment rose from 0% to about 10%, and it is estimated that 50 to 80% of the population have fallen long-term below the poverty line, Becker, 1997a. Real wages fell by about 500/0 in Mexico after its crisis in 1994 and still have not completely recovered, Wall Street Journal, 1999. This concentration of the negative effects on the poor is often considered to be economically necessary because upper income groups tend to be more mobile internationally, and so a reduction in their income can lead to the emigration of the most skilled labor and capital flight, Bhagvati, 1977, which can cause real productivity declines and result in further BOP problems, Sodersten and Reed, 1994. To make the necessary income losses for the poor politically more palatable, Evidence is often spread purporting to support an assertion that the richest are entitled to an even large share of the pie because they are the most productive and employ their wealth in the wisest fashion, allegedly for the benefit of all, Strobel and Peterson, 1999. This argument, besides being socially undemocratic, breaks down in the cases of people who obtain their riches via inheritance, Morgan, 1999, via crime, Khibnikov, 1999, or via other unproductive and counterproductive means. This argument also ignores the fact that the rich get richer simply because they save and invest more, Deardorff. 1994. Nevertheless, the trickle-down elitist doctrine is heavily marketed by those with more wealth, Forstall, 2000, even in countries with enormous current account surpluses, like Japan, where FERs are spread of future BOP problems, Bloomberg. 1999. To divert the attention of the poorer members of society from the reality of their further impoverishment, and thereby make the rich stealing from the poor more politically palatable, racial/ethnic/religious/sex conflicts are often stirred up, so that the attention of the less affluent elements is distracted by pure non-etoic issues and/or by competition on how the small portion of the GOP pie allotted to them is divided up, Strobel and Peterson, 1999. Even without a deliberate intent to force the most negative effects of a real income decline on the poor, tight monetary policies by themselves naturally have an especially negative effect on the poorer members of 234 THETRIUMPHOF society. In particular, tight monetary policies tend to increase unemployment, and create more poor people, and thereby also lower labor demands and real wages, Chasudovsky, 1997. Although this unbalanced effect on the poor is typically explained, or disguised, as a collective effort to stop inflation, more overt measures to soak the poor are frequently undertaken in conjunction, such as to reduce welfare, or reform the labor market via a reduction in the power of labor unions, even though empirical evidence indicates that it is tight monetary policy and the reduction in real economic growth alone that usually slow inflation, Laybourne and Mizzen, 1999. The heavy concentration of negative effects on the poor and less mobile elements of society is also often facilitated by policies suggested, or mandated, by the IMF, Chasudovsky, 1997. The IMF, which is controlled by the superior voting rights of the developed countries that provide most of the funding for the organization, 8 offers loans to countries with balance of trade and current account problems, Itman, Stonehill, and Moffat, 1998. It thereby permits countries to delay the currency devaluation inflation depression spiral. However, IMF loans have to be paid back and therefore only delay the occurrence of that spiral, and they actually eventually magnify the problem as the borrowed amount has to be paid back plus interest, Chasudovsky, 1997. Moreover, the IMF typically provides loans to temporarily fund a current account problem only if the recipient country increases regressive taxes, such as sales or value-added taxes, decreases benefits to the poor, such as reduced welfare payments and government subsidies for essentials, and reduces regional wealth reallocations to poorer areas, Mufsun, 1992. Often enough, the IMF has even mandated restrictions on nominal wage increases in the debtor country, IMF, 1986. As a result, these measures tend to increase poverty and suffering, even tend to showcase countries where some real overall economic growth is eventually exhibited, Kanadu Agiemog, 1998. IMF lending conditions can have especially dire consequences on average people's lives in nations that are already afflicted with extreme poverty and that can ill afford the typical real income decline which IMF policies typically cause, Chasudovsky, 1997. In addition to their negative effect on the welfare of capitalist countries, or countries in transition to capitalist systems, IMF-imposed conditions have also been very successful in causing very 6235. Serious economic problems in communist countries, such as Poland before its collapse, Marcy, 1982, and more recently in countries like Vietnam and Yugoslavia, Chasudovsky, 1997. An alternative, or supplement, to delaying the resolution of a BALANCE-OF trade problem with an IMF loan is to attract foreign capital funding for the payments deficit. However, like the IMF, private investors require repayment, and generally at a real market rate of return in excess of what the IMF might charge, Root, 1990. This rate of return may be fairly high because it must compensate the investors for the expected eventual depreciation of the currency, King, 1998. Even if foreign investors reinvest their capital and investment income in the country, the effect is merely postponed and compounded to some future date when real payments, such as in exports, begin to be required. The day of reckoning cannot be postponed indefinitely, as eventually the foreign providers of financing will effectively own the entire country, and there will be no more capital or collateral to offer them. Low addition, although private investors might have less clout to directly force draconian policies on a country within a loan contract, they can indirectly create the need for such policies by refusing to provide, or renege, credit at a reasonable rate, or at all, unless such policies, often labeled fiscal and monetary responsibility, are indeed followed. Solo. Mon, 1999. To appease foreign investors, many countries even appoint people to key positions of power, such as central bankers and ministers of finance, who have been indoctrinated with a USA education in capitalist economics, Torres. 1999, who have connections with large FOR-ethnia investors, Katz and Cohn. 1999, and/or who have actually come from prior employment at foreign creditor institutions like international banks, Chasudovsky, 1997. Regardless of whether external financing is obtained from private investors, foreign governments, or international lending agencies like the LMF, it can only postpone the negative EFFX associated with a try having to eventually reverse a current account deficit, at which the negative EFFX will occur in a magnified FORM. However, such financing reduces the need for, and chance of, an immediate devaluation. Real interest rates do not have to be excessively high, and the necessary devaluation and real income decline, required to eventually solve the BOP problem, can be made gradually. Such a gradual 236 THETRIUMPHEVIL solution can easily result in 0.5% lower annual real economic growth for many decades, and may thereby be worse than an immediate devaluation solution. Policy options to avoid currency crises in the New World Order. The negative effects of BOP problems, and the resulting currency crises, are not necessarily inevitable, even in a capitalist world, as numerous policy instruments can be employed in an attempt to avoid or mitigate those effects. However, the standard policies for doing so, including adopting a rigid monetary policy, like a gold standard or currency union, imposing capital controls, increasing relative protectionism, and improving productivity, are often ineffective or cannot be implemented in the new order of global capitalism. On the other hand, the economic plan proposed in Chapter May 5 represent a viable solution to BOP problems even in the USA's New World Order. Gold standards and currency unions. One proposal for directly avoiding currency crises is to eliminate fluctuations in exchange rates through a rigid currency system, such as via a gold standard or a currency union, whereby different countries or regions adopt the same currency. A similar monetary policy that is not supposed to permit exchange rate fluctuations can be imposed by establishing fixed exchange rates between paper currencies and/or defining a precise anti-inflation monetary policy. Flood and Garber, 1984. One major touted advantage of rigid currency systems is that a current account deficit can be theoretically financed with an infinitesimally small increase in domestic interest rates. In such a situation, Ishiyama, 1975. In particular, with all countries effectively using the same CW, renci, it is not necessary for a country with a current account DeFi CTT, and a weaker currency, to pay investors higher interest rates to compensate them for the risk of a currency devaluation, King, 1998. However, such financing can only continue until foreigners effectively have a claim on all the capital in the country, at which time the real income consumption decline, needed to balance the current account, would STTLL have to finally occur if the monetary policy is to be continued. Thus, while a rigid system may lower the costs of financing a current account deficit, and may therefore not result in as large a magnification of the 6237 problem as without the rigid system, the overall effect is not materially different from subsidized IMF financing. In addition, as explained by Flood and Garber, 1984, despite promises and guarantees, governments historically have quit gold standards and other rigid monetary policies, like maintaining fixed exchange rates between currencies, usually well BEF, or the ending point of having no further capital or reserves to pay off investors speculating against the rigid system. The mere possibility of such a devaluation at any time can cause investors to require a significantly higher interest rate to continue to finance a current account deficit. If the needed increase in interest rates is extremely large because investors believe the probability of a devaluation is very high, as happens whenever the central bank lacks sufficient credibility, and investors engage in a speculative attack on the currency, the government is often forced, effectively by the investor expectations of a devaluation, to abandon the rigid monetary policy, as the alternative of a deep economic depression caused by prohibitively high interest rates might be politically infeasible. Note that the probability of a devaluation in a fixed exchange rate system is affected by the legality of a devaluation, as is therefore the existence of significantly higher interest rates. For instance, states under one federal government such as the 50 states of the USA are not very likely to be able to change from the use of a common currency. Why? Because it is not lawfully possible without a revolution or sexton from the system. However, it should be mentioned that revolutions and scions do occur even in a very fixed federal system, as history has indicated in the USA in the 1860s and in the Soviet Union more recently. In addition, it is more feasible for a currency change in a looser FE ration, such as in the 11 states of the European Monetary Union, ST, 2000, and completely separate nations can do so even more tly. Moreover, countries with separate currencies can readily break a exchange rate system and float or devalue their currencies. Thus, 0 case does a common currency or fixed exchange rate completely eliminate the chance of a devaluation. Moreover, even with a common currency, differences in default pre-lils for interest rates can occur to the extent that the NOTs of TND for individual states and entities within the currency union are guaranteed by the centralized federal system, SIMS, 2000. Such 238 the TREMPHEVIL. Higher interest rates in one area can force real income declines there earlier than otherwise, as in the case without a currency union. Regardless, unless a current account deficit is permanently subsidized by other states in the currency union with surpluses, or unless some other solution to a BOP problem is employed, such as the one explained in Chapter 5, a current account deficit must eventually be addressed with a decline in income/consumption, with the decline still being magnified by postponing it. It should also be mentioned that, even without any devaluation and even with approximately the same interest rates throughout a currency union, use of the same currency does not naturally lead to equal prosperity across the union. In particular, once an income differential exists, it can persist over many decades, or even centuries, even within a common currency area, as the poorer sections of the USA and Italy so well illustrate empirically, and as Eastern Germany is expected to further verify with the disastrous unification experiment. One reason income differentials tend to persist is because income-raising investment tends to be more attracted to areas nearest to the bigger markets, which consist of people with higher incomes. As such, nearby production facilities reduce the transportation/distribution costs of delivering the products/services to those areas of high demand. Although capacity increasing investment might be attracted to the lower income areas, this income narrowing process would cease once the wage differentials decline to the point where they no longer offset transportation cost differentials. Another reason for persistence in income differentials is that productivity-enhancing investment and mechanization tends to be especially concentrated in areas with higher incomes, as the benefits of such investment is higher in the wealthier areas with higher wage costs. Finally, the most valuable human capital, i.e., the most skilled workers, is attracted to the areas of higher wealth, which can afford to provide higher wages, more skilled jobs, and better living conditions through more investment in mechanization and infrastructure, thereby leaving mostly the less skilled and lower paid workers in the poorer areas and thereby naturally magnifying differences in regional incomes. Point 9. While some of these problems can be mitigated with central government subsidy, tax, and other policies, it is important here to point out that a currency union, or other rigid monetary policy, does not solve 239 BOP problems and, by itself, does not represent an optimal method of avoiding currency crises. Capital controls. A other solution to a P problem often proposed is to impose capital controls, Devann, 1992. Capital controls were extensively employed by almost all countries after World War II to restrict capital FTT, DMHTBTTE, resulting downward pressure on exchange rates. WHCHT-MTGHT result inflation or require higher domestic interest rates counteract, although these controls have now been removed in many eloped countries that have accumulated sufficient capital to be matinally competitive. Dooley, 1996. 10. ETA. Controls can be used to stop the investment outflows that normally occur when investors perceive an increased chance of a currency depreciation, as so often happens after an initial devaluation. Ajor and Masson, 1999. In particular, capital controls are useful for allowing a country to maintain interest rates below those that would otherwise be required to prevent a currency depreciation beyond the minimum devaluation necessary to create a balanced current account. As a result, an excessive devaluation, and the resulting inflationary spiral, can be avoided without incurring the excessive real income losses that are caused by extremely high interest rates. In addition, if currency controls are used to restrict capital outflows while at the same time incentive, FLV, such as tax breaks, contracts guaranteeing investors access to foreign exchange for repatriation purposes, trade barriers that encourage local production, etc., are provided for direct foreign investment, might be possible to fund a current account deficit with private capital, without having to raise interest rates, thus without immediate income losses, and without having to allow an immediate currency decline, thus without increasing future inflation near term. 1.1. TBA capital controls are also useful for stemming capital flight for factors 7 not directly related to a current account deficit. For instance, WETA-TH controls can be used to prevent an artificial currency devaluation CTS caused instead by an exogenous shock, such as a random capped BAVOUT flow. While an artificial devaluation in such a situ zero solution can easily result in 0.5% lower annual real economic growth for many decades, and may thereby be worse than an immediate devaluation solution. Policy options to avoid currency crises in the New World Order. The negative effects of BOP problems, and the resulting currency crises, are not necessarily inevitable, even in a capitalist world, as numerous policy instruments can be employed in an attempt to avoid or mitigate those effects. However, the standard policies for doing so, including adopting a rigid monetary policy, like a gold standard or currency union, imposing capital controls, increasing relative protectionism, and improving productivity, are often ineffective or cannot be implemented in the new order of global capitalism. On the other hand, the economic plan proposed in Chapter May 5 represent a viable solution to BOP problems even in the USA's New World Order. Gold standards and currency unions. One proposal for directly avoiding currency crises is to eliminate fluctuations in exchange rates through a rigid currency system, such as via a gold standard or a currency union, whereby different countries or regions adopt the same currency. A similar monetary policy that is not supposed to permit exchange rate fluctuations can be imposed by establishing fixed exchange rates between paper currencies and or defining a precise anti-inflation monetary policy. Flood and Garber, 1984. One major touted advantage of rigid currency systems is that a current account deficit can be theoretically financed with an infinitesimally small increase in domestic interest rates in such a situation. Ishii AMA, 1975. In particular, with all countries effectively using the same CW, renci, it is not necessary for a country with a current account deficit, and a weaker currency, to pay investors higher interest rates to compensate them for the risk of a currency devaluation. King, 1998. However, such financing can only continue until foreigners effectively have a claim on all the capital in the country, at which time the real income/consumption decline, needed to balance the current account, would still have to finally occur if the monetary policy is to be continued. Thus, while a rigid system may lower the costs of financing a current account deficit, and may therefore not result in as large a magnification of the problem as without the rigid system, the overall EFFECT is not materially different from subsidized IMF financing. In addition, as explained by Flood and Garber, 1984, despite promises and guarantees, governments historically have quit gold standards and other rigid monetary policies, like maintaining fixed exchange rates between currencies, usually well before the ending point of having no further capital or reserves to pay off investors speculating against the rigid system. The mere possibility of such a devaluation at any time can cause investors to require a significantly higher interest rate to continue to finance a current account deficit. If the needed increase in interest rates is extremely large because investors believe the probability of a devaluation is very high, as happens whenever the central bank lacks sufficient credibility, and investors engage in a speculative attack on the currency, the government is often forced, effectively by the investor expectations of a devaluation, to abandon the rigid monetary policy, as the alternative of a deep economic depression caused by prohibitively high interest rates might be politically infeasible. Note that the probability of a devaluation in a fixed exchange rate system is affected by the legality of a devaluation, as is therefore the existence of significantly higher interest rates. For instance, states under one federal government such as the 50 states of the USA are not very likely to be able to change from the use of a common currency because it is not lawfully possible without a revolution or secession from the system. However, it should be mentioned that revolutions and secessions do occur even in a very fixed federal system, as history has indicated in the USA in the 1860s and in the Soviet Union more recently. In addition, it is more feasible for a currency change in a looser federation, such as in the 11 states of the European Monetary Union, SI, 2000, and completely separate nations can do so even more easily. Moreover, countries with separate currencies can readily break an exchange rate system and float or devalue their currencies. Thus, 10.00 case does a common currency or fixed exchange rate completely mate the chance of a devaluation. Moreover, even with a common currency, Differences in default pre-D earns D here FORE interest rates can occur to the extent T at the ETS of individual states and entities within the currency UMAN are not guaranteed by the centralized federal system, SIMS, 2000. Such the currency backup, an inelasticity of demand can sometimes result in a currency devaluation actually causing a deterioration of the current account situation, Goldstein and Kahn, 1978, as explained earlier in the chapter with the Russian ruble devaluation in 1991. In addition, the inflation induced by the currency depreciation, Abov and Jorian, 1993, may eventually offset any competitive advantage created by the initial devaluation, so that the same devaluation-inflation-devaluation cycle explained earlier may occur, even when the initial devaluation happens in a situation with a healthy current account. As a result, capital controls can be very useful for avoiding such negative effects in these cases, just as they can be employed to inhibit capital flight which sometimes arises from investor FERs of capital controls themselves. Deltas and Stockman, 1993, Malaysia has provided an empirical example in the 1997 Asian currency crisis that at least some form of restriction on capital movements can reduce the severity of a currency crisis. Phillips, 1999, just as Russia had some success in averting another major economic catastrophe by using informal capital controls after its second currency crisis in 1998, Economist, 1999b. China has demonstrated that currency crises may be avoided altogether with permanent capital controls as long as there is not a deficit in the balance of trade or current account, Roche, 1999. However, under normal circumstances, capital controls only postpone a real income or currency decline to a future date when the controls are removed, or when all the local capital is owned by foreigners, and they generally cannot be used to solve the problem of an existing current account deficit. In the meantime, capital controls may create inefficiencies in capital allocation and counterproductive black markets as well as discourage some productive foreign investment. Sheikh, 1976. As the result, capital controls can also cause an increase in the current account deficit longer term. Changes in relative protectionism. One possible way to avoid a currency or real income decline when the current account is in deficit is via a change in relative protectionis, Borkakai, 1998. Protectionism includes not only the classical Barn ERS of tariffs and quotas, Winkleman, 1998, but also currency con. 6241. TRWA imposed FOR trade transaction purposes, multi-tiered exchange rates, designed to discourage the imports of non-essentials, and subsidies provided to domestic businesses competing against foreign competitors, Kindleberger, 1968, as well as technical standard requirements and business/legal systems that inhibit the distribution of imports, Hein, 1994. The developed countries of Western Europe, as well as Japan, used protectionism, especially currency controls, very effectively after World War II to generate fast economic growth without suffering the negative side effects of current account deficits, Williamson, 1991, but they have now achieved a level of wealth that enables them to have sufficient capital and mechanization to be internationally competitive without needing such severe restrictions on imports, and have their FORE recently moved to a system of FULLY convertible currencies. On the other hand, the level of protectionism for less developed countries that have not yet achieved an adequate level of international competitive NESS, because of inadequate wealth and capital resources, remain generally higher than FOR developed countries, Anderson, 1995. In order to LVE a BOP problem in those less developed countries, such trade barriers must be increased relatively further, or be reduced relatively less than in their export markets. The removal of trade barriers is usually negotiated multilaterally through organizations such as the World Trade Organization, WTO, the European Union, EU, and NAFTA, or bilaterally, Bowen, Hollander, and Vienne. 1998. Such negotiations generally result in greater virile reductions in protectionism, which increase trade and product, VJTYT and the aggregate world economy, than would unilateral actions. Bagwell and Steiger. 1999. Countries with lower levels of protectionism benefit more from any GRL agreement to proportionally reduce trade, but, since such countries have less in trade barrier reductions to offer, they have less GWER in instituting such agreements. A good example of this Sevenahang problem is provided by New Zealand, which has been one of the least protectionist countries in the world since the mid-1980s. Its low upland, 1993. As a result of New Zealand's free trade policies. Zeal. RICS to join NAFTA was rejected by the USA because New Ollard essentially had nothing to put on the table or offer in return. 999. In other words, the reduction in North American trade. 242. Barriers against imports from New Zealand that would occur if it joined NAFTA would be far larger than any reduction in New Zealand's barriers against imports from North America because New Zealand already has removed most of its barriers. Bargaining power in negotiating advantageous changes in protectionism is also affected by country size, wealth, and military power. Access to the export markets of larger and richer countries is relatively more important to smaller and poorer nations, for whom each dollar of trade represents a larger portion of their smaller incomes, and so the smaller, poorer nations are willing to offer such countries more concessions to obtain access. In addition, a strong military can always provide the last word in any political negotiations. Perhaps as a result, the major multilateral trade organization, the WTO, is widely perceived to be controlled by the USA. Cooper, 1999, which attempts to open up trade in industries where it is competitive while keeping other industries protected, just as other countries such as the European nations and Japan also try to do. Economist, 1992. For instance, while the USA maintains trade barriers in many industries against imports from poor less developed countries with serious BOP problems, Moffat, 1997, it uses its clout to have the WTO force some of those same less developed countries to open their markets to exports from the USA in some of those same industries. W. Allstreet J. O. Ernle, 2000 While a country can undertake a unilateral increase in protectionism against imports, there exists a significant risk of retaliation from trading partners or other penalties according to bilateral or multilateral agreements, especially in the 1990s. Wong, 1997. Even attempts to exclude products with scientifically proven health risks can result in retaliation under the WTO system. Reuter, 1999. A beneficial unilateral reduction in trade barriers is sometimes undertaken by a foreign country, or countries, but such reductions are use-ally limited. One example is provided by the USA, which unilaterally lowered subsidies to sheep farmers in the early 1990s. This reduction in subsidies allowed New Zealand to double its real exports of sheep meat to the USA by the mid-1990s, de Lacy, 1999. However, Mark Et share increases beyond this point led to USA threats of retaliation, and there is little prospect that significant unilateral reductions in Protec. 6243. Shinism would occur in potentially more important industries such as USA dairy farming, de Lacy, 1999, or European farming in general, Moran, 1999. Thus, although a relative increase in protectionism against imports into a country compared to any change in protectionism against that country's exports may seem to be a painless way of correcting a current AC count problem, and avoiding the negative effects of a currency or real income decline, this solution requires the cooperation of trading partners and is often not feasible. Steiger, 1995. In addition, as Beltrame and Millman, 1999, have practically pointed out, even FOR countries with a current account problem, there is always the risk of adverse changes in relative protectionism due to the political economy of businesses lobbying for protectionism only in industries where they are directly hurt by import competition, while local businesses naturally lobby for more free trade, and less domestic protectionism, in industries where they benefit from cheaper imported components and products. Example, industries that service foreign tourists like motels would generally lobby for more free trade to lower both their own costs and those of their customers. Business enterprises can apply a significant amount of political pressure to ensure that their interests, for or against free, are served. Roderick. 1995. When a change in relative protection is favorable, due to a poor negotiating position or strategy, or due to business pressure put on political negotiators, it can magnify a BOP problem, as has happened over the last 15 years in New Zealand, which has reduced its trade barriers both absolutely and relatively more than other countries. Improving productivity. Not way to avoid an immediate, or eventual, currency depreciation or real income loss is to improve the productivity of exporters or IDESs that compete against imports. Such an increase in productive IT will be attained via increased investment in these industries, which be encouraged with tax policies in capitalist countries and with government capital allocations in socialist countries. Special such as in China that attract foreign investment for export through tax breaks and other incentives, are also very useful. UND Con, 1997. 244. However, excessive investment subsidies or encouragement to businesses that compete with firms in foreign countries could lead to retaliation by those foreign countries in the form of protectionism or offsetting encouragement for their own businesses. Wong, 1997. Anis and Ross, 1992, have noted cases where export subsidization can benefit both the importing and exporting countries, but they also admitted that retaliation may occur in many circumstances. To reduce the chance of some form of protectionist retaliation, proposals are sometimes made to increase investment and savings in the economy as a whole, such as with tax policies to encourage general investment in capitalist countries or direct increases in allocations of GOP to investment in socialist countries. Such policies will have a positive effect on the trade sector to the extent that they also improve the productivity of industries which compete in international trade. However, such policies can also increase real GOP growth, and the resulting higher real income can increase the demand for imports, therefore offsetting the productivity effect and sometimes even exacerbating a BOP problem. Obstfeld and Raghav, 1996. In addition, the policies that encourage investment in capitalist systems are ones that tend to make the wealthy investors richer and so may cost the less effort shorter term, especially since the increase in investment is at the cost of our current consumption. Moreover, while investment can also be increased by attracting foreign capital, Wheeler and Modi, 1992, have empirically found that merely offering foreign investors tax and other incentives has relatively little effect on foreign investment decisions, as the factors of most concern to foreign investors are good infrastructure, special input advantages, and an expanding domestic market. It should also be mentioned that simply lowering income tax rates and imposing a free market economy in a country are often especially counterproductive solutions to a BOP problem. For instance, such policies may simply result in increased consumption spending, including on imports, and thus increase a current account deficit. Peters, 1999. In particular, lower personal income tax rates decrease the incentive to engage in business investment. Gordon, 1995, and provide less incentive for the rich to engage in tax dodges that require investment, such as purchasing real fixed assets to obtain depreciation tax deductions. CHAPTER 6245. And engaging in buy and hold strategies with reinvestment of earnings to avoid taxes on investment income and capital gains, 2 Moreover, Zinn, 1995, and Strobel and Peterson, 1999, have reported evidence from the USA of a positive relationship between corporate income taxes and investment, implying that lower corporate taxes may merely permit more consumption of returns to capital. Privatization of state assets can also reduce the level of investment if the proceeds from the sale are consumed by the government, or by individuals if rebate to them in the form of tax reductions. McKenzie, 1998. In fact, there is actually little evidence of the efficiency and productivity of the overall economy being improved by imposition of free market systems, as real growth has historically been higher in socialist countries. Murphy, 1998, implying that the synergy of state control tends to enhance productivity more than market decentralization. For instance, New Zealand has undertaken a free market, low-tax strategy since the mid-1980s, Quaintance, 1998, and the result has been economic stagnation, with very low capital formation, low R&D spend, and low infrastructure investment. McCoglin, 1993. At the same time, there has been a large increase in New Zealand's current account deficit, which has been magnified by the country's own unilateral removal of protectionist barriers in the 1980s. The free market model has actually resulted in the New Zealand government reducing spending in productive areas like education and infrastructure at the time it provides none of the traditional productive business subsidies like export financing. Barber, 1996, and General Business Assistance, B. Araket, 1999. In addition, New Zealand's movement toward the privatization of companies has led to myopic business policies that do not benefit its economy or its BOP. For instance, the privatization of New Zealand's RMT Airlines has resulted in air fares that make it far cheaper or New Zealanders to travel abroad than foreigners to visit New Zealand. Assumedly, the airlines have set prices that maximize their shocked profits irrespective of the effect on New Zealand as a whole, as ZL for a private company. As a result, there are as many new RFLs spending their tourist money in foreign countries as there GN tourists in New Zealand. Massey and US. 1999. ITE New Zealand TS one of the most attractive towns locations M. 246 THETRIUMPHOFEVLI. The World, Turner ETAL, 1998. Given that the high cost of travel to New Zealand is one of the most important deterrents to greater tourism revenues for the country, Allport, 1999, given that tourism is New Zealand's biggest export industry, with foreign currency revenues approximately equaling New Zealand's current account deficit, and given that there exists sufficient capacity for the number of tourists to New Zealand to double from its present low level of just over 1 million, Purdue, 1999, the opportunity cost of lost tourist business as a result of artificially high airfares to New Zealand may be enormous. Moreover, as previously explained, New Zealand's unilateral reduction in protectionism could only cause the current account situation to deteriorate. New Zealand's overall free market activities are well summarized by a Brazilian minister seeking to avoid similar mistakes. One thing is opening the economy, another thing is being a sucker. Moffett, 1997. An effective solution to current account problems. While most of the widely proposed methods of resolving a BOP problem, including capital controls, increased protectionism, and improving productivity, may not be feasibly employed to cure a current account deficit in today's world, there is one solution that can be effectively implemented, as explained in Chapter 5 of this book. The economic plan explained there can be adapted to any country by merely offering domestic consumers coupons that give them the right to purchase domestic goods at a discounted price, or giving them the right to purchase goods from a particular area of the country with relatively low income. by also allowing the consumers to turn the coupons into the country's convertible currency in exchange for a fixed number of such coupons being invested into a long-term government savings account. A convertible currency can be maintained, for trade purposes, at the same time that domestic savings and consumption is encouraged. This FNN of protectionism may be subtle enough to avoid retaliation by trading partners, as some domestic policies, which are effectively protectionist but are considered more of a domestic policy issue, are allowed by the world's major multilateral trade regulator, Hofbauer and Erb, 1984. In addition, if a country's current account deficit is large, even the WTO does allow some unilateral increases in protectionism. Edlin, 1999. CHAPTER 6247. Once a current account problem has been solved, a country can lower domestic interest rates and thereby spur faster real economic growth without causing a devaluation and currency-related inflation. On the other hand, if the domestic central bank wanted to maintain high real interest rates even after the BOP problem had been solved, it would continue to attract net foreign capital inflows and thereby permit an accumulation of foreign exchange reserves if it chose to maintain a stable currency value with open market purchases of foreign currencies. An alternative to accumulating foreign exchange reserves in this situation would be to allow the currency to appreciate. The latter option of increasing the international purchasing power of the domestic currency would help the country in its battle against brain drain and domestic inflation. Although the latter strong currency policy might also cause a short-term return of a current account deficit, the downward pressure on domestic prices caused by an appreciation in the domestic currency would eventually result in a balancing of the current account. Thus, while the standard policies for dealing with the BOP problem may often not be feasible or effective, a viable solution does exist. This solution provides some hope for avoiding some of the negative aspects of the post-Cold War era of USA world domination. This book has conclusively demonstrated that the bad guys won the Cold War, resulting in a far more evil world that is both crueler and more inefficient than before. This final chapter provides more facts on the resulting New World Order and briefly describes the outlook for changing it. Global Americanization. The triumph of the USA and capitalism in the Cold War has cleared the way for undisputed world domination by the country documented the introduction to this book to be the most evil on the face of the earth. The Cold War victory has indeed enabled the USA to even more successfully portray free markets as a superior religion and to paint its ideological communist enemy as the evil empire. The term evil empire was originally applied by USA President Reagan to the Soviet Union, which did indeed conduct some killings of civilians in a brutal Lvii war in Afghanistan, Cordovez and Harrison, 1995, as documented 10 1. However, even a peaceful priest like President Aristide Ohajj has recently been widely labeled a psychopath and blood LHTRSTY little socialist by USA capitalists are refusing to go along with USAE exploitation of his country. Dupuy, 2000, and FOR off-airing Raisi CE to a USA-backed dictatorship that murdered 5,000 innocent HAL civilians. Dunkel, 2000. Although it is pretty clearly Doc Ent. Chapter 1 that communism did not collapse because 1T was evil, but IDSTEAD because it took root in poorer countries with less resources and 250 THETRIUMPH power, and although Chapter 2 documents the FACT that communism is superior to capitalism in virtually all respects for virtually all people except the super rich, most are still swayed by the very successful USA propaganda to the contrary. In addition, the USA propaganda is so powerful that many ignore the FACT that the USA itself only advocates free market capitalism when it is to its own advantage to do so. For instance, the USA itself was historically one of the most protectionist countries in the world, Barak, 1993, and its protectionist unfair trade strategy, combined with its successful imperialist policies, greatly facilitate its wealth accumulation. Smith, 2000. Now that it has accumulated such a large amount of capital from plundering the world for so long, through both trade and military conquests, which complemented one another, the USA currently advocates free markets. In particular, the USA's higher productivity per worker, relative to that of most workers of less developed countries, whose lack of loot results in them having far less capital and technological equipment with which to operate, enables USACOR port ions to be extremely competitive in most industries, insofar as the greater mechanization of production in the USA enables it to have lower overall costs even with much higher hourly labor costs. Nevertheless, even today, whenever USA industries are threatened by foreign imports, the USA government either subsidizes its domestic industry, Matthews, 1999, or engages in all kinds of protectionist policies, including imposing quotas, tariffs, and artificial technical standards against foreign imports in many different industries like citrus, sugar, meat processing, steel, and textiles. Moffat, 1997. There is therefore a great deal of hypocrisy in the USA advocating free trade at the same time that it itself employs protectionism, including against imports from countries that are more oriented to free markets than the USA and that have larger balance of payments problems. Hilsenroth, 1999. Such unfair trading practices are engaged in not only by the USA but also by other wealthy countries, like Western Europe and Japan, and they are typically directed against even the poorest countries, whose income per capita is less than 1/60 that of the richest countries, which are thereby hindered from earning the export income they need to finance growth and attract foreign investment and technology. Economist, 1992. Although the WTO is supposed to be a 725 worldwide organization that represents the world in terms of promoting and enforcing fair trade practices, the WTO is widely acknowledged to be run by the USA, albeit with some minor input from its Eastern European and Japanese allies in worldwide exploitation. Cooper, 1999. One USA think tank itself has stated, there is a widespread view abroad that globalization is being forced on the world by American corporations, that globalization is Americanization. Washington Post, 1999. Besides serving as a very valuable tool for the USA to propagandize the superiority of its capitalist system, and motivate its globalization to the USA's advantage, the USA's Cold War victory now enables the USA to more easily slaughter people of countries that refuse to submit to USA wishes and demands, such as nations refusing to submit to capitalist globalization, as there is little hope of outside help from a more benevolent, balancing power like the Soviet Union. Although there is some competition for economic power in some regions from other exploitative capitalist countries such as those of Eastern Europe, Griswold, L999a, the USA's strategy for world domination was confined in a February 1992 policy statement issued by the Pentagon in conjunction with the National Security Council and in consultation with the USA President, Tyler. 1992. Reflecting on the fundamentally new situation which has been created by the collapse of the Soviet Union and the discrediting of communism as an ideology, the Pentagon document states, our strategy must now refocus on precluding the emergence of any potential future global competitor, and we will retain the preeminent responsibility for addressing selectively those NGS which threaten not only our interests, but those of our allies or friends, or which could seriously unsettle international relations. New York NMES. 1992. Secretary of Defense William Perry spoke even more to the point in 1997, since we are the only superpower in the world, every country is in our national interest, LAC. 1998a, and there are now SA occupation troops and military bases in more than half the countries of the world. Catalinato, 1997. The USA's world dominance is often subtly referred to as a mandatory internationalism, which however is very one-way insofar as Americans find it quite natural to press the Japanese to make _life for their consumers, the South Koreans to abandon crony capital TSRN, the Russians to call CT taxes, Grunwald, 2000, but it goes with 252 The Triumph of out, saying that no country can put pressure on the USA to change its system or to rectify its wrongs, some oft most atrocious of which are mentioned in this book. The USA empire has become such an accepted fact that one WA/One Street Journal writer FO recasts much of the world will become ever more like Little Americas, with FO middle classes being totally Americanized, even speaking English and consuming the same media, goods, and services, although regional instability forces the USA to install permanent armies, known as peacekeepers, in both Africa and Russia, Zachary, 2000. While USA politicians, such as the Bush family, often propagandize USA control of foreign countries as being required because of a world that depends on America to reconcile old rivals and balance ancient ambitions, Kalmes, 1999, they fail to mention the fact that the foreign rivalries used to justify USA interventions are often deliberately promoted by the CIA and General USA policies themselves, Bloom, 1995. As New York Times writer Thomas Friedman, 1999, stated in the middle of the USA bombing of Yugoslavia, the hidden hand of the market will never work without the hidden fist. This USA strategy of world domination has had a murderous effect on the people of the world, as the Soviet Union is now no longer around to inhibit the USA's subversion and attacks on other countries. For instance, the number of wars and armed conflicts in the 1990s vastly bled from the level of the 1980s, Associated Press, 1999 with these violent conflicts having caused the deaths of 60 million children in the 1990s, Deutschland, 2000. Some, especially those who do not have adequate knowledge of USA's story and gullibly believed USA President George Bush's propaganda about a kinder America, Green, 2000, predicted that the USA's Cold War victory would result in the USA becoming more benevolent once its primary enemy of the post-World War II period had been defeated. However, it is actually only necessary to see that the USA was founded, and stolen, via genocide to be able to realize that the foundations of the country are criminal and to be able to recast a continuation of that core evil, especially after examining all the millions of people killed in the hundreds of countries attacked by the USA in the past. 4 In fact, the USA in the 1990s has continued its murderous, imperialist policies that it has practiced almost continuously throughout its HTS. 7253. Tory. The costly maintenance of the kind embargo against Iraq, which still kills thousands of innocent civilians each month from preventable diseases, represents just one obvious example, Flounders, 1998b. S. The various wars and embargoes launched against Yugoslavia by the USA, and its NATO tool, in the 1990s represent further evidence of USA kindness in action after the ending of the Cold War. The LAC, 1998a, has documented the background and context of the war in Yugoslavia, demonstrating that it merely represents a continuation of imperialism by the USA and other NATO powers. For instance, West Germany gave the local ruler of the Yugoslav province of Croatia $2 billion in 1988 in order to assist in recreating a new independent state of Croatia with international borders in the FORM originally set up by the German Chancellor, Adolf Hitler, in 1941. In addition, despite the fact that during World War II, Croatia was a Nazi puppet state in which the Croatian fascist Ustashi murdered as many as 1 million Serbs, Jews, and Romani, Gypsies, the resulting newly independent Croatia adopted a new currency in 1994, the kuna, the same name as that used by the Ustasha state, and the new Croatian flag is a near duplicate of the Ustasha flag. Nevertheless, most of the world has come to believe that the Serbs are the bad guys in Yugoslavia. Independent Commission of Inquiry, 1999, even though Serbia itself, with its democratically elected coalition government, had exhibited only very limited signs of repression until after the USA's overt attempts to overthrow the government. Block, 1999b. One cause of this general misperception was a USA public relations firm, which was paid to 2M Serbs into monsters, fascists, TS in the public eye, and journalists seeking out the bad guys. WIIHNG cooperated to invent evidence of Serb atrocities even though SUK evidence has been disproved. LAC 1998a. While Serbia was BNG demonized by the Western media in the 1990s, Eastern powers WBUCAR aiming anti-Serb terrorists in Bosnia and Kosovo as well. Croatia, Oberg, 2000, Croatia was renaming the square of Viklalna fascism the square of Croatian heroes, Levine and Roberts, 1. 999, AND 800,000 to 900,000 Serbs were being ethnically cleansed from Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo, Oberg, 200. Ojutride war launched by the USA and NATO against Yugoslavia, AM 1999 is especially illustrative. Despite all the absurd propaganda. 254 THETRIUMPH. About the kind intent of the USA, and NATO, to stop the alleged atrocities of the Serb bad guys in the Kosovo province of Yugoslavia, there had actually been very little evidence of Serb atrocities or human rights violations committed against the Albanian ethnic population there. John Stone, 2000. In addition, although a terrorist civil war was launched in Kosovo by the USA-backed Kosovo Liberation Army, KLA, which was financed by the Albanian Mafia, the CIA, and German intelligence, Independent Commission of Inquiry, 1999, allegations of mass murders in Kosovo by the Serbs have been disproved. Dunkel, 1999. In FACT, only 2108 bodies have been found in mass graves, which contain people of all nationalities who appear to have died from many possible causes, including from the acts of terrorism committed by the KLA, Catalinato, 2000a. The KLA, many of whose leaders trace their roots to a fascist unit set up by Axis occupiers during World War II, Feinberg, 2000, had long engaged in a strategy of threatening and assassinating Albanians participating in Yugoslav elections and other democratic processes in order to create the appearance of repression. John Stone, 2000. Regardless, any Serb atrocities in Kosovo that did exist should be seen in the light of Hitler's forcing Serbs out of Kosovo in the 1940s in order to create a greater Albanian puppet state, at the time when the Serbs were a majority there, and in light of the KLA's 1998 terrorist attacks on Serbs, Gypsies, and non-Albanian Muslims. Wilson, L999c. It was within this context that NATO conducted its 1999 terrorist bombings, which deliberately attacked civilian targets but almost ignored the Serb military. Wilson, L999d, and which directly killed thousands of civilians but only 57 Serb soldiers and police. Independent Commission of Inquiry, 1999. Western investigators indicated that the NATO bombers hit just 4 tanks and 8 artillery/mortar pieces, and that bombing civilian targets worked best. Catalinato, 2000b. NEWS Week, 2000, reported that although air power was effective in the Kosovo war not against military targets but against civilian ones, military planners do not like to talk frankly about terror bombing civilians. Strategic targeting is the preferred euphemism. Given NATO's deliberate targeting of facilities vital to civilian life, Becker, 1999b, including attempts to eliminate healthy food and water supplies in Kosovo via NATO bombing of the power and transportation networks, the MOS. 7255. Exodus of civilians out of Kosovo during NATO's terror bombings, including 70,000 Serb civilians going to Serbia and hundreds of thousands of Albanians going to Albania, may have saved many lives, as evidenced by the frightful living conditions created there by the bombing. Independent Commission of Inquiry, 1999. Even the Western media now admit that the vast majority of refugees who left Kosovo last spring were fleeing the US bombing. W. Orters WORLD, 2000a. On the other hand, the forcing of 250,000 Serbs and other people, including many Gypsies and non-Albanian Muslims as well as some Albanians who don't support the KLA, out of Kosovo later in 1999 under NATO occupation, via continued terrorist KLA attacks which have killed over 500 people in the ethnic cleansing process that NATO occupation forces have made no meaningful attempt to stop, can in no way be seen as defensive, Chin, 1999, or justified, Pearl, 1999a. Moreover, Kosovo Albanian terrorists have already begun making frequent terrorist attacks on targets in Serbia itself with the apparent tacit approval of the NATO occupation FORCE in Kosovo, Bloc, 1999a. In addition, the KLA, which represents a Balkan criminal network responsible for over 20% of Europe's heroin imports, Goff, 2000, is no doubt benefiting from the opening of the sex slave trade in Kosovo under NATO occupation, Feinberg, 2000. However, the mainstream Western press continues to largely ignore these facts, even has the audacity, without FEAR of losing credibility with a beam-washed audience, to blame the destruction of the civilian infrastructure in Kosovo and Yugoslavia on lack of maintenance by the Serbs, Associated Press. 1999. In reality, despite NATO-'s destruction of Serbia's electrical network, it was NATO-occupied Kosovo, and not Serbia, that had to endure electrical outages and water shortages nearly a year after the NATO bombings, Sitjakovic, 2000. Although the mainstream media virtually ignored the existence of SBST anti-Al mineral wealth in Kosovo, including the largest lead ND zinc mines in Europe as well as sizable coal deposits, not to mention cadmium, gold, and silver, access to that wealth certainly represented one motivation for the USA/NATO seizure of the territory, Fund ISA. The USA/NATO's unstated purpose in the 1999 war to TB. Li occupy and seize that wealthy area of Yugoslavia is especially evident from the ACT that all offers by Yugoslavia before and dung. 256 THETRIUMPH. The bombing to have the civil war mediated by neutral UN peacekeepers were refused by the USA/NATO aggressors, Independent Commission of Inquiry, 1999. Besides the attraction of the mineral wealth of Kosovo for their own exploitation, it is quite likely that the capitalist powers also saw an opportunity in Kosovo to divert the attention of neighboring Albanians, who had earlier engaged in armed rebellion as a result of a nationwide capitalist pyramid scheme that essentially stole the life savings of many several years after communism was overthrown in that country, Griswold, 1997. The purpose here was obviously to have the Albanians hate Serbs instead of capitalism by giving them the potential chance to recreate a greater Albania just as Hitler did in the early 1940s, albeit as a USA/NATO capitalist protectorate in the late 1990s, as opposed to a German/Axis capitalist protectorate in the 1940s. As noted by Wilson, 1999b, the USA/NATO strategy is not much different from that employed by Hitler, who also justified some of his invasions of other countries as liberations of some ethnic group that he had incited to riot to draw repression, by Mussolini, who invaded Ethiopia in 1935 in order to free Ethiopians from their monarchy government, and by the fascist Japanese, who sought to protect the Chinese in the 1930s. The totally unjustified bombing of a badly needed pharmaceutical factory in Sudan in 1998 represents another clear-cut case of USA kindness after its Cold War victory, albeit on much a smaller scale. The plant had been important for producing medicines, especially against malaria, that could have saved many lives in that impoverished country, and numerous investigations of the destroyed Sudanese F-8 indicate absolutely no evidence of the biological or chemical weapons claimed to be there by the USA, but, in spite of these facts, the USA has refused to allow a UN investigation. Parker, 1999. Consistent with this kind action committed by the USA against Sudan, the USA BAS also tried to disrupt serious proposals to end a Sudanese civil war because the proposed peaceful solution of allowing the Sudanese people to vote on the issues might not result in the side the USA has been backing to gain power, although the propaganda explanation for this attempt to disrupt peace is that the USA is stepping up efforts to hold Sudan's opposition together amid an increasingly successful push by the Sudan regime to make peace with its exiled opponents. Pearl, 1999b. Chapter 7 257. Other examples of USA kindness in the 1990s include the USA's continued embargo and terrorist attacks on Cuba, Gutierrez, 1999, and the embargoes against North Korea, Griswold, L. 999b, and numerous other countries that refuse to open up their economies to the USA's capitalist exploitation. Marshall, 1999. Today, about two-thirds of the world's population faces a USA embargo of some form or degree. Smith, 2000. While the USA's capitalist propaganda machine may be sufficient to convince many foreign country leaders to embrace the USA's New World Order, with many foreign leaders in countries such as in Latin America actually having been educated in the USA threat of financing internal terrorist attacks on disobedient foreign countries, using covert operations, imposing or intensifying embargoes, conducting bombings of civilian targets, and militarily invading foreign countries, is also useful for ensuring a high level of compliance with the USA's kind wishes. Rich criminals paradise, capitalism without government. It should be noted that the role of the USA government itself is not essential for the enforcement of the new capitalist world order. In particular, many of the CIA's covert actions themselves have long been financed by private money and carried out by the private mafia, especially the attempts to overthrow the Castro government in Cuba, Fury ATI, 1994. In addition, ever more defense services are starting to be put into the hands of corporate owners, some of which directly hire FIGN armies to defend their interests. Chatterjee. 1997. Instead of USM, the more indirect traditional procedure of having the USA government, under the pressure of corporate lobbies and political donations/bribery/other pressure, make the world safe for USA commerce and UIzations. Copeland, 2000. In addition, there is a growing private defense service industry, Wolf. 1999, which is currently separate from the armaments production that is already largely corporate-owned, and which goes far beyond the private secret police and terrorists owned by USA corporations before the creation of the CIA. Schultz, 1982. The Learkey TFOR such private defense services is recast to grow so rapidly that me believe they may even one day replace government armies. At WHCH point military and economic functions will be reunited as 258. They were BEF or the creation of the modem capitalist state. Chatterjee, 1997. Given that there are numerous billionaires, each of whom is richer than many countries, Forstall, 2000, such a prediction is not all that far-fetched. There are also serious movements to privatize the police/judiciary prison system. Reynolds, 1994. Prisons in the USA are already in the process of being privatized in order to create a virtual slave market of nearly 2 million prisoners that corporations can exploit. Phillips, 2000. The privatization of the police system is also proceeding quickly, with private police or security guards outnumbering public police by 3-1 in the USA. Reynolds, 1994. In addition, the private law enforcement system is bolstered by incredible Orwellian technology, which permits the private employment of a massive number of security cameras that not only spy on people in private buildings, but also increasingly in public areas. Ramirez, 1998. At work alone, 20 million employees are watched with cameras by the corporate Big Brother, 5 billion phone calls are recorded annually, and employee email is read by 36% of all employers, Dowd, 1997. Moreover, while technology has also long provided the capacity to photograph people almost anywhere with satellite cameras, Zimmerman, 1988, technology now exists FOR cameras to see through buildings and clothing, Hansen, 1997. Even if controls are placed on government misuse of this technology, the potential FOR unregulated private abuse is enormous. Similarly, although government spokespeople are very effective in spreading the message of global capitalism, Smith, 2000, and although the CIA itself was one of the biggest publishers and disseminators of pro-capitalist information, more appropriately labeled misinformation or disinformation, in the world during the Cold War, Schultz, 1982, the USA's capitalist propaganda machine is not at all dependent on the USA government. For instance, instead of quoting capitalist government leaders for opinions and descriptions of events, the capitalist media can provide more analysis and reporting direct from corporate executives and other capitalist leaders, Smith, 2000, whose opinions on events the media already accepts and reports as fact, Phillips, 2000. In addition, many of the CIA's prior publishing activities can now be sponsored by think tank institutions that are well financed by rich conservatives to spread the capitalist gospel, Strobel and Peterson, 1999. COR 7259. Port Ions already use public relations, PR, firms extensively to ensure that public opinion is manipulated to their liking, Phillips, 2000. Moreover, much of the USA's propaganda continues to be perpetuated by the same mainstream press whose ownership is even more heavily concentrated in the hands of anti-communist rich owners than it was in the Cold War times, Forstall, 2000. In particular, less than 20 medial entertainment conglomerates currently control the bulk of the worldwide information, entertainment, and mass culture, Flounders, 2000. Time Warner, Disney, Rupert Murdoch's News Corp, Viacom, Sony, Seagram at NT/Liberty Media, Bertelsmann and GE being the dominant players in the USA, McChesney, 2000. In the USA, the most recent increase in media concentration was made possible by the deregulation of the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which the media elite requested to be passed by USA politicians who themselves are dependent on the media for their popularity and re-election, Phillips, 2000. Such deregulation of the media has also occurred elsewhere under the pressure of capitalist globalization. For instance, the LAC, 1998a, reports, in Eastern European countries, the first institutions to undergo the transition to privatization seem to be the media, both ownership and content. Western capital helps to subsidize the media. Poland, Hungary, Romania, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. The political views which are reported are virtually indistinguishable from those of the US media. Blitz, a newspaper funded by German capital, appeared in Serbia on September 1, 1996. The paper, which at 19 cents is the cheapest in the country, sells raffle tickets and gives away cars. Within a month after its first printing, Blitz had a circulation 010,000. This process of moving toward a pro-capitalist, pro-imperialist ideological monopoly is described straight-faced by US leaders and media commentators as the democratization of Eastern Europe. The other hand, when confronted with an anti-USA media, NATO actually come in with occupation troops, as in Yugoslavia, and close such undesirable media as a cynical means of silencing broad to encourage freedom of speech, Parenti, 2000. As one journal, Il Sunrz when referring to censorship in the USA itself, in the era ORUSTNH. D1. 2. TS even one alternative, Sums RAT, Vadi Lani. Bernstein, 2000. The pro-USA/pro-capitalism bias in this concentrated media is often 260 The triumph. Attained by very subtle tactics, Herman and Chomsky, 1988. For instance, the media widely accepts and spreads the lies of corporate and capitalist government leaders as facts without permitting many, if any, contrary opinions, Parenti, 2000. In addition, simple and repetitive slogans, such as "the rich will save and invest and create jobs for Americans," are very effective in making people believe in trickle-down economics, even when the trickle is really in the upward direction and actually increases the poverty of the poor. Strobel and Peterson, 1999. Labels are also employed to subtly take sides, such as by referring to union leaders as bosses but to corporate executives as leaders, Parenti, 2000. Such tactics are especially useful for purposes of distracting people's attention from the dire need for infrastructure investments, like transportation, and productive investments, like equipment, that corporate leaders and the rich are not making in sufficient quantities because of their own excessive consumption and unproductive real estate investment, Strobel and Peterson, 1999. Moreover, anti-USA/anti-capitalist stories or facts are frequently omitted or scarcely reported, Parenti, 2000. As the owner of the Washington Post owner once told the CIA, there are some things the general public does not need to know and shouldn't, Jackson, 2000. Possibly as a result of the latter opinion of the media elite, there has been a large deterioration in the quantity and substance of reporting of foreign events, about which Americans have a great deal of interest, and of which they should be aware in the era of globalization, but about which corporate media elites believe they are better off not knowing, Phillips, 2000. The result is a worldwide propaganda machine that has developed an ideology of individualism based on destroying the resistance of the individual insofar as it glorifies the individual hero, the star, and it thereby destroys the idea of resistance to this ideal, especially collective resistance, Forstall, 2000. It foments a self-centered careerist outlook of life, an apathy to social problems, a fascination with sex, violence, and commodities that sell well, but rob people of morality, ethics, zeal, and the determination to fight against injustice and exploitatio, and generates a culture that dehumanizes mankind into robots with no morality, ethics, or any vision for humanity, Mukherjee, 2000. Consistent with this effective brainwashing system, the mainstream media limits political reporting to mindless speculation about Cam. 7261. Pain tactics and the regurgitation of mainstream politicians' sound bites, McChesney, 2000. A.S. Smith, 2000, summarizes, with government information services, intelligence services, and think tank press releases, with foundation, corporate, and intelligence service funding of the propaganda process, and with negligible resources among the impoverished and politically weak, the belief systems of the world stay to the right of the political spectrum. There is no left and no functioning middle. There is only a right and an extreme right, which, because there is no true left or true middle, are viewed by the people as a political right and a political left. Concluding perspectives on the capitalist world order, it should also be mentioned that, even without considering the effect of the most deadly embargoes and violence of the USA and its puppet governments, the new capitalist world order is very deadly. In particular, while the capitalist system ensures that there is sufficient money to buy the grain needed to fatten cattle so the more affluent can eat fatty expensive meat in relative luxury, the system provides insufficient jobs and money to the poorest of the world to enable them to buy enough food just to avoid starvation, Smith, 2000. As a result, 35 million people suffer starvation-related deaths annually in the prosperous L990s under the USA's capitalist world order, Flounders, 1998b, including 19000 children under the age of 5 daily, Dushla ND, 2000. This annual catastrophe occurs despite the fact that the UN has estimated it would only cost $1.3 billion annually, about 0% of the USA's annual income, to have a minimum level of both nutrition and health extended to all people worldwide. Catalinato, 1999.6. The ITIST market is similarly responsible for the FACT that pharmaceutical companies concentrate so much of their research on cures for ailments that are not threatening to human life, such as baldness and petal disease. While very little research is conducted into cures for LFE, threatening diseases, like malaria, that are concentrated in poor tropical countries which can't afford to pay for any drugs that are created. Phil BPS, 2000. As Chasudovsky, 1997, has documented, this human tragedy of 262 The Triumph Evil. Unnecessary mass deaths can be blamed on the international capitalist system, which not only causes periodic economic catastrophes naturally, as explained in Chapter 6, but also more generally intensifies poverty, and related deaths. For instance, as previously mentioned, pressure is often put on less developed countries, LDCs, to open up their markets to imports. These imports, mostly from the rich developed countries whose higher level of mechanization and technology, as well as greater marketing resources, makes them more competitive despite higher labor costs, tend to result in widespread bankruptcy of the LDC's local industry and agriculture that used to produce for the domestic market. As a result, incomes in the LDCs, especially those of the poor, fall dramatically. Meanwhile, to enable the LDCs to pay for the imports, the LDCs are typically given loans from the richer countries, or from their representatives at the IMF or World Bank, and those loans are usually made subject to stringent conditions on further capitalist reforms, which require reducing or eliminating subsidization of essentials like food and healthcare, thus intensifying the impoverishment process. In order to be able to pay back the loans, the LDCs are forced to focus on the production of goods such as illegal drugs, tobacco, cheap commodities, and labor-intensive manufactured products, which can be exported to those with the most money, i.e., the richer countries. This process further lowers the amount of domestic output available for domestic consumption in the LDC, further impoverishing the poor, and results in a concentration of the LDC's remaining wealth in the hands of a small elite including narcotics dealers, swindlers who take advantage of the economic chaos, and corrupt politicians and business people who profit from the free trade with the rich capitalist countries via bribes or special deals. With reduced production for the domestic LDC market and with export earnings going largely to make debt service payments to rich foreign lend ERS and to pay for luxury imports for the LDC's rich elite, who increasingly become the only ones in the LDC able to afford imports, there are increasingly less resources available to keep the poor alive. As Chasudovsky, 1997, also shows, the economic chaos, poverty, and increasing competition for decreasing resources often leads to regional or ethnic violence and civil wars that cause further suffering and poverty. 7 This process of the rich getting richer, and the poor poorer, is meant 263. Fied by other characteristics of global capitalism. For instance, free markets and FULLY convertible currencies tend to result in richer developed countries having high real exchange rates for their currencies, implying 8. Relatively low purchasing power for the currencies of the LDCs on the international markets compared to what they can buy from domes. Take production, fruit and Rogov, 1995. As a result, expanding trade results in the LDCs effectively paying more for the same products, and thereby getting poorer in real terms, while the richer developed countries pay less, and thereby get richer. This situation of unfair terms of trade is a natural outgrowth of the capitalist system, with or without different currencies and currency crises, as Smith, 2000, has shown. For instance, assume a worker in an LDC earns $1 per hour to produce a T-shirt that takes 1 hour to produce, but a worker in a rich country earns $8 per hour and can produce the same T-shirt but with a different brand name or label for $8. If marketing and name brand fetishism, created via expensive advertising, psychological manipulation and control of market distribution channels, can create demand for the $8 T-shirt, it takes the poor workers 8 hours of work to buy the brand name T-shirt, while the rich worker can produce enough to be able to buy 8x $8 equals $64 of the generic T-shirts, i.e., $64/$1 equals 64 of them, in the same 8 hours. Thus, the rich workers accumulate the square of the wage differential in products, or capital, since they probably don't need 64 T-shirts, and enrich themselves exponentially the greater is the level of trade. 8. Note that this phenomenon of capitalism magnifying exponentially the effect of wage differentials does not require the rich worker to buy only generic products. In particular, name brand products can be built in the LDC for a trivial amount of money, like $1, and then sold for many times that amount, like $8, in a rich country, with most of the FINA retail price being paid to distributors, like wholesalers, retailers and salespeople, landlords, i.e., renters of retail and wholesale really, and investors, i.e., creditors and the rich owners of the capitalist system, as Chasudovsky, 1997, illustrates. In addition, as long as DKL's income in LDCs is concentrated in the hands of a rich FAW, most of the own country's demand will be from the wealthy who can afford to or name brand fetishes, like exotically labeled /packaged T-shirts. AO10 There will be limited monetary demand for inexpensive products. 264 THETRIUMPHFIL. Resulting in production being so focused on the name brand goods with marked up prices and FAR superior profit opportunities that it might be difficult to obtain economies of scale for production and distribution of inexpensive goods. Already by 1992 the quintile of people living in the world's richest countries had 82.7% of the world's income and were 60 times better off than the people in the poorest quintile of countries, Economist, 1992. Within many of the poor capitalist countries themselves, this enormous difference is magnified even further. For instance, the quintile of the richest people in Latin America have 150 times the income of the poorest 20% of the Latin Americans, Smith and Ratner, 1997. Any attempt by workers, or the poor, to obtain a larger share of the economic pie is openly attacked worldwide by central bankers, who meet such attempts to redistribute wealth with threats of higher interest rates, Allund, 2000, which cause unemployment, a reversal in any trend toward rising wages, and eventually more poverty, Chasudovsky, 1997. While the USA's brand of violent domination, and exploitation, of other peoples is more atrocious than any other in HI story, as documented in the introduction, it should be re-emphasized that the cruelty of capitalism itself is nothing new. For instance, it was capitalism that transformed all people into objects to be exploited, so that the rich could accumulate ever more wealth at the expense of others, Marx and Engels, 1988b, especially in colonies like India, Gopal, 1963. The capitalist economic system also caused the Europeans together with the USA to initiate an enormous and profitable slave trade, Dubois, 1965, that killed tens of millions of Africans, who not only died in massive numbers on land and sea in transit to their new jobs but also during their initial seasoning at those jobs, Stannard, 1992. 9. The extent of the overall exploitation here can be seen from the fact that today's third world nations had average per capita incomes in 1750 that exceeded the average of today's developed countries at the time, but the imposition of several centuries of colonialism, or the forced removal of protectionist barriers against imports from today's developed countries, has resulted in their average per capita incomes being less than 1/8 that of the developed nations, which maintained protectionism until they had gained sufficient income/technological superiority, in 1990, by Rock, 1993. Although the enormous current income differential makes Chapt. ER 7265 exploitative trade with the Third World relatively insignificant to the developed countries today, that contrasts greatly with the situation in 1750 when incomes in the two areas were more equal, and trade with the developed countries remains a very important component of the low incomes of the poor Third World, putting them in a very weak and even desperate bargaining position relative to the richer developed nations, even without considering the daunting military situation. It is interesting to observe that the Europeans used an economic strategy to colonize Africa several hundred years ago that was very similar to that employed worldwide by the USA today. In particular, European capitalists exported a flood of cheap manufactured goods, like textiles, to Africa, thereby reduced the demand for goods produced locally, and thus destroyed the African economy, Dubois, 1965. Nevertheless, even after their economies were destroyed, Africans were able to continue to make payments for the goods imported from Europe by offering raw materials and slaves in return. Today, the USA no longer engages in outright exploitation of slaves and no longer transports labor units to a new workplace in the Americas, but it does continue to accept raw materials and the production of cheap labor as payment. This exploitation of the cheap labor in less developed countries today is not much different from the exploitation of slaves earlier, except that the cheap workers can now stay in their own country and receive wages that are just enough to buy what slaves in the past were provided with by their masters, i.e., the people of many less developed countries are transformed into wage slaves who must work for the equivalent compensation of slaves just to stay alive, and that is for the lucky ones who can find a company that will offer them the right to be a slave so they won't have to starve to death or die of related disease. Point 10. In direct contrast to the holocausts caused by capitalism, communism, the countries where it was instituted, saved many millions of lives annually not only by having a more even distribution of food, shelter, healthcare, and work, Davies. 1997, but also by generating faster growth rates than under capitalism, as previously explained in Chapter 1 of this book and as admitted by the IMF, 1993, itself. It should also be emphasized that the faster growth rates in communist countries were and LLY achieved with 7-hour workdays and reasonable living conditions, Davies. 1997, that were in stark contrast to the terrible work. 266 THETRIUMPHOF. And living conditions endured by most during the capitalist industrial revolution where many males and females, many starting as young as 6 years old, were forced to work 100+ hours per week just to survive. Just for instance, Marx and Engels, 1988b. As an especially clear contrast of the deadly effect of the imposition of the USA's capitalist New World Order, it is possible to examine post-communist Russia of the 1990s. GNP per capita there has fallen by about half since communism was overthrown there in 1991, IMF, 1997a, and death rates have significantly risen, mostly due to increased stress, illegal drugs, and less access to sanitation and medical care for many, Cox News, 1995. Also contributing to the increased death rate has been an enormous increase in the number of murders and mafia executions, which exceeded 350,000 in the first 4 years of the return to capitalism, Roth, 1996, and continues to be far above the level of even that in the violent USA, Wiedemann, 1997. The USA think tank Brookings Institution, heavily sponsored by USA corporations, Strobel and Peterson, 2000, has estimated 3 million more deaths than normal in Russia in the 1990s, Wilson, 1998b. However, given that Russian death rates have risen from 1% in 1990 to 6% in the mid-1990s, Becker, 1997a, the re-importation of capitalism in Russia in the 1990s has actually caused about I000,000 extra deaths there annually. So many extraordinary deaths in Russia represents a worse catastrophe than if a large number of nuclear bombs had been dropped on the country, but they actually represent a mere non-null symptom of the very deadly disease called capitalism. In fact, the catastrophe in Russia should not be surprising, given its capitalist SYTE, which has been labeled democratic and civil by Eastern capitalist leaders who praise its FO under Yeltsin, Wayland, 2000a. Western capitalist leaders' idea of a civil democracy can be clearly seen from just AFEW of Yeltsin's more notable civil and democracy acts. For instance, Yeltsin declared peaceful strikes by unpaid workers in 1998 to be unconstitutional, Ostseatung, 1998, according to a constitution that he himself had created, Ignatius, 1993. He had been able to design this constitution after he had effectively made himself Russian dictator in 1993 by ordering military tanks to fire on an elected parliament, which opposed his new capitalist order, killing hundreds of members of the opposition in the process, Wayland, 2000a. Shortly. CHAPTER 7267. After this civil and democratic action, he suspended the country's Supreme Court that had opposed his decision to close down the elected Su. Uament, W. All Street. J. O. Ernal. 1993, banned opposition political PAR. ES and Media, Ignatius and Rosette, 1993, and refused to even create a law allowing for a possible transfer of power if the controlled Meta were not successful in obtaining a subsequent confirmation vote for himself, Rosette, 1996. One hope for the future. Despite the horrible worldwide situation created by the USA's Cold War victory, the future does not necessarily have to be as bleak as the past. There is always the chance that the American people themselves will be able to see the evil of their capitalist system, see that most of the loot from the USA's crimes continues to be owned by a very small rich elite, Strobel and Peterson, 1999. 1. 2. And see fit to vote to end the system. 13. Currently, no major political party in the USA advocates an end to the country's atrocities. Liberal New York Times writer Thomas Friedman, L999, has adequately summarized the only significant differences between the various capitalist political parties today to be their opinions on how much, and whether, the poor should be bribed with a larger share of the income pie, to keep them from revolting, and how fast, and whether, capitalism should be spread throughout the world system. For instance, USA Democrats tend to favor giving the poor a larger share of the loot than USA Republicans, while there is some mixture of opinions among individual Democrats and Republicans on how much, how fast, and in what manner the USA should force international capitalism on the world. However, even the small differences between the Democrats and Republicans in terms of sharing the loot have been almost eliminated in the 1990s, coinciding with the ending of the Cold War, so that the Democrats are now so similar to the Republicans that some call them Republic rats. Strobel and Peterson, 1999. Historically, as documented by Copeland, 2000, the Republicans have generally represented the party of big business and the rich, and pure trickle-up economics, while Democrats have represented the part of small family businesses, including family farms that employed slaves, and the average citizen, who was offered small bribes for not revolting. Although the policies of individual candidates of the two main USA parties have varied somewhat both geographically and temporarily depending on the interests of their main supporters, Zinn, 1995, it is no coincidence that the Democratic Party is not only the party that tends to bribe the average American with a larger share of the pie but is also the party that has engaged the USA in more extensive wars, as the bribes are very useful to maintain the support of the masses needed to successfully fight those wars. Copeland, 2000. Note that while the Republicans and Democrats have been the two parties in power that have engaged the USA in its horrible inhuman acts over the last 150 years, alternative parties such as the Reform Party and the Libertarian Party in no way advocate an end to USA atrocities. The Reform Party is merely more nationalistic, and therefore potentially more militaristic, in maintaining USA world domination at the same time that it is less wedded to the ideology of global capitalism, somewhat similar to the ideas advocated in Adolf H. Hitler's ME in Camp F, which also promoted nationalism, strong encouragement of domestic business, and protectionism, as well as restrictions on international stock exchange speculation. On the other hand, the Libertarian Party is less nationalistic but more extremely oriented toward global capitalism, which can theoretically be worked in the ideal world of libertarianism via private armies of the rich instead of government military forces that serve the same end. Despite the political monopoly of a few capitalist parties in the USA, the possibility exists that some anti-capitalist political party will someday attract sufficient support so that a majority of Americans can vote to terminate the crimes and create a true democracy. The likelihood of such an event is greater the sooner Americans actually become aware of the extent of their country's atrocities. Awareness may help them realize that they are tacitly approving a continuation of USA atrocities unless they vote for political candidates who explicitly state their intention to end all USA exploitation, aggression, and mass murder of innocent civilians. Although candidates from anti-capitalist parties, like the Workers' WORLD Party, which does advocate terminating USA atrocities, are not on the ballot in all states, people can always cast a write-in vote as a protest and as a way of developing needed momentum for the anti-atrocity movement. One write-in possibility is the long-deceased 7269 American socialist Eugene Debs, who might be delighted to run under the slogan "Better a dead red than another mass murderer." Hope for such a drastic change in national attitude does exist. For instance, one survey indicates that American participation in demonstrations is about as high as it was in the Vietnam War, although TTXL's lack of media coverage renders genuine social consciousness invisible, i.e., people are less aware of the protests of the American people because they are covered less in the mainstream media. Buss, 2000. Based on past history, it seems quite likely that, once Americans become aware of the crimes committed by their country, a natural outrage may spark Americans' innate and ingenious culture of rebelliousness at being so badly manipulated for so long, and the desire for change may spread very rapidly. The Internet provides a wonderful opportunity here, as it can be used to spread news that is otherwise effectively censored by the mainstream media. Forstall, 2000. For instance, although TV and cable continue to be controlled by a concentrated few who attempt to distract Americans from important political issues with a barrage of sexual and personal subjects, Strobel and Peterson, 1999, the influence of the Internet on that mainstream media is already apparent. In particular, the Internet provides enough alternative outlets for interesting and sophisticated entertainment and knowledge that the mainstream media's lock on American minds is being reduced, as evidenced by the growing demand in the USA for information beyond the formula comedy, Good tales and big-budget B-man adventures with which Hollywood has saturated people's minds in recent decades. New York Times News, 2000. Nonetheless, there even exist risks of big business obtaining centralized control of the Internet, just as it controls the rest of the media, such as through advertising and payment for top placement in Internet searches through browsers, example CFO at Note 3 of Chapter 2. Possibly the solution to the general problem of centralized control of the media/entertainment business would be to create a number of different government media companies, perhaps I000, whose administrators would be elected by the people in a single periodic vote. Candidates for these positions would be allowed to have their resumes, opinions, projects, and promises available for reading at polling places, and permitted equal free access for engaging in media debates, but there would 270 the triumph. Optimally be a prohibition on spending money on political advertising or campaigns. The top 1,000 or so candidates in the election would be entitled to an administrative post, so that there would be room for many media firms in which only a small minority of people are interested. Although the government could still sell commercial advertising time on these media, perhaps, however, subsidizing the advertising of smaller firms with new products to level the playing field and to encourage innovation, the advertising revenue would optimally go to the overall federal government, which would centralize such sales separately from the independent programming of the media companies, in order to eliminate any financial pressure the advertisers might be able to put on the media companies. In addition, in order to further democratize the media, it would also be necessary to outlaw the information repressive effect of allowing big businesses to pay for top placement on an internet search engine, that should be done more randomly or independently of money considerations. Once Americans recognized that the USA's wealth was stolen via horrible crimes against humanity, they might also see the justice in ending any further domestic or foreign exploitation. While reparations to the USA's victims might also seem appropriate, it might be sufficient, and more practical, to merely give the poor the freedom to grow out of their poverty using some economic plan such as proposed in Chapter 5. Such growth might very well benefit all, including the USA itself. In addition to sparking faster worldwide economic growth, an enlightened American people might also decide to have a system that shares the existing loot more evenly. In particular, it would seem only fair that the surviving Indian victims of possibly the worst Holocaust in history, i.e., the virtual genocide of the Native Americans, should be provided with jobs that give them close to an equal share of the income from the land that was stolen from them by FORCE. While the Native Americans have clearly been the people most abused by the USA's capitalist system, other victims of USA capitalist crimes like the Afro-Americans, i.e., the former slaves, should also be entitled to a fair share of the income from the wealth that they helped create while being exploited. In addition, since a very large percentage of white Americans initially came over to the USA as indentured servants and were forced to effectively work as slaves for a limited number of years, Zion, 1995, the 727-1. And stores of the majority in the USA have been exploited and should really be entitled to an equitable portion of the loot/income of the USA. 14 Moreover, it must be remembered that American workers in general, hourly or salaried, have always received compensation that was less than the value created by their work, and that often represented a form of wage slavery, in order to ensure a good profit margin to rich investors. Marx and Engels, 1988b. One result of this exploitation is a significant amount of poverty among many Americans. Strobel and Peter. Son, 1999, that is so severe that the rich USA ranks 24th in the average healthy lifespan of its residents even though it spends more than any other country in the world on health. Associated Press, 2000 LT would thus seem just and humane to have all Americans be provided with jobs that pay approximately an equal share of the USA's national income, or GOP, which would come to about $70,000 per worker in 2000. Note that incomes in such a socialist system could still be allowed to vary somewhat for differences in skill and performance, example ranging between $50,000 and $150,000 in the USA. Thus, although the USA capitalists have shared some of their loot with the average American, as a form of bribe or diversion to keep them from investigating or complaining about USA crimes and exploitation, and although most Americans today, at least the middle class, therefore have a higher standard of living than people in most of the rest of the world, and thus profit from the USA's past atrocities. Over 95% of the American people earn less than the value of their work created and would therefore benefit from a more equitable socialist system, the only exceptions being those currently with an abnormally large share of the USA capital. That benefit could come from higher wages and salaries or a shorter work week, or both. Note that incomes would also grow faster under a socialist system than under capitalism, as documented in chapters 1 and 4. Note also that taxes for social security and government services in a socialist SYST would be less than under capitalism because unemployment CCMIID be eliminated, wasteful and destructive defense spending could be reduced to an extremely low level, and a more efficient government could be created, as explained in Chapter I. As documented in Chapter 2, a socialist system would also be advantageous for many non-eco. 272 THETRIUMPH. Nomic reasons, permitting greater personal individuality, as socialism prevents rich individual owners of capital from repressing the individuality of others, and greater personal freedom, as socialism prevents free markets from economically repressing personal freedoms. Regardless, since the analysis in Chapter 3 of this book shows that the fall of socialism in Eastern Europe was not inevitable, and since Chapters 4 and 5 demonstrate that a socialist system can function and even integrate in a capitalist-dominated world, there is also hope for other countries even if the USA's New World Order is not overthrown by USA voters. In particular, other countries can vote in political parties promising to attempt to create more just socialist systems that are immune from the USA's capitalist exploitation and atrocities. While socialism may not be perfect, and while an even better system could perhaps be developed, maybe by developing further some of the ideas presented in Chapter 5, it has clearly been shown to be superior to capitalism in practice. In the meantime, while waiting for the majority of voters to wake up to the reality of the USA's Cold War victory, this book provides perspective on the hypocrisy of individuals, organizations, and nations that refrain from doing business with countries for ethical reasons. Such a refusal to engage in peaceful international cooperation is often based on citations of terrorist acts or other atrocities committed by those countries. It is true that some of the peoples and countries against whom the USA has committed its own extermination tactics have also engaged in morally criminal acts. For instance, Nazi Germany and fascist Japan both made the top 10 in civilian killings, as documented in the introduction. Cambodia executed as many as 150,000 people after the USA slaughtered about 500,000 innocent Cambodians. As already mentioned previously, Vietnam assassinated about 40,000 civilians during the USA occupation and extermination process there. Louis, 1978, the American Indians killed thousands of civilians in retaliation for the USA mass murders, Utley and Washburn, 1985, and Iraq killed thousands of its own civilians, Andriopoulos, 1994. 15 Nevertheless, even though other countries have also engaged in terrible acts, none compare to the USA, and some of those terrible acts by others actually represented a form of revenge for much more horrible USA atrocities committed against them. A consistent policy of refusing to interact with 273 countries that commit terrible atrocities would therefore also mandate a refusal to do business with the USA itself. In summary, this book irrefutably documents the fact that capitalism is a much less efficient and much crueler system than communism. While further worldwide suffering can be expected as long as the USA is able to enforce its power and capitalist religion on the rest of the world, 1/6 the situation today in the year 2000 is probably not more hopeless than it was in 1941 at the height of the triumphs of Nazi German capitalism, which then also seemed invincible. Just as some have speculated that Hitler's rule of Germany could have been aborted with mass protests, Associated Press, 2000h, so too could widespread demonstrations and other political actions terminate the rule of the Kreml USA leaders. In particular, the USA's own Democratic F-aide, W. Hitchett currently uses so successfully for propaganda purposes, much more so than Hitler did for his own elections, creates an opportunity to overthrow the USA tyrants peacefully via the ballot box. 17.